Okay, we are live on all sites. Welcome to the channel. FPX versus Weibo, Invictus Gaming versus Thunder Talk, and Billy Billy versus Jing Dong Gaming as our last series of the day. Sam will cover that one. We've done our ad break here, so we've run some pre-roll off. I need to brush my teeth actually, because it's early in the day here. We didn't get a chance to before the series started, so sit tight, saw some highlights there, and be close towards the stage soon.
好了，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的辅助选手俊伟，欢迎俊伟来先跟大家打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 辅助选手俊伟。
欢迎俊伟。其实最近的比赛，感觉俊伟你的状态保持的还是不错的，也有一些可圈可点的地方。你会怎么去评价自己现在的一个状态？
就感觉来了 FPX 以后就更稳定了一些吧。
稳定感更强了。那今天要面对的 WBG， 你觉得在比赛当中有哪些是特别需要去注意的点？
感觉就多注意一下他们中野辅吧，感觉他们中野辅就联动的挺好的。
也希望今天俊伟包括 FunPlus 有更加出色的表现。欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 WBG Tap 的辅助选手航，欢迎航来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的辅助选手航。
欢迎航。那其实今年来到了 WBG 之后，到目前其实跟 Light 也磨合了一段时间了。你会怎么评价或者怎么看你们两个这个下路组合的风格？
我们应该都是很想成为就是前面对线很厉害的选手嘛。
而且这个版本确实也是一个主打对线的版本啊。那第二个问题，在登峰组，你自己的目标是什么？
自己的目标的话，现在目前的话是先一直赢嘛，之后的话就是希望能够进前2，然后前4这种。
那就让我们一起来期待 WBG 的精彩表现。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车
Hello, I'm back. Don't you spam that cannon command in chat. Got coffee brewing in the room, and I have shaved because I don't like facial hair. Hello, I'll wave hi. How's everyone doing today?
OPPO Find X8 系列台手旧出片，抓拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄，敢为不凡。2025 LPL
Oh, is it T1H Elite today? Oof, it's kind of big.
更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。傲风电竞椅。
Oh, and actually won game 1? What happened in game 1 though?
销量第一，开一局吗？开就开。
How am I doing? I'm tired.
尽情开一局。
I'm tired.
感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
What time do I need to head to LEC? I think my call time's 2:30. So and it's 9 o'clock now, so I need to leave in about, I don't know, give it half an hour to get there most of the time.
"欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。 首先欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix。
Well, hello there, FunPlus Phoenix. Hello, Chrissy Constanza in the background. Forgive the stupid American, but is half to like 1:30? No, it's two, like, half 2 is 2:30. You know, weirdly, that's a German thing too. If you say half 2, they think you mean 1:30 because of, you know, language stuff. Oh, did Doran run it down? Oof. So crazy versus Zeus, because he's typically the guy that gets inside Zeus' head.
上单 Reese， 打野天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助航。
You have Lords with mods around? Exactly, great point.
第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第6日的第1场比赛 ，FunPlus 对阵 WBG Tap Tap 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞天空。
Okay, team set up on stage, getting ready for our 1v1. I'll go get my coffee from the other room, and then we'll get into the game, shall we? very quickly into our 1v1 champions select. Xiaohu versus Care. Care's typically been the go-to for FPX on their 1v1s. Breathe typically for Weibo, but you can't do them 2 in a row. Why are they ban Heimerdinger? Because in the 1v1, Heimerdinger is very, very broken. We saw a couple of games from the Heimerdinger in the last few days. It's lost to the stuff like the Jace recently. That doesn't mean the champion is isn't broken in 1v1s. I think he's very obnoxious. Can FPX take a game versus Weibo? Weibo are known to do some happy gaming, potentially. Rumble versus Olaf locked in. Let's get onto the Rift. So, Barrier Ignite, Flash Ignite. Xiaohu might want to flash away from an axe or two. Of course, flash out of range of the Olaf can be pretty big. Olaf's our Ragnarok nowadays will keep active as long as you're hitting someone. Oh, that's quite hang on, I gotta go refresh the stream because that's slightly off in terms of the game audio. Hopefully it'll be a bit better there. There we go, cool. Sometimes have to do that. Xiaohu getting control of the wave. Flicks forward a little bit. That's just refreshing the stream. It'll do that, so that won't happen again. The Comet from Rumble. Nasty at that poke. Sometimes you see the Conqueror Rumble. Ooh, good go into the good shield there. Just going into overheat to with that last spell. Misses once, yes, but who cares about one, you know? Just control over the wave. Nothing big for now. Doesn't drop the ignite to deny the heal from the relic. Ooh, Xiaohu going into over. He uses the ignite anyway, blows the barrier. I wonder whether that was worth it. That feels a little bit cheap for that summoner. Oh, Sam, you don't have to do the first series. There's 3 today. You don't want to. We're now 1v1 with Care versus Xiaohu.
I take your birthday anyway. I'm also aware I'm going to be out for something tomorrow, so I don't want to leave you on your own for 2.
Do not bonk me with a chair, please. Jesus.
Try not to. You can't see
Sam slamming me with a steel chair, literally. Because he's waltzing into the room during a 1v1. We're having a 1v1 off the Rift as well, I guess.
Who's winning that one?
Well, no one really right now. Of course, we do actually have a bit of CS being dropped by Xiaohu, which I'm quite interested in, because you know, Rumble very good at just kind of keeping pushing waves, getting value from Flame Spitter, not being a mana champion. Care getting whittled down. Both the barrier and the Ignite will come up at the same time.
Eyes in that one. I need to find my glasses. I think they're gone. I'm looking at a blur right now.
I'll keep casting the 1v1. Ooh, that is a very bad equalizer. I don't know about that one, Xiaohu. I mean, maybe he's not picked up the rumble for a while. Knight goes down from Care, doesn't have the flash. Ooh, Care, does he pop the ult? No. No, he doesn't. Now, look at that kiting. Look at the kiting. It is so, so close. Flashes away. He doesn't want to get that reckless swing from Olaf to get the kill. Xiao would be forced to back. Dropped a lot of CS, as we said. Okay, getting the increased attack speed, pushing in the wave. Not the quickest as Olaf as someone compared to like a Jace or a Mage or whatever, but still quick enough. Had a decent amount of gold, not sticking around for a plate. Xiao back into lane, doesn't complete the Liandry's, importantly. More of Mamorsh is very close to being completed by Care. First ability now maxed out, level 9. Those undertows, the axes, do a lot of work if you keep hitting them consistently, of course. No armor for Xiaohu. One of the negatives of going towards the more Malmortius for Olaf is that you don't get Black Cleaver movement speed. And of course, he hasn't stopped off for tier 2 boots yet as well. When he gets tier 2 boots, that move speed for Olaf becomes very, very powerful. Of course, one of the big things about Olaf is his ult gives you that slight burst of movement speed towards enemy champions when he first casts it. And then he shrugs off CC as well. So we're chilling for a little while, folks. More of my motions completed. Big breakpoint, of course, against the Rumble. If it hits you with double E's, you do get a lot of magic resist shred onto you. That's one way that Rumble plays against magic resist stacking, but you need to be accurate with your harpoons. Has Rumble actually done anything proactive this game? Well, you know, he had a show of force with his ultimate. You know, ulted in front of him, gave him a red carpet. Didn't do any damage, of course, but... you know. Okay, now, Liandry's and Morello for the anti-healing. Not Morello, the Oblivion Orb. Ooh, hitting the tower. How many plays can you get out of this? It's a lot of damage to the tower. 3 auto attacks, and that's a plate gone. How is this so squishy in Era? Hey, Solar Puppy, good to see you. Just tank care, it's fine, trust. I wonder. Well, that's the music. Time to dance. Ring of Fire coming in soon. Has spawned. Care, finding the flank, goes through the equalizer. Xiaohu trying to get himself away, and he does. Escapes the Ragnarok, and if Olaf doesn't attack for long enough, it becomes a problem. Both summoners used, goes into the overheat, but I think Olaf wins these low HP fights, and he does. Not a care in the world, but one on the Howling Abyss. He wins the 1v1. Well, that'll be FPX deciding side selection for game 1, due to their victory of their mid laner in the 1v1. We'll run some adverts now, just so we don't get them during champion selection during the game. And of course FPX chooses blue side. Everyone chooses blue side. some shut-eye on stage just before we get into draft. Into draft we go. A lot of bot lane for 380 carry bands. A lot of top laners left open. A lot of junglers. The Vi, Neferi, Skarner. Now getting dipped into. And the Neferi, the first of those bands. What happens to Jace, Gwen, Rumble, Ambassador? In terms of lane dominance, 80 carries. Misfortune, Ashe. Those two are still available. Maybe a couple of others which I've not thought of, but there's a lot to go through. Talia banned away by FPX. That leaves so much available. So much available. Again, stuff like the Gwen, Rumble, and Jace. More powerful. Yes, Xiaohu did lose the 1v1. Sejuani banned away, actually. But that means that Vi is available. Kerr is an Ahri player. Could lock in the Vi now, go to the Ahri on 3. I think that works well, actually, for FPX. You might give... But now the problem is, the Vi enables powerful pieces. But you might have been giving over those powerful pieces for the Vi in the first place. You know, what happens if Weibo now lock in Rumble Skarner? Gwen Skarner. Something like that. Yeah, pretty happy about that trade. Pretty hard for Vi and an Ahri combo, which, you know, FX might go towards. They don't have the Talia to combo up with a Vi. To play against something like that Gwen, like a Skarner. Do Weibo feel like they can give over the Vi Ahri? Double AP solo laners, Gwen Ahri doesn't feel that great. But it is a takeaway, and Kerr is such a good Ahri player. I think with nameplates on, I think you do take this. Xiaohu, good Ahri player. Got an MVP on it the other day. I believe he did anyway. And it is Kerr's best champion. He was an Ahri one trick before going pro. So now FPX don't have a Talia into the Ahri, and they don't have the best combination with the Vi from mid lane. Vi Rumble is awesome. That is awesome. That's a good piece. Now the Gwen does beat the Rumble in a 1v1 and in lane most of the time. You take the exhaust and you're happy with that. You lock in the Kai'Sa for Assume. Vi Kai'Sa, Vi Rumble, both very good combinations. Second round of bans will need to be lane dominant bot lane champions for Weibo. Now that then Weibo have a problem here too. Do you lock in jungle? Something like, you know, Maokai Skarner, or do you risk bot lane having another 2 bans thrown in it and a lot of your lane dominance going through? I think you lock in the Misfortune. What, do I? Misfortune good against the Kai'Sa in lane, but very bad versus Vi and Rumble in team fights. But you see the thought process, right? I'm talking to you about my preferences, about what they pick, but you see the initial problem. Right there, the Kai'Sa's locked in. Kai'Sa is a champion you want to stomp in lane. If you don't pick an AD carry there, can you do that? Would you lose your lane dominant angles? Now the problem is, because they have to choose between that AD carry and of course jungle, you're losing now your junglers which can contest with the Vi as much. There is no Neferi, no Sejuani, no Shinza now as well. Going to lose another one for Tien. FPS could lock away the Skarner in second round if they feel like that's powerful for Weibo's composition. They don't have a tank front line right now. That would make sense to me. Pantheon being hovered over, the Skarner was banned. Very conditional frontline from Weibo. Gwen W, and Pantheon E are the ways they tank damage. Okay, hovering over the Azir. Needs something into the Ahri. Had a Gallia band taken away from him too. Locks in that Azir. Some long range, some scaling. And a little bit of disengage as well. Last pick Alistar. Gives Weibo a bit of tank in a place where they don't have. They do have 3 conditional frontliners now. All of which rely on either an ultimate, in the case of Alistar, or regular abilities on very long cooldowns in that Aegis Assault and that Hallowed Mist. FPX, I think, come away with a pretty comfortable draft for themselves. Care on Azir has been pretty good on that champion at some points before. Well, I say that he's had some pretty duff games too. But I think that vibe for Shadow helps him lead the charge. On the other side, though, Weibo, strong lane with Gwen, breathes Gwen too. A strong lane with that Misfortune for Light, which was picked at the cost of some jungle bans in the second round. We'll get ourselves into game for our first time today. And see whether FPX can finally finish off a series versus a top team. They've been subject to a pretty hard strength of schedule. How much can they do here? Onto the Rift we go. Squirrel Blossom Armor, one of Ahri's better skins. I have a skin tier list for that champion. Main champion, of course, for me. Midnight Ahri, one of my favourite ones nowadays after the reworks. Foxfire used to be my favourite overall, and they kind of ruined that one, sadly. Hey ho, can't have everything, can we? He says, you know, hiding tears behind a mask. FPX Weibo, let's see if the crowd feels any different about today's games. There you go. Ooh, only the one gyro for FPX. Hey, I give him the credit for it. Ooh, 10 starting with a Q, doesn't have W or E. Better for his camp clear, of course. The only thing you can really start for the camp clear. I say that you can definitely go W start into some camps as well. It's the triple auto attack for the extra empowered ability next, but only really good for against champions. Your W start in lane is what you end up doing a lot of the time. Used to see some press the attack Pantheon as well for similar reasons, instantly proccing it. Shahu, electrocute trade level 1. However, you need to be very careful about Azir's soldier placements. A lot of the time what you want to do actually is hold your W a little longer against Azir so you can use the W movement speed to get out of the soldier range. So he puts one down in front of you as you approach, you press W, you do tank one auto attack, but then you stop the second, the second soldier wherever it's placed, getting as much value. Ooh, Dway cancelled out. Pull from the Alistar level 1. Of course, very good against the Rel. However, the shield from Rel does mean that it's not the biggest trade ever. Assume not actually getting that much damage on minions, and that means they're losing the race to level 2, and that could be a bit of a pickle, couldn't it? Level 2 hit from Xiaohu. There you go, using the W movement speed just to move out of the Azir soldier range. Cat trading about fairly well, though. Of course, Ahri actually has sustain in her kit. Gets set 9 minion kills, you get a little bit of a small heal. Nice. Making sure that he's using the long soldier cooldown to get some value, but then misjudges it a little bit, doesn't he? Because he doesn't realize that the lethal tempo stacks have kept themselves up. Didn't wait out the lethal tempo stacks, trying to play those short cooldowns, but then of course has the cookies, which do get more value at lower levels. So Xiaohu brawling hard, and one of the ways that Ahri's been very good at doing so in early levels. Can you tell I'm an Ahri main, folks? Several million points on Ahri. Always been a champion I yap about when the chance arises. Breathe getting pushed on top side. Junglers both going bot to top. Shadow. Heading towards top side. We'll spot Shadow's ward on top side. Ah! I wonder whether he saw that. I don't think he did. Shadow immediately sees the ward goes down. We'll wait for his Q cooldown and look for a Q flash. Shadow thinks he's safe. But it's a bad ward that doesn't see inside the brush. The hop over the wall makes a lot of difference. Doesn't lead to anything in mid lane. Now they spot him. Do they get anything else? Qian using the movement speed from the E. It's a W into the charm. It won't lead to a kill, I don't think, but it'll lead to a lot of damage. And it will lead to the flash being blown. Shadow makes it out alive, but what a great angle he had into that mid lane brush. Hung gets a headbutt away. Jue could potentially look for a mount up. Ooh! I was wondering, would there be a flash there? Ignite from Hung, I think, dissuades it. Shadow now on the bot side of the map. Spotted out by another ward. Weiber's vision control. Very, very good. Look how many wards they have in River. 4 in the top side of the map. And then 1 in the bot side pixel brush. Very good defensive vision from Weibo to spot Shadow out. And we did say that this Vi will be very important to FPX to pull the trigger, enable these powerful pieces across the board. Xiao does have the biscuit. He'll be fine if he doesn't get another Q onto him. Pops it down. Of course, the biscuit gets more value the lower HP you are, so feel better about that. But Xiaohu's really using that to get lane pressure. Kaz is it. Comfort champion for him. Working out fairly well. Tien going back towards mid lane. Knows that the Vi doesn't have a flash to counter gank with. Pantheon has the advantage, especially with flash to no flash in the jungle matchup. Of course, later on, Pantheon's job gets quite hard. A lot of long range damage to deal with. Only one E. Xiaohu gets through this dangerous part of early lane. Look, Azir does do well against Ahri in the early lane. A lot of the time, anyway. It's only the top players in the world, like your Chovy, Faker, Knights, which can get away with that laning phase. Dragon started up by FPX. Grubs on the top side. There was a reset from Weibo bot lane to go towards them. Now, typically, we have seen Dragons outweigh Grubs in our objective strength. Will that be the same today? Is it going to be a contest on top side? Of course, Sheer doesn't have the ult. Very unlikely for there to be anything. Shadow using a sweeper going through the jungle, seeing if there are any camps up. Won't find anything. Might be able to see them find... Ah, you'll find the raptor respawn. Wolves respawn. Take that. Of course, getting towards your first item a little quicker, getting an extra camp away. Very important for something like the Vi. Very good on the one item. Oh, cannon denied. Come on, ranged minions. Hung really wanted to deny that, and he won't be able to. Ah, what a battle for the cannon minion. The battle for the cannon minion. 2025, colorize. Shadow clearing out a ward. Both mid laners able to roam. They have their first ults available in the game. Both looking towards blasting one first item. First component. Mr. Xiao is going towards the Rod of Ages build. We'll see whether he justifies the build. My golden rule of thumb is that if you're going to build something different, justify it with your gameplay. Justify it with your playstyle. Hung going towards the top side. Oh, flash pull, headbutt into the wall, and an ignite comes down. Pantheon's here for a bit of extra support as well. Who do they give the kill to? They give it to Tien? Yeah, why not? Give your first kill to the jungler, keep him ahead in that jungle matchup. Surprised they don't give it over towards the misfortune, but hey. Even cancelling a recall as well. Happy days for the Alistar. Often a maligned player has Hung been. I think here against a Suman Jue, he's not been put under the most pressure, but still, good for the support to have some brighter moments. The career path of Hung has been a tumultuous one. Good word, not tumultuous. It's been very up and down from his time on LNG and about the place. just wants to find a little bit of form and stability. I think he does. Sam joins us here on the cast. And also, hey Blade Trinity, how you doing?
How are we feeling about this game? Who won? It looks like FPX won the 1v1.
Huh?
I mean, it looks like FPX won
Yes,
the 1v1
they did.
because they're on blue sides. Tends to be my assumption with the way those work. An equalizer coming on down into the exhaust, try and keep Breathe alive, but it will be too little avail.
Yeah.
Turn up as violence occurs. I chose right.
You did. Breathe goes down very easily. That has the tier 2 boots now, but didn't really get to use those boots to run away from anything. FPX strike back as Weibo had some decent plays in the early game.
They very much did.
Well, how would you know? You weren't in.
I'm going off your opinion. Who knows? Maybe I was watching the Twitch stream, Alex.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Oh, right. Okay, so Spotter coming through. Use the W ready. I think at this point, Breathe knows he's done. Okay, does he? Oh, did he not spot it at the cross there? Well,
he did. You see the pet, but that's sometimes an observer button.
No. So what you saw there was actually the running between the brushes there.
Yeah, because I only saw the Gust Walker moving, not the model. As I assume is in danger there. We'll get to ult away. There's a barrier in trade though. It's got flash, got cleanse, maybe forced to burn one or the other, but holds his nerve and managed to stay alive under the bullet time.
So, trading across all the map, really. Both teams, in a way which, of course, we love to see here in the LPL, not afraid to pull the trigger.
Might be in danger. He's hit with a Vault Breaker into that Relentless Force combo. He needs to back away at some point, and the double Pulverize might give him a bit of time to run away, but that ult times out, and Kara's donated another kill.
Use the flash that top side here, now in a bit of trouble. Really wants to secure this. Can he get it in time? I don't think he can.
No.
And Shadow gets onto him. Yeah, I think lucky to get away without his flash there, actually. And of course, the recall comes through on the top side. No, wasn't seen. There was no threat there. There was no threat. As Weibo do lose their support. And FPX, as we were saying before, the other half of that equation, which aren't afraid to pull the trigger.
Weird team, FPX, at the minute. For all they are 0-4, 3 of those matches, they've managed to claim a game against some very good teams in the LPL. Not being able to convert that into an actual series win, though, which has been really frustrating for this team.
Yeah, no, FPX, they've... It is the problem of the Ascend group. If you kind of squeak into group Ascend, you do get battered a bit, really. Yeah, same with WE. They had a decent series versus JDG. You know, I'm not saying that these teams can't prepare for them. However, the reality of the situation is, if you are Weibo, if you're JDG, IG, BLG, Top Esports, anyone's legend, you're likely not preparing as hard for FPX if you've got a game the other side of it, which is more important, against one of these top teams. And we know that, of course, JDG playing later against BLG. We shall see whether BLG can bounce back from that. Will BLG look better than they did the other day? Need to put a lot of work into that. Of course, they had that issue of placing against multiple great teams back-to-back. Shahu landing a good shot on top side.
Cat eats a lot of damage for his penance. Is the rower build once more an Ari, which feels pretty much the default these days.
For now, we'll see when Rod of Ages gets nerfed. We've also got some Ari changes coming through, less armor per level, more AP scaling, which is something which you get less of from Rod of Ages. Hung has ult, tank up the tower.
Sheer is in danger, headbutted into the wall, into the pulverize, into the sheer vault, and there is absolutely nowhere he can go.
He says, alright, wave's gone, you're not getting anything out of my lane at least, but does die for it. This is a bit scary now that the Gwen, of course, gets a bit of free time in the lane, and you lose some XP. On Sheer, of course, returning the favor for earlier. You want to make sure this top lane matchup doesn't get too spooky for the Rumble. When in the 1v1, very notable, even though the Rumble does win out in team fights most of the time.
Flash back over the back of the pit. Shadow will be claiming this dragon. It'll be second dragon for FPX, and that objective feature strength. By the way, there's a teleport in! With the Grand Starfall, can't find the Steel Shadow, and he needs to try and find his way out of the pit. It's trying to be body blocked, does get over, has a blast cone. Should be able to get out to safety.
Oh, really good attempt from Tien. Comes in with the Grand Starfall. Very nearly gets a steal on the dragon and a kill afterwards. Shadow gets out with his flash, though, which I think is quite a high roll for that situation. Shahu now heading back towards topside. She'll want to get a bit of poke. Oh, but the charm comes through as well. Shahu mind games there.
Yeah, was under the impression there might be someone in that bush. He was, in fact, indeed right. There was someone in that bush.
Yes, the master of bush plays and smoke and mirrors here in the LPL. He's done that over many years. You know, the best parts of Shahu over his history have been his deeper understanding of the game and thinking, oh, someone could be here. Ooh, I could go here. He's very good at playing around fog of war. You know, weirdly enough, this is why I think a lot of the downfall of Shahu coincided with the uptick of Maokai. because Maokai had so many goddamn bush saplings. It was really hard for Xiao to play.
Is that your conspiracy theory?
Well, we saw it in MSI 22 and 20. Well, yeah, 22 really. We saw a lot of that where Xiaohu started to struggle a little. Obviously, ended up winning that event. They did, but you could see. Well, Xiaohu was obviously world class at that point. You could see him playing stuff like the Ahri at that event. He was one of the top 2 Ahris in the world alongside Faker at that point. Because the Maokai bush saplings give so much extra vision. It was so important to like give you that extra flanking ability to deal with things. Ahri coming down to hover the plate. This W's got to be good from Breathe.
It's not good enough to deny the crash down. Tries to get saved, but the Empress dividing short. He falls. Xiaohu, though, with a bit of support, might look for the 2v3. Kai'Sa coming on down, as is Tien, though. So it'll all snuffle out into nothing.
Yeah, I think as soon as that charm misses, the play's off. You don't want to commit your ult to that into a 2v3 briefly, especially with no Pantheon. Pantheon is up now, though, and maybe Hun can pull a flash if someone's out of position. No, not the case. Weibo just lose 1 on the bot side.
Well, I'm backing on the dregs of a ward here, and Shui was in danger, headbutted into the wall. Xiaohu got a hold of the charm for a second or two, pulls him out of the crash down.
Nice flash.
And he may be forced to burn that flash, can still keep looking for it. Shui, I think, is just dead.
Wow, doesn't even pull it. Wow. Very surprised that Drake doesn't go for the flash W. Some greed there from the Rel. He should not have been dead in that situation. Very, very weird situation from the support of FPX.
A lot of praise for Shui in recent weeks. That probably wasn't one of those bits that deserved some of it. That was unfortunate. But hey, held on to the flash. Could be useful for one of those objectives coming up in a minute and a half or so. And if that's the choice, then so be it.
Yeah, of course, a flash right, Magnet Storm into the Rumble. Never something you turn down, but still. Really want to be giving gold over towards the Ahri either. 2 Dark Seal stacks. Gets 1 kill back in the individual matchup versus Azir, who's got 2. So it means that the Ahri gets more relevance in terms of their gold. Rod of Age is ticking up, going towards the Leandries. See what his full build is. Of course, the big thing about this build is that you want that extra bit of HP to be a bit more of a brazen initiator. I haven't seen that many pro players actually doing that. I think Knight has. I think Faker hasn't even gone for this build, by the way. And what important milestone, folks. I knew this was coming at some point today. Xiaohu, 3,500 kills within the LPL. I believe that puts him at second most all time in the LPL still. He's still at that margin. The only person who has more than him, I believe, is Rookie, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Rookie, I believe, is up there. I was surprised it wasn't Scout, actually. But, yeah, Xiaohu, of course, incredible career here in the LPL. We've been glazing the history a little bit. And it's nice to every so often. He is one of our old gods, right? I would argue is even, arguably at this point, greater than Uzi for his time in the LPL and international achievements. It's a bit hard to say, right? I think he's stuck around for some parts of his career which have been less good, but the fact that this guy manages to bounce back after a year like early 2024, like parts of 2023, and still make it to multiple world championships, it's such an incredible thing to see, despite him, not necessarily getting that world, well, not even not necessarily, he hasn't got that world's victory in the way that many of the contemporaries has. What a player he's been.
Yeah, he has been something special. The role swaps, the international trophies, that incredible tenure in RNG. A lot for the region. Now, of course, on Weibo Gaming looking to captain another team to success. See what Weibo Gaming end up leveling out. It feels like they have quietly dropped out of the conversation for, I'll say, top 4 teams in the league. But there's some players on here, you've the likes of Shara, the likes of Bridhell, the likes of Tien, right? Never mind someone like Light as well, who's been so consistent over so many damn years. But you make them go, well, this team could definitely push for top 4, right? And I want to see exactly where that ceiling is this split in particular.
Yeah, and a series against FPX, we're not going to be drawing too many hasty conclusions from this one. We'll see what happens against teams we seem to be much closer towards the top of the table. How it's going to go down here from FPX, presumably. Hang on, actually, no, we might see a contest, actually. Lots of members around. Does Breathe teleport?
Considering it, there's the Make It Rain. Herald secured by Shadow, but is going to get knocked around a lot as Shadow burns the ultimate, but still gets a Q out, so they won't fully engage on him. And so, Weibo burn a fair number of ults to not really get anything.
If they get the teleport from Sheer, does that lead to anything, though? There's a recall going to be stopped. It's not going to be, Charm Flash or anything like that. Drake, his head's about him. And they also leave top lane unattended. So, this is actually quite a big loss for Weibo. They give even more gold over to Care on the Azir, who can be a real menace later on, because Weibo don't have a lot of ability to tank up that Azir. Let's be honest, most champions don't in general, but still not having attack versus Azir, whose DPS can be very, very high. Bit of a problem there. And yeah, Weibo, a little bit off the mark with some of their players coming through into this mid-game.
They are. Tier 2 falls away. Shadow now around. Shadow who has to flash. Doesn't have the ult, remember, so that's just going to allow London to come on in. Still, though, Light was trying to find an angle. Will not quite manage to do anything there as if they get the Kai'Sa ult on in. Hung flashes away to safety, but the Ahri is dead to rights.
Great trigger pull by FPX. Great trigger pull. This first pick Vi, this is why you see it so often. There are a lot of power pieces in the game right now. However, Vi, particularly in the LPL, enables the other power pieces better than anyone else in our current draft. Only getting a single game of it in Fearless has changed the way that we play the game, because you have to utilize this one pick so goddamn well if you are going to pick it up. Right here, you know, Dre goes first, but no ult, no flash. Xiaohu completely caught out. It enables the Kai'Sa in a way that Kai'Sa doesn't get to see in other drafts. The Kai'Sa Vi was so powerful. I mean, teams like Fnatic over in Europe were using this on cooldown. Of course, they have best of ones, but very important to see that enabling of those big pieces.
Helps get Assume vaguely on the board. Finally got an assist to his name. All the while, though, Care is so strong. Another turret having gotten another kill.
Yep.
This is it. Is set up to be an absolute emperor, literally, in this game. The Leandri's now done as well. Very, very scary on this mid lane.
Look how much extra gold he has. Extra 1,700 gold-ish. A little over that, actually, 1,800 gold. Over his lane opponent and over the next most fed person in the game, who is his own jungler at this point. The mid jungle, the Viazir, not necessarily one which you'd say is like an intuitive combination, but it's still very, very powerful in Care. By getting that, Leandri second has the extra HP in pocket. He's getting a lot of extra resources to play around, and you know, while Xiaohu will have that Rod of Ages ticking over for an extra level compared to Care, he's behind enough in raw XP that it won't even lead to that much on the map. Weibo, we said, oh, we're not going to draw hasty conclusions from this game. You know, we're not going to go draw too many things about Weibo, but still, we know that because we've had so many top teams preparing against other top teams, sometimes they can slip up against an FPX who we consider to be an underdog.
An under Phoenix, I suppose. I don't know whether Phoenixes can be
The
underdogs,
Underbird.
but they are under an under animal of some capacity.
The Underbird.
Tien in danger needs to be. Well, actually, Tien is the danger. That's the idea. But the ward will spot him up. Breed gonna get free time on this bot tier 1 though. No real contest from FPX.
So Breed's been giving some gold over there. Of course, Xiaohu gifted some on the other side. Shit. Pushing in that top side. FPX 3 turrets to 1. Have those feats of strength. I mean, Weibo, they don't have multiple grubs. They don't have the dragon advantage. They're falling behind quite significantly now. I'm worried for Weibo. This game is on track to be difficult late game. They are arguably outscaled. I think it is much harder for Weibo to play out late game team fights. Now, Weibo do have damage. That doesn't mean they can't win team fights, right? A good enough MF ult will win your team fight. A good enough Gwen back-end team fight can win you a team fight. However, the difficulty keeps going up. The Azir and the Kai'Sa are going to be very, very hard to deal with cleanly. The Rumble ultimate will be able to respond to your pick attempts too. So if you try and pick one of them off, it's a problem. And right here, Hung has to blow his ult. Doesn't have a flash. That's a dead cow.
Headbutt pulverize. The bullet time buys some time, but a Magnet Storm in trade allows for a very swift kill on that Alistar. And with the man advantage, Care and Shadow head straight onto this Atakan.
Alistar caught out just between things. Weibo will trade for the top lane turret. Weibo, one of the pioneers of giving up Atakan for something on the other side of the map, even when it was very strong in our split one. Atakan, that demonic figure, unleashed on the side of FPX.
Converted suddenly into a field of roses, which will be empowering FPX even further. Sets them up nicely here to set up for a dragon, which will be sole point for them if they can claim it in about 50 seconds.
They'll have most of their cooldowns available to it. Didn't have to use that much to kill the Alistar. And now, of course, they have the Atakan. Gives them some bonus on the Grubs, the Cloud Dragon, and the Ocean Dragon. 25% extra value for them. I feel like I mentioned that every cast because I feel like I need to. Because people... Look, we didn't see Ruinous for the entirety of Split 1, but I gotta keep yapping about it until people realize that actually the new Ruinous Atakan is not new. Whatever. I mean, new to pro play, because let's be honest, we never saw that goddamn thing. It really does warp the game once you get a large amount of neutral objectives down. Of course, the flowers as well, giving extra XP and adaptive force as well. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Weibo, I mean, they're vaguely in the same area of the map, but it doesn't look like they're contesting that heavily right now. They're not into River first. There's a lot of whale wards down. With 10 seconds till Dragon spawn, I mean, they have a vision ward on him. They have a ward there. So they'll know that's not getting rushed down. That gives them a lot more information to play with.
To instead try and play for some of this mid lane control, like Xiaohu. Wave clear here, I think, so he can test FPX. Second item done as they find the bullet time combo with that pulverize after, but don't get the kill. Now the turnaround comes flying on through, and Tien is just dead. Xiaohu, with the ult still running, can look to potentially kill someone off the back end of his way. Is low, will flash away. Stays alive, so does Sheer though. They get a nice equalizer back though. Breathe throws down the hallowed mist and will prevent too much of the burn. Needlework traded out as Sheer looks to find a chunk of his own.
Weibo's frontline is so conditional. You have to use the Pantheon Aegis Assault, the Gwen Hallowed Mist, or of course that Alistar ultimate. It is so easy to misstep on that. FPX can pull those triggers on a hair trigger. And right here, Weibo, they couldn't close the distance, couldn't find the good targets, and Weibo fall now behind to Assault Point. And FPX look like, much like they have done against some other teams, will be taking a quick early march into Game 1 on their first, in the first game of the series.
Hungo's looking for a combo. It's onto Care. You can see what the thought process is, but the bullet time isn't given enough time to do more than half the HP of Care. And the rest of the fight gets tricky. Yes, you burn a couple flashes here as Xiaohu threatens with a charm, but they can't turn that into a kill. And the equalizer immuned, yes, by the Gwen, but that's about it. It's Breathe now in danger. Gets crashed down on. And that Hallowed Mist will keep him alive for a second or two, but Weibo giving him quite a lot of force. I think FPX overplayed this one. Shadow stays alive, but no, Hung dies too. Both supports suddenly falling to their opposite members.
I think both teams feeling quite lucky that there was no equalizer and no bullet time in that fight.
Yeah.
3 people stood up in a column in a choke point. Yeah, that's some Teutoburg Forest stuff right there. Yeah, Xiaohu can push in this mid lane. At least a kill back for Weibo. I think actually taking Jue off the board gives some breathing room for Weibo. Baron is about to spawn. Weibo do manage to get in and get some vision around that, and by killing the enemy support, some of that vision denial is now off the table.
Will potentially be pretty huge here as got a little while until the next objective, so they can start to potentially push in for that tier 1 mid that's still kind of frustrating them. So get ready for something like a Baron maybe if they really feel like it. You've got a Kaiser and a Nazir. He'll even the Rumble will disappear in short order if you really want to play aggressively there.
Very good point. Yeah, you know, you have the very good objective damage on the side of FPX. Breathe walks into a very fair Vi, actually. Same level as Breathe in that top lane, but with the exhaust coming down, a little hard to finish that off. I think getting the flash out of the Vi, you're quite happy with that there too, because you don't get that Q flash combo or the flash ult into the Q afterwards. Your nasty combo to kill one of your squishy members. And again, reminder, the way that these team fights are going to be is largely the team fights will hinge around how good the temporary frontline from Weibo is, and if that allows them enough time for Ahri, Gwen, Misfortune to get damage down.
That's a big if. He's got a verdant barrier now to Breathe to allow a little bit more safe. Between that and the Hallowed Mist should be a little harder to pick off. Not quite level 16 yet, but the Gwen still quietly scaling up here at 30 CS. Is the only member of Weibo Gaming with a decent lead right now. The problem is, look at mid lane. That's a problem on the other side.
Yeah, it is. Now, the Ahri has the 2-item core, but, you know, Ahri is a champion that, at a core, does need to do damage, does need to be a threat. But for Ahri, damage is safety. You force people to step away from you rather than step into you if you have damage. And, of course, your passive gains a lot more value because it has an AP scaling on the heal you get for killing or assisting on enemy champion deaths. So, having that as it so far up, it makes it a difficult angle to choose when you're diving onto it. Care, a player for FPX who I think has had some really good games actually recently. Now, Care has always been a player that will have occasional excellence and occasional disaster as well. I think a lot of people remember the spring FPX of last year. It's great. Is he going for a combo here? Hung doesn't have flash still. Hung, he's caught out again. This Alistar, good early game. He's going to have his ult forced at minimum. Oh, and that's just before. That won't be up in time now for the dragon fight.
It's not level 11 either, so that cooldown is still...
Well, that's why it won't be up for it.
Breathe has the verdant barrier popped. That will be back up in time.
Oh, no, the verdant barrier won't be. It's a very long cooldown, remember. It's 120 seconds on the first rank. Only when you upgrade it full to the Banshees does it go down to a 60-second cooldown. It's actually very long cooldown.
I mean, I know it is, but I'm saying it was popped at 130, so I thought it would be just up as the dragon spawns.
But 120 seconds is 2 minutes. 1 minute 30 is 90 seconds.
Yeah. I thought it's not a 90-second cooldown on the
I thought that's going.
You might be right. You may well be right.
It'll be up
It's not
just
that
around
big.
the spawn. Just around the spawn. However, the thing is, the Verdant Barrier, very long cooldown. People forget this. It's the big thing about not finishing it and going towards the Banshees as well. I think you are actually right. It's the 90-second. I think that the Banshees gets a lower cooldown. It's one of the bigger things actually about it. It's also why Ingenious Hunter was super big on items like that, because it gave you actually a huge increase on it back in the day. Whatever, not important. Mountain Soul on the table for FPX, that is important. They could look to close genuinely the last kind of hope for Weibo here around this objective. Weibo have been thunderstruck a little bit here.
The AC/DC references will continue until morale improves. And we're on the highway to the Dragon Pit. At the very least, there's a ward there in the entrance to it. Just giving Weibo quite a lot of info about where FPX are.
Yeah, Weibo trying to choose their entrance into the river as best they can. They will lose their mid lane outer turret for this entrance. But, okay, FPX choose actually... Okay, FPX choose not to contest. Weibo find themselves into bot river, but FPX will go towards the mid lane turret, and now they're the ones retaking the pit. This is very much like a Valorant CSGO.
They'll try and get on in there, can't get in there in time to fight for the dragon, but the fight afterwards might give Asuma a lot of answers. Cleanses off the exhaust, flashes out to safety, another knockup, and Weibo Gaming are left to the wolves, or at least the Sand Soldiers, as Care finds another wonderful ult.
Emperor's Divide onto 3 at the end of it. Triple kill to Assume, and Weibo get their dragon but lose their lives. FPX get a mid lane turret, they get 5 kills for just the 1 death onto Sheer, and they're very likely to get the Baron in short order afterwards. They have such good objective damage. And while all this is happening, FPX, they really put the accelerator down, say, we don't need the Azir to kill the Baron, that's fine. We'll send him towards the inner turret and bot side already. Get this monstrously fed Azir even more gold. Weibo, that was, for me, their last chance into this game. I think they just misstepped on it.
There's a tier 2 up in this bot lane as well. Have a look at the replay, because FPX do go for that retake. Can't quite secure the objective, but they can secure the fight afterwards, and that proves deadly enough.
Light never gets his bullet time down. Never gets it down. Assume jumps into the backline. Always the issue with Miss Fortune. If she is forced to reposition, if she's forced to respect more than one angle, she can really struggle. This has been a big thing for mid-table teams. I've asked for them to achieve, because you've had to do this against Talia, against Renata, against Miss Fortune. So many champions in the meta right now which want to take a single directional team fight. FPX makes sure that Weibo don't get that.
Kaiser, one of the absolute best at repositioning. The Azir and the Vi, not bad at it either, let's be real. This is some difficult decisions there from Weibo Gaming now in a really unsurmountable deficit. We'll try and find an angle now as I speak about it. This might be the last gas to test people as it comes on down. Sheer will go golden, but he's caught in the middle of a lot of members. The snip will come on through. Miss Fortune gets that one, but Light is left out to dry, snuffed out. They get another back though. Kaiser is down. That's giving resets over to this Ahri, who suddenly got free space. Finds a shuffle, does Care, puts up the turret, try to play out this fight as a 1v2. Care does some heroics to save the blushes.
Tien has flash. Tien has flash, and they have one last Ariel as well. Can they go towards it? Dash away. Tien can flash over onto him.
Shield vault in. Charm is denied by the statue. But where does Care go? Gets a few more autos down. But Weibo Gaming get the ace.
Weibo with some magic in the team fight. How the hell do they end up fighting their way back from that against, you know, Weibo with against FPX with so many extra stats available to them from the Ruinous Atacom, from the Dragons, from the goddamn Gold Lead. We'll go back into this. No, start of it is Breathe. Walking into it, Sheer completely caught out. The equalizer is poor. That's a big part to it. Breathe gets his own off the backline, and while the dive combo does come onto Light, you can see that Xiaohu is really quite tightly locked in this fight. That Ahri gets a lot of damage down and gets to kind of reset around the fight in multiple ways. Shadow and Assume do get that 80 carry kill, but that's all they really contribute to this fight.
Decent amount of Sun to Sky healing at the end of it, but then Care tries to find a way out, but that flash you called out into the shield vault means there's no real option for Care in the long run.
Breathe, now with a gold lead, which is really the only one which Weibo have. Gold lead for mid lane has been shrunk a little bit. Xiaohu has a Crypt Bloom, which, you know what, not that bad in this game. You know, if I'm thinking about Xiaohu, you'd think, you know, there's a lot of damage from the bullet time and the Gwen. You have an amount of damage, not the highest damage Ahri build, but if you get that first kill, that wave of healing across the team with no anti-heal on the other side, maybe it saves Breathe, maybe it saves Tien or Light. Huh, I hadn't thought about that in this one. It's not necessarily what I would have picked up on the Ahri, but we'll see whether Xiaohu gets value out of it. Of course, it gives an extra cooldown reduction in a low cooldown reduction build too, close towards the death cap. With a minute until the dragon, we might see one chance to see whether that will impact things. course, much less of important completion, though, than the death cap for Care.
Yeah, that death cap will be pretty deadly. Got a Phantom Dancer done now on this Kai'Sa as well, so a lot of ability to try and dance around those fights with that extra mobility and safety.
And that Guardian Angel, arguably even more important. 45 seconds, FPS can choose to give up another dragon if they so wish. Weibo cannot give up this dragon again. Mountain Soul for FPX. That is the problem of giving up these dragons, of course. You leave yourself in worse tactical scenarios. Shadow, off a vision right now. Has a sweep or Spider Ari in the brush.
Oh no, just gets to ult away, but it is the ult pop before the dragon.
Now, Shadow does have decent ultimate hunter stacks now and does have level 3 ultimate. It's not the longest cooldown, but it's not 30-second cooldown like you would do with that Malignance. They'll have to wait for that to fall off, and they'll have to stall now to get that ult back.
See how long it'll take them to get as they throw down that Sun Disc in the mid lane. Fake pressure achieved by putting up temporary structures.
Yeah, now Dragon's going to get started on spawn. FPS wants to take the fight in the next handful of seconds before that becomes an issue.
Tien gets chunked, but of course he's got a GA. Should be alright for now. Hung, though, in the middle of everyone in danger. Way to the backside, so is Assume. Cease and desist on the line, they're dead! They're all gone! Weibo gaming no more!
The Azir turret in the mid lane cuts off the retreat for Light. Thought about heading back into it, but can't head back into his own half of the map. FPX don't even need the soul, and they'll march towards a game 1 victory.
Turrets gonna swiftly fall here to the maxed damage of FPX. The inhibitor turret was very short order. The Nexus afterwards, and FPX come into this game swinging. Can they convert it finally into a series win, though? They have been caught at the 1-game margin so many times this split. But so far, so good for the Firebirds.
FPX must double tap, but get the game 1 victory again versus one of the teams in Group Ascend. They fail to convert that versus a bunch of other teams now, though. Will that remain the same today? Weibo, bit shell shocked, bit thunderstruck, sucker punched. Other words, which means surprised. Hello, surprise, it's us.
I got surprised, Alex.
Welcome to the channel, folks, and to the various places where we're streaming this. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are actually flesh and blood brothers. We are, yes, actually brothers. Some people think that's a bit. No, we are actually related to each other.
I'm related to this man, yeah.
And also, we are professional League of Legends casters, and there is no professional broadcast.
Professional? Are we actually?
Yes, because we're actually paid to do it. So by definition, we are professional League of Legends casters. And with LPL not having an official broadcast anymore, we have taken upon ourselves for the last 2 years now to bring you the games which are not broadcast. Last year, half of the games weren't broadcast, and we were the only ones doing that in an official sense, as opposed to some of the more chill co-streams. And now this year, you've continued doing that, and we hope you enjoy our project here as well. If you are watching, whether it is this stream or LPL English, Hysterics, I Will Dominate, Yamato, these LPL co-streamers, it makes a lot of difference because there is no place to keep up with the LPL besides those nowadays. You have to support those individuals, and we appreciate you being here as well. If you're enjoying it, please drop a like, subscribe, comment, whatever. It means a lot to us, and we'll carry on with our games and our coverage for today.
That's it. Yeah, but the professional thing, I know I'm a pro. It's more the professionalism bit. Because we're nerds.
By sheer definition, we are professional League of Legends casters, and I'm going to hang on to that with all 10 fingernails dug in.
Oh boy, Care is my pog too. I think Assume did some good assassinations, but no, I agree. I think Care had a very good Azir game. I think that would be my one too.
He was deathless on the Azir, right? Besides the one. No, he died the one time at the end.
with the play in mid lane.
I can do a posture check as well, but right, we're out of milk. I should probably order some more of that or something, because I can't go out and get some right now. Will FPX be able to close this out? That's the question, isn't it? Right. Do we need to run some adverts? Now we've got a little bit of time. I'm going to go take a quick break.
Go for it.
In the stream. And we'll get back to it.
When do you need to leave me?
I need to get in for like half 2 minutes.
Gotcha. Care does a lot of damage that game, my days. My goat. Damn. Dway got whacked there a little bit. It's a nice dive. That was him not flashing. This was the play that you went, oh dear. Cease and desist into the Kaiser flying on in behind the Ari. Got knocked under the turret, but it meant nothing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good to see you in chat, man. Hello, Alfredo again. I see you, Larindi. Nice to see you there. Hello, Katari. Hey, Montes. FPX swoop. Gotta hope one of these days. All lost top tier to underdog. Yeah, we get a little bit. FPX have this, like, FPX are actually genuinely pretty good when they can play really, really aggressively. They are not good when that doesn't work. And against better teams, when FPX don't have like a really good position to do the things they're doing, they will still do it anyway and get punished for it. Has proven a little problematic. So I'm texting all his baddies? Very much so. I'm drowning in them. You know it. Who have I got game 2? Probably Weibo. I mean, Weibo should be favored, right, guys? FPX have done this before. They get games. I just haven't seen them be able to convert that into a series. And that's a bit problematic. We'll see what the MVP is. It should be Care, would be my assumption. Oh, Shadow. Fair, actually. It was a really good Vi game. And once again, another game from Shadow where he is the catalyst for good things happening for this team. If Shadow's having a good game, FPX are having a good game. And I think that's not a bad choice, actually. I think Care played well. He picked up a lot of the kills. But in fairness, a lot of this game was set up by Shadow's very good gangs. I think we'll see a split set of votes. But I think Shadow's a reasonable choice here. How was the day? It was decent. Don't think we'll have a second. It was a good day. Thanks for asking. There are no reasonable things in League of Legends. Is that what's the word? Aphorism 1 from Blade Trinity. Is aphorism the correct term? I feel like it is. It's a correct term. Aphorism. Let me Google it. I am right. A pithy observation which contains a general tree. That is a great word for you. Aphorism. I don't know. I'm in a grump, so everything is negative right now. That's fair. Too many big words. It's not that big a word. It's like 6 letters. Like A-P-H-O-R-I-S-M. 8 letters. I'm just bad. It's 2 extras bonus letters. Assassin's Creed Shadow is soft locked on me. Oh, that's annoying. Is there no way out of it? Yay, English has been Sam. Hell yeah. I got you. Let's see what the vote discrepancy is here. Did we see what the vote split was? I was missing. 5 for Shadow, 3 for Care. That seems about okay. Nope, needs to talk to an NPC. NPC is wrong place and doesn't have talk option. Oh, good God. Is there anything on Reddit or whatever about how to deal with it? Or is it just sucks to suck? Gotta love a Ubisoft lock. Yeah, it happens occasionally. Push the NPC to the location which takes 2 hours plus or wait for patch. And knowing Ubisoft... I mean, in fact, Ubisoft do patch relatively quickly on Assassin's Creed stuff. Have you tried putting it in rice, says Simon. Lamau.
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
Not just a you thing, a lot of people have it. Oh, that's that's annoying. I'm gonna see if I can find what this is. Well, we're into the break. And it's a main story NPC, not a circus. You can't even ignore it. Oh, it's so annoying. Actually, I'd run some adverts as well while I'm thinking about it. Give me a second. Boop. Gonna close your eyes for a bit, so I'll be okay. I'll fall asleep to the stream. No worries, Monty. We'll keep you up. Did you see? I saw a little bit of Ant-Dog. It wasn't pretty. Unfortunately, yeah, I think that whole series wasn't great stuff. No, I won't throw too many spoilers out, 'cause I suspect people might want to go watch it. But yeah, not great. I will say that once or twice that certain people should have been body blocking a couple skill shots who decided not to. But yeah, that was rough. I imagine practice has been interesting at the minute, to be fair. So. Back on stage, looking ready to get into draft shortly, I imagine. Hopefully you can admit Lost Returns can beat T1 now. Well, I mean, they kind of did at the Rebel tournament, didn't they, at the end of the year? I mean, it was obviously a very weird tournament. But I don't know, I feel like Lost Returns, they've got strengths, right? But they clearly have other issues. I mean, if you watch their streams, like they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And there are issues that need to be resolved in that squad. I'd be interested to see what their ceiling will be. But there we are. So we do get into draft for game 2. Weibo Gaming. Gonna get some bans locking on in here. The Neferi away from Shadow, understandable. Alongside that, Ione, 4K, Ezreal now banned on the other side. Hear the return of one Alexander. Nymaera, have good. Welcome back, sir.
Sam, who's the top laner on Weibo? I don't think I
Reed.
What was played in game 1 on the side of Weibo, Sam? Almost like I can't see. There you go, you get all the fearless bans in there as well, just so you know what's missing if you're only dropping in for game 2 here. So, a lot of junglers were left up and available in game 1 because they were banned. So, from game 1 rather, not in game 1. So, the Neferi banned away, Navai obviously gone already, Skarner still around too, so maybe that could be a pick, and Shinzao has been quite hot this week for LPL.
Yeah, it has. In a lot of that into the Neferi and the Vi. Early AD skirmisher that's pretty decent frontliner, not bad engage in its own right. Of course, not like the hardest engage, but has got target accents and a knock up and all these things. So does work out in that regard to an extent, as long as you've got some additional support on that front. First pick, potentially a Talia here, would be a big Xiaohu pick at the very least.
I mean, it doesn't have its choice matchup into the Azir, which, by the way, Talia into Azir is one of the most dominant matchups in pro play right now. Something like a 10% win rate for Azir over Talia, which is obviously 90% win rate for Talia on the other side, which is kind of absurd. Doesn't have the Vi for combination with it, but still has global pressure, has decent damage, doesn't scale as well as some other picks, but still very, very hard to get on top of. And with the amount of aggressive compositions that the LPL tends to play, can be a very good counter into a lot of the diving dash champions. Shadow picks up the Lilia though. Lilia Sion. Looks like you can kind of sit in an area of the map, throw cells, swell seeds out, and tank up the Sion until you get a good enough engage.
That it can be, and Shadow on a carry is always going to be something I've got my eyes on. Lilia is one of his kind of style of champions. Of course, the Neferi brought a lot of hope back for FPX fans, helped get them towards Ascension. But things like the Lilia can certainly do similar ideas. And if you're looking at things like the Ambessa, even the Talia, who can be quite short range, the Lilia is fast but doesn't dash. And so you can kind of manage the Talia better than a lot of champions purely by rate of movement speed.
Yeah, also you can kind of judge the mind games of the Talia where she's going to position for her next Q and you can kind of catch her out with swirl seeds. That can really end the team fight well. However, Weibo, with the Ambessa, have themselves some aggressive options to catch out someone like the Lilia in return. Shinzao comes through. Look, it is actually, the thing is, this is actually a good pick into the delay. We've seen it by Saber. I think it's okay into the Ambessa too. Unironically, this is not a bad pick here. Come on. Please. He is also a Diana player. Come on, don't cheat. Don't tease us with all these great picks. I would love to see a Zed. I'd love to see a Diana. Don't pick Corki! Okay, I can't say that on broadcast, but
you can.
I can. It's my own stream. But
go on,
you bitch.
I'm a bad influence, guys.
What do you mean? You hover the Zed, you hover the Diana, and yeah, it's my own goddamn co-stream. I can say what I want. I'm really upset by that. Both of those picks would have been fun. Okay, Diana would have been really bad into Leah, but it would have been so good with the Zed. Ugh. I'm annoyed, folks. Can you tell? The Corki comes through. You can also flex between bot lane and mid lane. There is still a chance that Cat picks up something fun in that mid lane. Meows in chat. Second round. Obviously a lot of bot laners to be picked up. It really has been, the difference between Split 1 and Split 2 has largely been top side prior for Split 1, bot side prior for Split 1. I think that now you know that there are standard lanes. You can play to pick top laners in a very different way and junglers in a very different way because of that, so they can combo up with top lane. You know, there's no point picking like a Renekton Sejuani if you never get to play Renekton Sejuani, right? I think this split, it's been a lot easier to draft around that. So, it means that you can delve a little bit deeper into the bot lane pools because they get banned out because they get ranked to that second round.
So things like that Nico, things like that Nautilus, not Nautilus, the Draven get banned away. We'll say though, Jway's Nautilus earned himself a couple MVPs. This guy is really good at this champion. And yes, I think Jway has had bad games, but I think when he's been on, he's been one of our better engaged supports. And his just ability to brawl and find continual CC and ways out on champions has been pretty exciting. They lock in a Jinx here, interestingly. It isn't an assumed special, and we did see a little bit of a Felios around and about here and there in other leagues.
Wait, where?
So we had it last night in It was just locked in even for light.
Oh wow, okay, now that changes things. This is the first tier 1 Aphelios that I've seen. I don't think we've seen it in tier 1. It's been
tier 2. Yeah,
that's the thing. There is a big difference between your tier 1 and your tier 2. But when you see the Jinx, you know that back in 2022, pretty much every player who was good at that point learned how to play the Jinx versus the Aphelios. Both sides of the matchup. Aphelios Nautilus, very good at starting fights. On the other side, Jway has to figure out what he wants to do as a support pick. Thresh, locked in aside it. Jinx Thresh helps you survive in later game team fights. Double long range AD carry.
It's been a while since we've seen a Thresh even, honestly. The champion we see loads and loads of in the current meta. We'll give some ability over to that AD carry. Hell, over to the Lilia as well, which can be pretty valuable, but two very different styles of bot lane that has been a little while since we've seen them. But hey, with standard lanes back, you can kind of get away with some of these hyper carry farmers that still play well into each other.
And this is why I was surprised by this. Yes, it might be played in tier 2. For all intents and purposes, I don't care about tier 2 when it comes to the top tier of play, because it changes so much about matchups. This is the first Aphelios of 2025 in tier 1 play. This is where we will learn actual more stuff about this champion, folks. Light was very, very good at this back in 2023 when he joined Weibo there. How much can he do with the Aphelios Nautilus, one of the choice bot lanes for this pick? Has been hard to play this with the amount of long-range diving composition which can stop him from really auto-attacking at all.
Hey, Al, can I leave this game to you
while
I go get myself some honey water? My voice is feeling a little tight. I've got some games to catch today. So I shall leave this one in the capable hands of our master Alexander Nymaera Initialise.
And we'll be left with a second game here between FPX and Weibo. Aphelios, first of tier 1 play for 2025. Spices things up a little bit. The Hitman and the Seer, what kind of name is that? Well, whatever it is, it's in your bot lane. It's got a Nautilus alongside it. Jinx Thresh on the other side. It really is like we've taken a blast back into 2022 when we had 1,000 picks of both Jinx and Aphelios versus each other across the entirety of that year. For those of you that missed out on that meta, a lot of people were bored of it. I loved seeing the mastery of these champions. Let's see how much they remember from that time. Jazz for our second game, of course. Just finished watching the LCK match. Yeah, I hear it's an interesting one. Of course, I didn't get to catch because I was watching this. I'll catch up on that one later. I'm still sad that Kerr didn't pick in something like the Zed or the Diana. Would have been very fun. FPX stacking up. Ooh, do we go for a level 1 Lilia invade onto Raptors? That's a typical thing for the... Dear God! It's not actually a dear God, it's a spirit. It doesn't really sound the same when you say it that, though. It feels like you missed the cultural joke. Nautilus can start the fight at level 1. However, Aphelios not really a champion at level 1. Hooks traded for Hooks. Typically, that works out in favor of Nautilus. And I think it does here. Actually, no, it doesn't work here at all. Ignite blown by Jway. Well, I say that. Double summon is blown for Jway. Invade failed by FPX. Hung will need to reset, I presume, unless he's popping a pot. He is. You can see his health bar ticking up. Shadow set behind his jungle clear just about. And now... you lose the XP early on. It does look like there was a bit of XP picked up by Jway and Assume. You have to play out the level 1 as the Aphelios at an XP deficit. That's a problem. Jinx has the wave control early on because of her Fishbone's rocket launcher splash damage. Aphelios loses the battle against Jinx up until level 6. That's when you get to the point where you can kill with your ultimate. So we need some help in the early game. Jway flashing forwards, has that hook, no, the Hex Flash. Now this is a problem. He's just Hex Flash, gets hooked into the play, and Ignite gets dropped. A slow comes down, and here comes Shadow. Jway's going to go down. Can anything more be achieved? Tien has Flash. I don't think there's going to be anything more from this. First Blood goes over to Weibo, saying, look, the level 1 of Aphelios is not good. Aphelios is not a champion. You need some extra help getting towards that level 2 when you actually unlock your abilities. You only have one ability at level 1, of course, which is the Switch. It's also called Phase, by the way. Did you know that Aphelios W called Phase? Do you know the names of all of his weapons, by the way? I do, and I'll be shouting them at you. And, the thing is, Aphelios, once he gets to level 6, his ultimate means he can actually kill the Jinx. And then at level 9, Jinx gets the push back, because he gets level 9 and outranges the Aphelios, even when he has the Calibrum, or has that Calibrum Crescendum, the rifle turrets. This is the kind of stuff that we learned in 2022, and I want to see how Light, Assume, and their teams Weibo and FPX have retained that information over years. You know the name of all 5 of his Qs? Even when they change the names, when you have the, the different secondary weapons. So did you know that, for instance, when you have Severum and Calibrum, the Onslaught becomes Precision Onslaught. It actually changes the name of it. So Aphelios says even his basic ability names change with his weapons. Care jumping forward again, jumped onto Shaco a little before. Good fast bomb accuracy. Control that. Ooh, I might need to resync the audio very slightly. We'll see. I'll see how it comes in here. No, it looks okay for now. It's okay. We're fine. Do I know them in German? No, I don't. That'll be a little bit different. Of course, he's got the Calibrum Severum right now. The thing that you do is you get rid of your red one the first 2 times you see it to change your order a little bit on. Because what you really want to do is go from... Oh, hang on a second. It's going to be fine there. You really want to go from red-white to white-green. That's the biggest combination you use in late game fights. And of course, you kind of have this transitionary period when you have the utility weapons of blue-purple or Infernum Gravitum. I call them by the proper names, by the way. I don't like it when people just use the colors. I know it's more descriptive, but come on, you can learn the names. Shadow going to see the double scuttle go the way of Xin Zhao. I know we're talking about Aphelios. I like talking about Aphelios. First time we've seen it this year. You'll hear a lot of talk about Aphelios this game, folks. Double scuttle, though. Xin Zhao getting some good early value here for Weibo. That first blood, the double scuttle. Those are really good signs for Tien. Light was so good at this champion too going into 2023. He was a hell of a hyper carry player for Weibo. When does Invictus Gaming play? Series after this. They'll play against Thunder Talk. When this series finishes, we'll move on to that one. And of course, our last series of the day is our marquee matchup. That one is Billy versus JDG. JDG haven't really faced our top teams yet. We need to see where they fit into the puzzle. Can they join the circle of suck? Where everyone's somehow beating everyone else in a giant circle. Suma Jway walking up. Gravitum root available. No cleanse available for Assume. If you get that root, there is an instant hook going to come afterwards. Tien goes into bot side jungle. River, rather.
Flash available on Dway. I don't think this is a fight that they necessarily want. Remember, you don't have that ultimate on Shinzeta, and there are the chompers. Dway goes down, but Assume can get a reset. They must disengage now. Jinx starts running at them. Kag has level 6. Hunk doesn't have Flash, and that's 2 kills very quickly over to Shadow's Lilia. Weibo, they missed their opportunity to catch out maybe with a Flash Gravitum Snare onto Assume and force the fight in better terrain. Tian goes way too deep, and FPX are on the board. Top side, Bree doing well on the Ambassador. But is that really enough for this? Right here, I wonder whether there was an opportunity to just flash forward instead, but I guess there would have been the flash lantern back from Dway. But you knew you were heading up closer towards Fog of War. Shadow, awesome timing to get down here. The chompers were sublime from Assume too. I think they even would have won this even without the Lilia there, you know? Because they get the reset for Assume pretty assuredly. He still has both summoners, didn't have to use either of them. Care was roaming down. Even if Shadow wasn't there, Care would have been. Grub's going to go to the side of Weibo. Suddenly, Shadow's ahead of the game despite Tien getting that first blood and getting the double scuttle. That one's going to stick in the craw a little bit. Light going to cycle through away from his utility weapons. By the way, one of the tips for Aphelios, you want to keep your Infernum and your Gravitum both on low ammo. You want to make sure that they're both down at the same time. Sometimes you want to cycle through a specific weapon. Like we were saying, when you have Severum, Crescendum, your red-white, you want to get rid of your red ammo first. So you have full white ammo, the full Sentinel turret available for the Calibrum. You do sometimes use a lot of Crescendum ammo on red-white if you actually get into big team fights, but realistically you want to keep your white ammo for the rifle turrets. Very, very powerful, those turrets. Whereas when you hit, as you see Light doing here, you keep low ammo on both, so you can use both of them for what is known as a quad weapon switch. You use your last ability on both of them, runs out of ammo, and you get 2 new weapons. The thing about Aphelios is that if you can run down to low ammo, you cast an ability, and you go cycle through into another weapon, it's like you have another basic ability. So one of the biggest things when you have your first couple of weapon rotations, if you use your Infernum on the wave to go from blue-white into red-white, that can be absolutely absurd. And of course your last Gravitum route as well, to get through into a red weapon, into a green weapon, into your white weapon, it changes the game completely. So watch out for those mini mechanics. We'll recap on that, of course, as we go through the game. This will be on your test. Dragon goes over to the side of FPX. 3 grubs for Dragon Trade. Is that too much nerd stuff for you all? This is what I think about when I look at Aphelios, by the way. Those micro mechanics do make a huge difference. You have a test? Well, yeah, no. You shouldn't have signed up for Nymaera's League of Legends course. It's like a language course. Sprachen Sie Deutsch? Sprachen Sie League of Legends? Tien going to take away the blue buff there. Light likely going towards Yuntal, I suppose. We did see some different builds coming through from the Aphelios. I think with a Scion in this game, you don't go Collector. I think that's the play. Light has that Severum Crescendum. Flash forwards into the Lantern cancel. Light at that level 6. This is where we said that matchup turns around. Level 6 from the Aphelios, you can kill the Jinx. Before that point, Assume on that Jinx controls the wave. That's the classic way of playing against the Thresh, by the way. You cast if there's a Lantern on the ground, you hook towards Thresh. If the AD carry gets spooked and clicks the Lantern, they will be cancelled right next to Thresh. Very nasty. Light going to use that Severum onto the tower. Doesn't have any Chakram stacked up right now, but does get an increased attack speed, being close to his target. Box used, but it was broken by Hung, so there's no damage going onto Light. So a bit of a wasted ult there from Dway. Sheer good damage onto Breathe. Don't think he particularly wants to use his ultimate, though. Don't think you can really get the kill there with the flash available from Breathe. The hitbox was strange. I mean, we've known a couple of them. Is this going to be stopping a recall? Ooh, that would have been nice. Of course, one of the big things about Jinx is that ability to stop recalls. One of the largest things we learned back in 2022 was the power of double hyperscaling AD carries messing with each other's recalls. That Jinx is so powerful because of that, if that is a relevant part to the current meta. Yuntel almost built up from Light. Same for Assume. The big thing about both these champions is that they used to be able to build a very powerful Collector first item, Kraken Slayer first item, particularly with Aphelios as well. For those of you that are less familiar with the champion, you haven't seen him in pro play, he's a very fun champion to watch, honestly. And honestly, I don't think he's that confusing. He's just different, which is not... You don't practice your ability to see what a Aphelios does. That's why he's confusing. It's not because he's particularly complex. He doesn't level up abilities. He levels up stats. And he has a choice of 3 stats per level. On his Q, W, and E. That's his attack damage, attack speed, and then lethality. Lethality has become very popular after a while, going towards that collector. He doesn't have that maxed out right now. Goes towards the AD, of course. Xiaohu starts to cut things off in the pass, but now he's left in a 1v3. Oh, he misjudged that angle. Xiaohu, no flash, assume will get a very quick reset, but on the other side, Weibo want to force something of their own. Breathe gets himself into the backline. Tien is not tanky enough, and it's a 2-for-1, with the Grubs likely going to FPX. Assume has the last of that excited and lands a slow. That might lead to a couple of issues, like does he have his ultimate? No, he used it earlier in the fight. Breathe wants to take one back. They're still going into a Jinx who has the last of the lethal tempo. I can get another reset. Breathe. Oh, he's gone too deep and can't kill Care. Double kill over to the Corki. Weibo lose their heads and lose their minds around the Grubs. FPX, can they get themselves onto those Grubs? Light still on the top side. He can't really do that much against the Siren right now. Worth noting, he has gone for the lethal tempo. He hasn't gone towards the Conqueror, which we used to see quite a lot on the Aphelios. The lethal tempo, good against tanks, though. Of course, gives you the extra attack speed. Xiaohu tries to cut them off with the pass. He should have hopped off on the other side. He should have hopped off on the top side. I don't know why he hops over bottom side there. That's a mistake from Xiaohu. Hops off on the wrong side of the wall. And while, yes, they do get one kill onto the Lilia, playing against a resetting Jinx is very difficult, even at this part of the game. It allows them to reposition, which is a big thing, of course. And then Breathe tries to get onto Cat to trend something back, and it's just, hang on a second, what's happening on this top lane turret? 3-man dive on the picture-in-picture. That's a pretty fair, well, pretty tanky Scion. Be able to clear out the wave. Notice he's not making it out alive, but on the other part of it, at least he clears out the wave. Breathe doesn't have his ults. Lanson, used by Cap, takes aggro briefly. Can't get the kill, though. And Breathe can intercept the wave potentially. They'll just be able to walk around the other side of the turret, though. Can Breathe get himself enough wave clip? It's half of the wave. Can he get more of it? Have to chase him a little bit further to get that hard-earned cash. Assume could cast his ult down here. Big one hits. Assume will clean up with the fish bones. Another kill to the Jinx. What the hell? Weibo is this bad? The thing is, Weibo... Just answering a question in chat there, that comment. Weibo have been a team with inconsistencies in the past. I think that's... I think it's changed a little bit with Crisp out of the roster, with the Shy out of the roster to an extent, but it doesn't mean that they don't have aspects of that still. They are consistently inconsistent, is the moniker we gave to them. I think the big thing about facing a team like FPX is that a lot of our Group Ascend teams have assumed that they don't have to prepare that much for them. They'd rather prepare for BLG, for JDG, for anyone's Legend Toppies or Side G. And instead, FPX are kind of left disrespected a little bit in that way. Time spent better elsewhere, some teams potentially feel. FPX have now taken a game 1 off of a bunch of our different teams here in this Group Ascend. Haven't won a series, of course 0-4, but they took a game off of IG, off of anyone's Legend. They've done a lot more than I think a lot of people regular bystanders? Whatever. Would have expected of them. Shadow from Mad Lions. Yep, this is the very same. The Italian stallion himself. I say that, that's also Dizuke, isn't it? But yeah, no, Shadow. Of course, a former EU player in LEC. Been over in China for a while, though. And, yeah, used to play in NIP for a bit. Now here on FPX. And I think he has been good for the team. Good leadership. Now, I think that FPX can still get outplayed mechanically at points. I don't think they have the mechanical firepower that other teams have here, particularly in Group Ascend, but that leadership from Shadow has helped players like Care, like Sheer at points, like Assume at points to be a big carry. Seems having a good day today. This Kaiser in game 1 was very strong. 2-0-5 now on the Jinx. That's a hook into the box. The ultimate goes on to Care, though. Is he going to be in range? No, he hooks him out of the fucking Ambassador ult. Oh, Hug, what have you done? What have you done? The Infernum's not going to make a big deal of difference. The Q over the wall put Aphelios into danger. Hook over the wall. The Thresh Express goes towards the Krugs. And they'll have to flash away. Didn't want to be in there. Sheer, very tanky. Full HP complement from the Scion. Hook missing over the wall. Assume it's still free firing. Can they get another reset? That'll be the big difference. Yes, they do. Assume gets the move speed, gets the attack speed. And that's a flash forward to go onto the flashless Aphelios that Lilia goes forwards to. And Assume is resetting once again, but he's gone into melee range. Is that going to be enough? That lethal tempo, that Jinx. Oh, it's magical. Some might even say arcane. Triple kill to Jinx. 6-0-6. This firearm's got a lot of powder in the chamber, wouldn't you say? Well on their way towards 2 items. What the heck happened here? Hung. Good early game on the Alistar in game 1. Besides that, disastrous. Disastrous from the supporter Weibo. I was having an argument on Reddit the other day, and someone was saying, but LPL supports are still good, look at Hung. No, look at this clip, I'm sorry. If you compare LPL's support level of play to years before this, it is a big point of concern. There are some real weirdos over in LPL Reddit at points, you know. One or two of them. Oh, God. Besides the point, though, isn't it? Relevant. I just like to vent about it sometimes. I can vent to you, can't I, chat? You're my therapist now. Light caught out by a really good flash forward. There are a couple of deaths here from FPX. I think maybe they give over more kills than they would have liked to, but it seems so fed now. Ooh, Jinx ult goes a little bit wide. Back into live. Do we actually have a proper engage? That's a Valkyrie cancelled out by Care. Does have the flash. Tien getting good damage down there. Hung once again getting down to low HP, but has he done enough? Assume is low HP and had used those summoners the last fight. Maybe FPX overindulged in that last play, but here comes the Lily around the back of it. Do they have enough damage without their Jinx, though? Perhaps they do. Sheer goes down. Currently, 4v3 on the map as Breathe will go down. That is a very loud Corky Gatling gun. For some reason, the audio has gone very, very strange as Cat keeps going forward. Light goes into melee range with that onslaught. But can he get away from Shadow? One last Q, not even needed. The burn comes through, and Shadow gets a Lantern out to safety. What the hell is happening as the game sound is gone? The crowd's still going loud. But Weibo come away with the one fight because Assume doesn't have the summoners. Why are we still hearing the Gatling gun? Why do we still have that? What? What? TM will live. How's Assume fires the ult to the side? Shiny's production, please, can we fix our audio? I'm gonna go refresh this stream. Maybe it's just the stream. What the hell's happening with the audio? No. No, it's just infinite Zhonya's and infinite Corky Gatling gun. What is happening with our audio? It is not on the... This is not my stream of it. This is their side of it. What the hell is happening? Well, I guess we go into the replay and hear what the hell's happening there. Jinx has backfired so much, it has exploded on the goddamn stream. I know it's a known bug. Didn't expect the permanent Zhonya's and the permanent Gatling gun to happen at the same time. Oh god, it's so loud. Back into live. And we have fixed audio. Hung going over the wall. Actually not. Assume no flash. This Jinx without flash in a much more precarious spot. Hook misses. Flick back onto the Scion. He's in front of the Aphelios now. Gets the rifle turret. That Calibrum Crescendum. Very, very nasty. And it's Hung that goes down first. What the hell was he doing there? Shit, doesn't even have to worry. That's a good precision ult. And Tien gets himself the dragon. That's an important steal. Stops FPS getting towards that one. Assume is taken down. However, the 3-man sleep comes through. Tien trying to buy time. The Swell Seed pops it. It looks like the damage going the side of FPX. Assume is dead though, so no resets to come through. Shadows Lilia. Huge value. Saves the back end of the play, even if they don't get the dragon. Oh boy, 2-item Jinx. Not really able to turn that fight, were they? That ult was absolutely huge from Shadow. Right, let's break this down a little bit. Thought the initial flick back onto Sheer was good. Light doing this great 3-up and switch, stacking up some chakrams on that ward, puts down a rifle turret, gets the extended range. Rifle turrets for Aphelios, the most powerful thing in team fights, but Hung just gets completely blown up. Trying to lock that, I suppose, Scion into the fight a little longer. Tien gets the steal, that is so important to him. Breathe, Tried to play over the minefield. Does okay there. Assume gets absolutely blasted, but Shadow saves this fight. Absolutely saves this fight. Shinzao finding it hard to play against double long-range carries. And, of course, the sleep and the thrash as well. I will say, not that impressed with Assume and Jue managing to keep the Jinx safe with Lanterns. Getting that flay onto the first person into the fight. One of the big problems with Thrash and why he's not been in meta is that he does get picked off as that first target so quickly. Atacon now available. FPX, only 1,000 gold ahead of the curve now, but Assume it does have Flash. No cleanse, of course. Not as useful, I suppose, in this game. Actually, not very useful at all, thinking about it. Doesn't matter against the... It only matters against the Aphelios. Infinity Edge for the Aphelios, as we talk about that. Yes, 1,000 gold up for the Jinx. But Aphelios matches that item spike now. Level 13, you maxed out your attack damage, and most of the time, you've also maxed out your lethality second as well. You, of course, it's a little bit different for the Aphelios. Yeah, you can see he actually split it between his attack speed and his lethality. There's some weird maths that goes on in terms of different metas, depending on what patch state Aphelios is in. 10,000 gold for Shadow. He's gone into practice door and clicked the gold button. But yeah, Aphelios will max different things depending on his own buffs and nerfs and the current state of the meta. When we saw Collector Aphelios, we would see a lot of Collector lethality. We even saw some Ghostblade Aphelios too at points. I'm trying to remember if that was last year. Ah, man, there was some Aphelios last split, wasn't there? I said it was the first Aphelios of this year. It's not this year, it's of this split. We haven't seen it anywhere else this split in Tier 1. I know that we did see some in NLC, but again, I don't view Tier 2 as a good analog for whether a champion should be played. You see some weird shit in Tier 2 because some people are specialists at those champions. Seeing it in Tier 1 is a very different thing. You know, we're seeing the Aphelios trying to take these front-to-back team fights, play around the rifle turrets, trying to play around the Blender, Severum Crescendum. By the way, do you know I have several funny ultimate names for Aphelios to help me remember them? You have Blue, which is, of course, your Mega Infernum Bomb. Purple is Moonlight Varus. Ace in the Calibrum. And my favorite one, the red one, the Emo Plague. Ha ha ha. What a good joke you say in chat. Because I'm very clever and witty. See whether Light chooses to pull out the Moonlight Varus or the Mega Infernum Bomb here. Probably need a couple bit more damage actually to burst out the backline. Hung really being caught out again. Oh, this Nautilus not having a fun time. Forced to flash. Ult onto him. Gets some damage through from that big one. Light gets some damage onto close on the hook. Wait. Forcing Weibo to dance back and forth. Breathe. Doesn't have to be afraid of the Lilia ults anymore. Xiaohu caught with a Swell Seed. This is a strong Lilia. W missing over the wall. We did see some Jinx, of course, a little bit earlier in the year as well. It's been around. Not hugely so, but it's still been around in bits and pieces. We saw, actually, some Collector W-focused Jinx. That build escaped containment. There was some lethality. There's a lot of lethality Jinx in ARAM, where you go towards W poke and you just sit there, spamming that very long range, low cooldown, high scaling damage pick ability into late game. A bit harder when you have to self-CC yourself. Breathe, walking towards Cap. Valkyrie comes out. Nothing made of it. But yeah, when it comes to the, you know, the Jinx W, you self-CC yourself. If you press W in front of a Nautilus, Flash Ult comes through. And you die a lot of the time. You have to be very careful about that. Hung just cannot do it. Yeah, he's been struggling in this game, hasn't he? 1 on 5. And the problem is, when Nautilus is in a game, Jinx is happy either way. Either it's your Nautilus, and he'll start off for the play. Atacon's going to go down. FPX give up the contest. Ruinous Atacon taken. The flowers will be taken by Weibo as well. They'll trade that for what? They don't have pressure in bot lane. Mid lane turret's already down. For vision control, I suppose. But then the other side of the Nautilus is that if he's on the other side, Nautilus often dies first, so you're giving you a reset. Oh, ult in from Sheer into melee range. Some of that dust going on to Tien. Does Shadow pull himself the ult? No, he doesn't. Sheer trying to pull the front line again. That's a flash forward for the lilting Lullaby, but it doesn't lead to that much. It's just a bit of a disengage. Xiaohu, though, caught out, and maybe FPS can use that instead. Light has the Calibrum Crescendum. He has those rifle turrets. How much damage can he do? Stacking up that lethal tempo. Resume getting a reset. Cap has that flash, has the Valkyrie, and he'll get himself a kill. In and out. The Corki Daring Bombardier gets himself the teamfight participation he wants, and Jinx cleans up Weibo. Oh, Weibo. Falling behind several thousand gold now behind FPX, despite the Atacon take. Baron will go over, and FPX might be eyeing a 2-0 if they keep this up. Baron taken by FPX. These double carries are doing some insane work. Light had the great weapons here again. He goes into a 3-weapon switch, gets the chakrams, gets a rifle turret down, gets good damage out of this. But he just doesn't have the items to kill the Scion at a good time rate right now. Not against double carries when Xiaohu is also caught out. Awesome flank by Ake. Awesome flank. Caught out by Dway, flashing forwards for the kill. And Light's doing a good job on this Aphelios. It's just, what can you do as one carry against multiple in this kind of play? Assume flashes forwards and, you know, they kept their powder dry. Goes off with a bang in that team fight. Doesn't have summoners again now. Maybe Weibo can play now that Jinx has no summoners. Care has no summoners. Breathe, Hung, can they get themselves onto those carries? FPX, when summoners are down, changes things an awful lot. Dragon being taken. Soul point for FPX on Infernal Rift. 3 items for Assume, has himself the rapid fire cannon. He doesn't have to worry about a Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominate's Regards in this kind of game. The hook misses. Would have only been onto Sheer anyway. Not sure that's the target they wanted. Utility combo from Light. Has no cleanse. Breathe on the side. You can see it way better angling for. Assume no flash. Care no flash. That has to be the go button. You have to make a play now. That's E, not W. I can't even remember what I said in regards to that, so, you know. I think the only thing I was talking about was the Jinx W. It's the only thing I can remember. And if I talked about Swell Seed, I'm not sure I referred to it as that. Anyway, I can't remember. Either way, Drank's, the tower's going to go down. Care caught out on the side lane. And that was the go button for them. One of the carries down. Traded, of course, for some pressure in mid lane. FPX keeping his unit, keeping together. Not wanting to get jumped on again. Though I suppose with no teleport and Xiaohu or Breathe, unlikely for that to happen. I don't even think the greatest of emo plagues, the Ace and the Calibrums, or the Mega Inferno Moms can save this game for Weibo. What happened here? Straight into the ult? Yeah. Knows that Care's likely wanting to backstep away from the tower. It's often using the mind game against them. Great ult by Breathe. Very quick kill. Nothing much to get on the map to get from Care's mistake, but what it does is it stops a lot of the Baron push. It's only 1,000 gold lead right now. Can they walk away and get... They do have 5 grubs. 10 around the side. Remember, no flash on Assume still, and Care's not in the fight. Oh, that is not a good contest from FPX. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Call an ambulance. And definitely for Sheer, that's a good Swirl Seed, though, on the backside of it. Assume doesn't have the ultimate, and they do get the reset, though. Goes inside that prop, the ultimate from Tien. Is there a route left? Yes, there is. It gets a little bit of delay. Shadow, so much damage, though. In spite of the start of this looking good. Oh, it's a mess. Jinx go down. Aphelios dies in return, though, and Care is the last remaining carry. The ult misses from Breathe. Oh, that could be so critical. Breathe gets the Eclipse and gets the damage. Misses the ult, but gets the cleanup. Weibo find themselves somehow a 4-for-3 fight in the mid lane and fight back against Fun Plus Phoenix. So close. Oh, the Swell Seed. God, that would have killed. That would have killed. So fed is this Lilia. I would have brought them down. So, initially, Dway caught out. Jinx not in position to fight, doesn't have that flash. Not a good ult from Nasum either. If he'd saved that ult for on top of that Swell Seed into the Lilting Lullaby, that would have been so clutch. Do you still get the reset anyway? Chen tries to just buy a little bit of time. Chinta was very big in the Aphelios Jinx meta of 2022 because you can pop that ult to stop that Jinx from firing at you from forever away. Oh, Light. Great kill combo forwards. But he goes straight into the melee range of the Lilia. The W Zhonya's as well coming through. Nice to kind of guarantee that W damage. Oof. Shadow so nearly cleaning up a kill here again. But now the Aphelios has no flash. Assume getting flash for the next fight. Much more even in gold than we could have been. These have been some messy, frantic fights. A battle to take down each other's carries. Xiaohu, not too far behind Care, actually. He's gone towards the Black Cleaver build. We have seen a bit of this with the Shojin as well. Less crit corky nowadays. More towards a bit more brawling. A bit more HP, a bit more cooldown reduction. Towards the Shred from Black Cleaver and the Gatling gun means you're basically doing tree damage after a certain point to the squishies. I think the summoners have decided every fight so far. That's my thought as well, Mecha. Flashback on Assume makes a big difference. Care, having flash makes a big difference. Like not having that for a flash forwards for that. Duskwave from the Infernum. One of those abilities. There's a Moonshot, Onslaught, Binding Eclipse, Duskwave, and Sentry Turret, I believe it is. Or just Sentry. I'm not even sure Sentry Turret. I think it's just called Sentry. Swelsey going down the mid lane. Rylai's put onto Shadow now. I like that Rylai's. I like that Rylai's a lot. I think with how close it has been on the back steps and stuff like that, very important to have that. Shield tanks up most of that from the start, still loses a quarter of his HP. Doesn't have something like a Warmogs. That is important. Zion, however, does have one of the highest base regens in the game. Ooh, Hung misses that hook. And now he's melee range. Thresh, though, has the Lantern. Will get Sheer out to safety. Hung uses Ignite. That's a kind of important summoner. Don't like losing those for free. I say it's kind of important. It's one of the least important ones on the map, but still nice to have that for that first target kill. Death Cap for Talia. Can that be a difference maker? Swellseed. Under threat. Shadow. Gets just a single one onto the Ambessa. Doesn't lead to that much. Light peeling back. Has the red-white. Wants to get himself those chakrams into a target, but it's going to be the reset first. Care jumps forward. Tien has to pop the ult, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Tien goes down. So does Sheer, but I think the difference has already been made. That Zhonya's from the Watch Out Eep. What makes the difference again? And Light, though he gets it all over the wall, can't make the difference. Breathe flashing forwards. Can he kill Jinx? Yes, he can. Powder goes down, but there is a second AD carry. And FPX will clean up the fight, get themselves the Infernal Soul, and Weibo, oh Weibo, cannot win out the late game fights. Care having the summoners, Assume having the summoners makes so much difference. Light is trying to summon his 2023 self, where he was that hyper carrier Phelios player for Weibo. Regardless of what happened in the early game, he could clean up so much. The single Swell Seed, well, not the single Dream Dust, starting off the fight, meaning that Breathe can't just counter engage. I still think it's not the best ult. It would have been a lot cleaner otherwise. But how hard is it for Weibo to get through that Scion and get towards Assume and Care? Very, very hard. Captain Jack from Light on one side of the fight, which I missed when they were killing out Tien. Shadow flashed forward, gets that W into the Zhonya's for the full Watch Out E damage. Care flashing away. That summoner so important here. Breathe flashing forward, sees an angle onto Assume. It's an Arcane reunion. Even though they didn't exactly have the 1v1 that they wanted in that show. Tien caught out again. Scion going forwards, bopped again. Tien goes down. 3 and 8 on the Xin Zhao now. A bad day here for Tien. Goes down easily. FPX managed to find a clean pick just as the Baron is around, and that is a problem. Weibo would love to take a fight now that Care and Assume don't have their summoners, but they can't do that if their jungler's dead. Baron for free onto FPX. Almost full build on Jinx. Shadow. What an awesome game this Lilia has had. Shadow. A lot of people criticizing him, and I think he has had his duff moments. This is still what was meant to be a mid to lower table team here in the LPL. Shadow coming in and bringing a sense of leadership, a sense of a go button. Yes, he misses every so often, but Shadow's been so important for this team and their ability to carry. He starts the fight in important ways. Swellseed over the wall, misses out onto the carries, but makes them back off from the turret. Get excited from Jinx. From that tower definitely helps. Remember, still no summoners. Care taking a lot of random damage from the flamethrower. The Infernum doing so much work. Light trying to carry, but the Swellseed comes through. The Mega Infernum bomb gets some damage, and Breathe gets on to Care, but does go down. Assume looking to threaten through a reset. CC misses. Sheer trying to get some frontlining done. Jinx gets the reset, but is it too late? Both of their their top lane in support taking a lot of damage. Care and Dway going down. Sheer as well. The base is broken, but the fight goes the way, arguably, of Weibo. Well, definitely in the side of Weibo. 1 for 3. But their base survives. Oh, you gotta feel for Xiaohu and Light trying to carry from so far behind. 6,000 gold lead in the jungle as well. Oh my word. So what happened here is that the Infernum splash damage comes through. Care gets hit by 3-4 auto attacks. Oh, wow. Level 17. Late game of Phelios. The splash damage doesn't get onto the backline. I wonder whether Light could have held onto that a bit longer. If that hits onto Assume and Care, maybe it makes it a little easier for Breathe to turn onto Assume instead. Great double shove from Talia. Great double shove. Xiaohu. Important part of that play. Now we have almost Shadow at maximum build. Cosmic Drive with the extra cooldown reduction, the extra move speed. Look how fast he is. The Infernal Soul as well. Swirl Seeds. Random W's from Jinx. The Rockets from Corki. Also important. Now look at that Infernal damage there. So far ahead of Tian. He is that full build on Lilia now. Jinx almost at that last item too. Light has a Bloodthirster. Will that make a difference? Makes it much easier to kill the Scion. Has the Lord Dominus regards himself. Look, we're into the point in the late game now where a big enough combo from Weibo maybe ends the game. You still have a moment where Flash is down on both AD carries. Both AD carries. Flash away. Not flash away, flash in. However, Swell Seed lands. That's important. Can they get the kill afterwards? Hung putting his body on the line as Xiaohu lives through the initial engage, but the same cannot be said of Nautilus. 1 for 1 so far, and the Lilia goes down. Shadow goes a little too far. The 6,000 gold lead there makes a difference. The hook goes wide. And this is what we're saying. It's late game enough that FPX cannot stroll into these plays. Shadow goes down. Such an important part of these team fights. However, Weibo still losing bits and pieces of the map. Still an inhibitor down on that top side. Elder in a minute 30. Oh, Weibo. Can they take the late game fight around the dragon? This may well be decided at the Elder now. Flash forward so close. Pixels off of that Xin Zhao. Because remember, FPX can just look for at first play. What happens here? Hooked into death. Goes to the early Zhonya's. Had no flash himself. Too brazen from Shadow there. He said he has been that brazen initiator for this team. A bit of an overcharge from Shader as well. Didn't get the Q onto Shintir, and even for the slow, gets nothing onto him instead. Oh yes, Gathering Storm for him for the Felios. Now past that 30 minutes. Gets 32, 28 AD. What about Assume on the other side? He also has it. Once we hit that 40-minute mark, that'll be, what, 42 AD? 46 AD, I think it is? 42. It's like having, you know, extra half an item worth of stats there. Of course, you don't get stuff like the other stats you get with an item. Assume gets himself full build Mount Jinx. The front line of Weibo are going to evaporate. The tankiest person in the game is Sheer. He has that, Randuin's Omen, has a bit of magic resist from the Negatron Cloak. That means he is the tankiest person on the map. Is it enough? I don't know. Really not so sure about that. Elder spawning a 10. Summoners up. For Care and for Assume. So important. She needs to be a little careful. He doesn't have that flash right now. If he gets hooked, there's a chance he gets pinned into the plate. Breathe on the flank. Level 18 has flash. God, this ambassador is going to do a lot of work. Shadow. One Swell Seed could win them their first series here in Group Ascend. Hook lands. We were away from it. Hung goes down. That's the excitement. Assume, what's the play now? Frontline separated away. Some damage going on to Sheer. The flash forward from Shadow. Light has the cleanse, but there's a Scion sat right in melee range of him. Sheer can't finish up the kill, but I don't think Light can do that much more. Shadow body blocks the flamethrower, and I think the job is done. Ambessa, the wolf, kept out of the gates. And the Shadow consumes all. Weibo fall to darkness. Light falls to Shadow. And FPX will find themselves their first series win here in Group Ascend. (2-0 for Fun plus Phoenix. And you can't say they didn't deserve it. Weibo, shocked. Maybe underestimating FPX. Now left to consider this series. FPX are on the board in Group Ascend. Well, embarrassing result there for Weibo. FPX. Shadow will feel good about that one, won't he? Well, folks, hello, my name's Nymaera. And wow, that put my voice through the stretches, doesn't it? We'll see whether Sam's able to cast a little bit later, because I can't do the third series, definitely. I've got to head off and cast LEC at some point today. I actually think Xiaohu didn't have an awful series there, folks. I think Xiaohu was fine. It's just, what can you do, though, when the rest of the map is falling apart so much? Weibo, we're choosing poor fights. I think Tien had a bad series today, actually. Tien and Hung. Hung was very bad today, folks. And again, I was in the Reddit trenches the other day talking about how LCK have much better supports than LPL right now. And there's one quite rude and arrogantly wrong person who turns up in almost every single LPL post-match thread, who's just like, such a stupid narrative. Supports are so... They're not that bad in LPL, and LCK, it's only carry that's good. I'm sorry, like, you look at Hung there, and you look at some of the play that we've seen from some of the other supports as well, especially in terms of consistency, I don't see how you can refute that point. I think Hung had a very bad series here today. That Nautilus was in a risky position, but was caught out massively, and the Alsa in the game 1 was also nasty as heck. 99% for Shadow, it has. Well, 96% for Shadow, hell yeah. Right, I've got to go get myself hydrated, and I'm going to put some adverts on at some point. We'll get those highlights coming through. Get a post-game breakdown soon. LPL has worse supports than LTA? Well, not sure about that one, folks. I'm kind of sad that the Aphelios didn't lead to much there, folks. I really like Aphelios. It's a fun champion to cast. Okay. I'd argue support requires more than just mechanics, so that's probably why they look bad. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not a mechanic. It's not a... Oh, that's so much damage from the Lilia, man. Alrighty, I'm gonna go get myself another drink, and then be back for more games, I suppose. Okay, let me go get that drink. Gotta run some adverts as well, folks, just so we don't get them on Twitch and in our next game. Oh, Shadow was so exceptional, wasn't he?
好了，各位，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。首先，我们要恭喜 FunPlus 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是 FunPlus 的中单选手 Kier， 欢迎 Kier， 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 的中单 Kier。
欢迎 Kier。首先要恭喜 FunPlus 拿到了在登峰组的首胜，而且是一个2-0的分数，成功的战胜了 WBG 啊。Kier， 你觉得这场胜利对于你，包括 FunPlus 来说的意义是什么？
我觉得这场就是来之不易的胜利嘛，其实对我和我们整个团队都是有很大的激励作用，因为毕竟前面输的也挺多的。
我相信这场胜利让我们看到了一切皆有可能，真的没有什么是不能战胜的哈。那今天的整个的状态跟之前相比，其实是有一个非常大的变化，原因在哪里？怎么样做到现在今天能够状态这么好的？
因为前面的比赛的话，就是我们可能个人的失误啊，或者团员的决策可能也都做得不好嘛，然后也会有点急，就是想着，已经输这么多把了，就大家慢下来好好打吧。
今天算是稳住了。那其实通过今天这2局比赛能看得出来 ，FunPlus 很敢打，而且找机会的能力、抓机会的能力都特别强。你觉得现在整个 FunPlus 的队伍的风格是一个怎样的风格？
我觉得就是风格的话，也就是算是敢打敢拼吧，就是大家都朝着一个目标去做，我觉得这样挺好的。
而且真的很有冲劲。那接下来我们来聊聊 BP。今天
Howdy.
BP 上2局
I'm
比赛
back.
都是在
I'm
前
gonna let them
3手以限制下路英雄为核心，这样的一个 BP 的决策是出于怎样的一个考虑
呢？主要是我们觉得可能对面选出这2个英雄，然后会我们后续选的英雄嘛，所以可能觉得不是会很好处理，所以我们就选择ban掉了。
也能看出来是做了很多的准备的。那第2局你是选择了飞机这个英雄，我专门查了一下，飞机其实在这个版本啊，最近胜率并不高啊。你怎么评价飞机在这个版本的一个强度或者优先级？
我觉得飞机的话就是，不算很强吧，但是也不算很弱，就是得看对面的阵容和自己家的阵容来选嘛。
我觉得主要要看在谁手上吧。今天在你手里玩的像个刺客一样，非常的行云流水。你对自己的这个飞机啊，这个自信程度或者是评价是什么？
我觉得应该有玩的也不是那么好吧，就是一般吧，因为我感觉今天是队友打得太好了。
大家说玩的好不好？今天真的玩的太棒了，还是谦虚了啊。那其实阿萨普也是在这个赛段刚刚加入到 FunPlus 的。我想知道在你眼里，你觉得他是一个怎样的 AD 选手？
我觉得就是他风格也算是比较稳健吧，然后该打的时候也会打，就是只是有时候可能会迷路的样子。
会迷路。好 ，OK。那现在队伍这5个人，你觉得默契程度，包括磨合程度，来到了一个怎样的状态或者水平？
我觉得应该应该70-80差不多了吧。
后续你觉得还需要做得更好的点，主要在哪里？
我觉得还是就是在一些小细节上面吧，这些需要做得更好一点。
我相信今天这场比赛打完，也会让我们对这个赛段的 FunPlus 会有更多的期待，也希望这5只小凤凰啊，能够在接下来的比赛为我们带来更多的涅槃时刻。感谢 Kier 接受我们的采访，再一次的恭喜 FunPlus 获得了这场比赛的胜利。接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的。
Did obnoxious comment was right though. Only carrier is great. Oh yeah, Delight and Lahens too. Well, that's already not carrier. That's not carrier alone, then, is it? Oh man. That's my point. If you look at the supports from LPL and LCK, which are likely to go internationally, I think that LPL is going to be in trouble on the support pool.
Nice. 一波。哎呀 ，nice 兄弟们，你这瑞尔兄弟我真受不了。打得好兄弟们，打得好兄弟们。打得好。双 C 没事。对着你还双 C 没事，跟着下一把的。拉扯。看泰坦，我想勾泰坦，我勾他。看泰坦。可以看泰坦。拉扯。
Oh, he said he didn't think he played that well, but the crowd is all saying did good. Oh, that's cute. That's cute as heck.
看拉姆。 打得太好了，这朗姆太吓人了，兄弟！打得好，打得好，打得好
，nice，
打得好，打得好，兄弟们！
就在今天，兄弟要打破我！
我昨天刚发的朋友圈，就在今天。
Okay, we've ran adverts, that's good. And then we get to wait for TT versus IG. It's like even int's better than LPL supports. Even when he's inting, he's useful. Most of the time. Alright, TT versus IG. Let's move it on. Let's get rid of that. So we have IG playing next, so I'm sure a lot of people want to join in and see how the super team's doing. Just beat Top Esports, of course, which was huge for them. Absolutely huge for them. So yeah, I mean, hang on, have TT won a series yet? I don't think they have. They've been on pretty bad form, actually, sadly for them. They're not looking like they did in Split 1, sadly for them. The win probably means a lot to them. Yeah, I think particularly because they've been losing a lot recently, FPX, it does mean a lot to them for sure. Has to. By the way, I think that Beryl has looked really good in LCK, and I think that Duro is looking a lot better too. So yeah, you know, I just look at the LPL support pool and I'm like, well, you know, On is inconsistent. He's had some bad games. His peak is good. That's very good. I'm not going to deny that. Obviously, he can contest, and he's a world finalist and MSI finalist. Blah blah blah. I think that Mako has been incredibly inconsistent. Had a good series versus Top Esports, but very poor elsewhere. I think that Hung. Just saw about that. Oh, by the way, the funniest thing about the obnoxious comment was like, oh yeah, but it's not like, you know, these LCK supports really impact the game as much as someone like Hung or whatever. It's about the same, right? I present to you these games. I present to you these games. And then, who are the other LPL supports? Crisp, inconsistent, got schooled at first stand. And who else is likely to go, right? Missing has been a bit of an inter for a while, actually. So I'm like, I don't see how you ever rate LPL supports over LCK ones, and especially when you look at Carrier, who's excellent right now, Delight, who's the best support in the world. I think that Beryl's been on great form, and part of the reason why DK is doing so well. And I think that Duro's been on a much better form as well. Although, I mean, Duro's the more arguable one, right? But then there's still Lehens. Even if Longchamp don't make it internationally, I think that Lehens is worth a shout out, right? So yeah, when I look at teams like IG, I need to see Mako regain some form, and I also need to see him regain that form regionally too, right? But also it has to be internationally. I think that the international side of it has been missing from his playstyle sadly recently. Of course, TT on the other side, yeah, lacking some form, we shall say. Was that a wheeze, Sam? That was a proper wheeze, Jesus.
Yeah, got a best of 5 tonight as well.
What is it? GT stuff. Alright.
Actually, it's a lie. It's kind of a gauntlet thing.
What's that? This is why I didn't want you doing the first series and you came in and did it anyway.
I wanted to.
I know you did, but you got to look after yourself. This is why I wanted to split things up, right?
Yeah,
like, I'm dropping series when I feel like I need to, and that's fine. For whatever. And, like, you know, the LPL will still be here. As long as one of us is covering, it's fine. I miss Peak Mako. His longevity makes him feel like the only non-Korean support to be the best in the best ever conversation. In support role, yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe if Ming had had a couple more good years, he would have been up there too, but he never won Worlds, right? And he also is no longer playing. Sadly for him, he got kind of contract held by RNG.
Yeah. Hey, Cubby. Good to see you, dude.
Hey, Cubby. Good to see you.
Were you surprised about that last series? Honestly, no. Not entirely.
I think that, yeah. I mean, like, I'm surprised in the sense that Weibo didn't turn up for the second game, but I'm not surprised it was closer than people think, because people are not preparing that well for FPX. They're preparing for the other teams rather than Innocent rather than FPX. So if you have games the other side of it, people underestimate them. I think that Weibo are clearly, at this current point, in current form, not the level of the other quote-unquote top teams. We'll see actually whether Weibo actually are considered a top team if this goes on long enough, right? But the biggest thing for me is like, I was talking about the yesterday versus AL. Toppies, what's AL? Wait, which one was that? Which one was the... Oh, FPX versus AL. Oh, yeah, same kind of thing, right? AL had to prep against BLG. You know, they've had to prep against that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Weibo Gaming did have time to prep for
which is why I was like, I had to wait until FPX actually finished off a series to believe in the stuff, you know? Where it's like, are you actually going to double tap?
Yeah, and FPX have picked up games, right? They are.
Yeah, they have.
They were 0-4. Would have been picking up games. I don't think they've been clean, anything like that. But yeah.
Holy moly.
That's an insane
That's
career.
999 LPL games. I'm going to imagine that won't include as international.
Look at that win rate.
Weibo got swept? Yeah, they did. It's first series already done. Yeah, that's so that's between Invictus Gaming, Top Esports, and then EDG as well. He was an EDG for 1,100 games, by the way, including internationals.
Holy moly.
Happy about Shadow though, good for him. Yeah, for sure. When I thought that, you know, he's not mechanically going to stand up to the best junglers in the league, but he is the leadership archetype for a mid-table team that FPX are trying to be. Because I think FPX, you know, I like Sheer. I think Care on Comfort is great. Assume we'll see, right? I think he's got a pretty hard cap on his ceiling for me. I don't think he's like that fantastic. But with Sorrow and with Dre, I feel like they don't necessarily have the leadership to consistently play make. And so Shadow really helped with that. Anyway, I'll let him do the interview. And if anyone speaks Mandarin, you let me know what they say. If there's anything interesting.
那第一个问题，今天要面对到的对手 IG 啊，他们是以这个打架非常凶悍这种风格著称，非常擅长，也很喜欢打团打架。你对今天这场比赛会有什么样的一个期待呢？
就看我们资源团的碰撞吧。
今天还是要碰一碰的啊。那第二个问题，在今天赛前有什么加油打气的话想对自己的队友们说的？
我们就每一波稳扎稳打，打好每一波。
期待这场 TT 对上 IG 的精彩比赛。好的，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 IG 的上单选手 The Shy， 欢迎帅哥来先跟大家打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 上单的帅。
欢迎帅哥。那最近的比赛来到了组内赛之后，其实比赛的强度
跟
之前的小组赛相比是有了非常明显的一个变化。帅哥
I can't imagine IG has done any prep for TT given their schedule. Thunder Chads could do something here. I agree. For sure. I think there's some credence to that.
今天5点比赛是有点累，但是我觉得队应该是度是挺累的，但是觉得多了只是职业选手没办法吧。是。
而且其实，在这种高强度的比赛当中，也可以让选手们一直保持一个比较高的一个竞技状态啊。那第二个问题，最近这个比赛当中，上单位啊，既有这个坦克类的英雄，也有战士类的英雄，有点百花齐放的感觉。帅哥对这个怎么看？
我觉得现在换线的游戏比较多嘛，换线的游戏里面，坦克英雄是可以换线，还有能清线，这两个是最大的原因。还有 LPL 一般前面的团战比较多，这个原因还是坦克的英雄多嘛。
其实帅哥的英雄池也是非常深厚的，所以我们一起来期待一下今天帅哥包括 IG 为我们带来精彩的比赛。
So TT, not really. Wait, it's kind of toxic that FPX was playing their 5th game and WNNIP only played 1. That's very true. And I know that they have I missed Joe's banger chat. Which one was that? Which one was that? Where's Joe's banger chat? Wait, damn Alex will never see my banger chat. What was that? I'll scroll up. Where was this shit? I got banned from LPL and here's how it went down. I did nothing wrong, man. I did nothing wrong. I don't even know how I got banned. I didn't get no email or explanation for getting banned. I got a DM from Nymaera telling me I got banned from the LPL. I think it's because I joked about Pioshik being an upgrade to every LPL team. It was a joke. It's like Immortals tie with the LCS. It was a joke. What? Excuse? I didn't say shit about that. Anyway, on to stage here in Shanghai.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Haven't seen who our 1v1 is for today, actually. Should go check that. I know that the Shy said he wanted to play a 1v1 versus On from BLG.
首先欢迎 Standard Top Gaming， 上单呼雅，打野北川，中单 Step， 下路伊查恩，辅助 Feather。 欢迎 Inventus Gaming， 上单 The Sun， 打野杰杰，中单 Rookie， 下路 Gala， 辅助 Miko。 LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第6日的第2场比赛 ，TT 对阵 IG 即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
Good morning, Amber. Good morning, everyone else who's tuning in for IG, the super team, coming off a victory against Top Esports, the only team to beat them so far here in this split. Okay. I'm so dumb. I only realized they're calling Yichatten. Yichatten. So 1 cross N. Yeah. It's Yichatten. Yichatten. Yeah. We did know that vaguely. It's just like trying to say that in an international audience is a little bit harder. Anyway, we have our 1v1 champion select. Who's on the red corner and blue corner? Setab versus Rookie mid lane matchup. Yasuo over underway from Setab. Setab known for his melees, of course, and his Yasuo is fairly potent. What else is left? Jace. Jace pretty powerful. Rookie's Orianna banned away. He was very good on that. He's been playing some Zed worth noting as well. In the 1v1s. Poppy last ban. Oh, we do it. Wait, are we doing a Zed 1v1? Oh no, we could have had the Zed. We could have had Zed versus Zed. Zed versus Jace. Okay, alright, whatever. We can work with that. Satab, of course, been playing a little bit of Zed here and there too. Alright, 1v1 for side select. Whoever wins this, wins side select for game 1 of the series. And look, I have to say, IG, rough schedule recently. I've played against AL, Top Esports, and BLG, who I assume to be our top 3 teams. We'll see where JDG slid and slotted that too, but they haven't played enough games against top teams yet to really prove that yet. So, yeah. Rookie Belveth. I'm glad Rookie didn't go Belveth though. Is Belveth a bad matchup versus Zed? Have you figured that out? By the way, Zed is very fun in Arena if you've never played him. If you get Earthquake, you can kind of put your W behind you, press R, then you just like switch between your shadows infinite times and, you know, not infinite times, you know, a bunch of times and get a bunch of damage. Very fun. Alright, on to the Howling Abyss we go. And we'll figure out who gets side select for game 1. Saying that Corky just means airplane, and well, Corky's name in League in China is just airplane. China does have just nicknames for all of their champions, though. Like Sejuani is Pig Lady, and there are some which are perhaps a little insensitive. We shall say. They, I don't know. I'd say they're working on it, but I'm not sure about that one. All right, setup. Looking for that poke trade, going for the Conqueror, not the Electrocute. Worth noting. Ooh, both shurikens miss. That's a problem. That means his energy is very low. And no damage there either. Has Flash and Ignite worth things, so you can flash out to the skies with a Shock Blast. Maybe flash for ult range. Zed sometimes needing a little help to stay in range for that last auto. Ooh, misses the Shock Blast. Double Shurikens, where are they? Oh, just hit it that time. Okay, alright. Of course, hitting both Shurikens does give you the energy back. 50% damage off your extra skill as well. Okay, that sound is actually quite delayed. 156 gold for that. Again, I'm just going to refresh the stream very briefly just so we get ourselves a little more accurate audio if it does help with it. No, looks like it's not helping. Whatever, that's just the stream then, folks. I think that's on their end. We refresh and we make sure that we can help as much as possible. Looks like there was a shadow use. The setup didn't get the heal from the relic, the initial heal. Got the kind of the redemption aura. Rookie, what does he do here? See, oh, he misses the Shock Blast. Goes in for the kill. Gets the level 6. Almost takes another shower shot. Gets a kill under turret. And we'll get himself another plate, presumably. Does he have Hyper Charge coming up? 2 plates and a kill. Rookie is happy. Needs to get himself back to the... he needs to get himself that cannon minion, worth noting. Oh, he misses it. That's a problem. It's like 200 gold down, by the way. But still, gets the two plates. Denies set up a huge wave and gets the tower dive first blood here. Reminder, it's 2 kills unless the Ring of Fire starts coming in. This skin has very nice auto attacks. The passive animation is nice. This is the special Galaxy Slayer, by the way, the one which was the Gacha Chroma, which... Like, it is a nice skin, it's just not worth that much money. I say that I did buy the Ari one, so you know, might just talk about anything. Rookie Steel Cat and the Phage. Hang on, that is level 6 from setup, and now he can't really go in with level 6 now. Oh, setup, I don't know about this one, buddy. Trying to get the heal. He dodges out on it. He dodges out on the heal by going into his ult, by not... he actually denies himself his heal with his own ult. Are you kidding me? I mean... That's one way to shake off the rust. Rookie wins the side select. That is a very fast 1v1. Well, it's one way to lose a 1v1. Close towards our champs there. Yes, Rookie won. He won our 1v1 very easily, actually. Had a tower dive for first blood. And then Setup chose to fall on his own blades really a bit around the heal. He denied himself the heal by going into his ult, missing out the redemption pop. Oh god. Right, into draft we go. Poppy Band, Yone. A lot of top lane focus does mean that junglers are going to be left up. That tends to be the trade-off. Are you banning more junglers or banning more top laners? Jace is available and Bessa. Rumble's gone, of course. But in jungle we have Vi, we have Nefiri. So you have Nefiri and you have Jace. You also have Varus, which is very, very good for Gala. Do you take the bet that the other team doesn't want to lock in Jace and Nefiri on the same team and you lock the Varus? First pick Sion?
Well,
what?
well.
First pick Sion when Nefiri, Jace, and Varus are all available. What?
He had a very good game on Sion.
Okay, sure. I do not care if he had a good game on the Sion. It's a first pick Sion in game 1 of a Fearless draft when all of the OPs are available. That is alien to me.
Just don't get that as the Bowser's grandfather, you must understand that Sion is therefore first pick worthy. That's just the way of it.
Sure,
Bowson's law.
Bowson's law. We're learning great things about the laws of natural life. It's Talia locked in on the other side for TT. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a little confused by that.
So I thought saying TT, we don't trust you to play these champions, and therefore we can get away with the Sion first pick and to take away from Hoya, and we don't think Hoya can punish it.
And Bessa now locked in. No Vi to pair up with it. So Jace has gone through the draft. That'll be available for the later games in the series.
Unless Rookie locks it in now.
That's true. Yeah, no, that is actually a fair point. You can go into mid lane if you want to. It's been less likely to go into that role. Are we just passing up the Nefiri as well? JJ wanting more CC? A bit more frontlining potential?
Odd draft so far. Are we playing Azir into Talia?
I mean, what? That's a very good point. I was about to say, well, it's good with the Sion. But we have to bring up the stat. Azir this year in Tier 1 play, which is the relevant statistic, globally, 10% win rate or so.
I knew it was that like a month or so ago. I thought it had improved. Is it still that low?
It is very bad, Sam.
I mean, I knew it was genuinely awful, but keep our eyes on it. Not a great stat for sure. And of course, the matchup is rough. Prevents the Azir from playing aggressively. Doesn't really get to play for his shuffle and his shield on that slide particularly cleanly.
Laning phase is also kind of rough too. On the other side, good dive partner for the Ambassador is that. Kai'Sa can struggle a little bit, of course, to, you know, be set up for with no void point and click.
Very true. Of course, 1xN, therefore, on there. How was I going to phrase that sentence, Sam? I was going to say 1xN on the Kai'Sa. Should be exciting. Of course, the other pronunciation would be Yichen, if you know your Mandarin. A reference to his own name often is the way with those kind of letter/number combos.
Currently, 17% win rate against Talia. 17.
God.
The games are bad, folks. The games are bad for Azir versus Talia. You do not want to be playing that matchup if it's all possible.
That is genuinely awful.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. So, IG have locked themselves in one of the worst matchups in Tier 1 Pro whilst knowing the matchup here. Now, the logic is, you have Sion, you have Xin Zhao, they will buy you space to do something. And of course, you are the better team in IG. TT, they've been struggling for form recently. However, that's just a matchup which I don't think anyone should be picking right now. I think it's very, very risky. TT banning away some lane dominant picks away from Gala, who's been on insane form recently. I think Gala has been on an awesome track of games so far. 1xN will want to get through the laning phase and try and combo up because the laning phase will be hard, probably, against Gala and Mako.
Watching JD and his big swooshy hair and his particular style and suits, I always feel like I should see him at a bar somewhere surrounded by champagne. Like, he'd be a good Yakuza character, you know? JD, coach of Invictus Gaming.
Oh, man, that's great.
Big time
of the Invictus clan, Sam,
the Invictus clan, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
A subsidiary of the LPL conglomerate.
Wow, jungler's got through. Of course, a lot of junglers taken off the board. Choosing, banning away the Sejuani and the Pantheon, who are more quick snap engage in the Skarner. He's a little slower to engage, but of course much tankier. Even though Sejuani, weirdly, Skarner is incredibly good tank from that jungle role. Beitron needs to be he really does need to be an initiator for TT. He needs to have that agency, so Skarner can, well, we'll see how much he can do with that.
The other thing is the Skarner, with a lot of the nerfs coming on through, if he gets late enough and you're stuck at 2 items where you normally just build HP, you can end up in a position, particularly versus, say, Xayah Feathers and Shuffles and the Scion Q, just getting shredded eventually because you just don't get to build enough resist in the jungle past a certain point, especially as a general HP stacker in the Skarner. It's not quite the set issue, but it's not unlike that either at points. See what the last lock in here is. Probably a Rakan, something like that might make some sense with Desire, but Alistair's also fine.
We saw Mako about to play his 1000th LPL game on his most played champion of all time, the Alistair. It's between his Alistair and his Braum across most of his career, but the Alistair coming out again more in this split has put him over the Braum. And Mako, you know, regardless of some of his recent form, he was excellent the other day versus Top Esports. You know, he's had some down moments in first stand, not first stand, but you know, his international performance of last year was something which a lot of people refresh in the mind. Gala is still a legend. He is on the shortlist for best support of all time. He's such an incredible player. In fact, one of the newer supports in that role, obviously it's hard not to look up to a guy like Mako. Other side of the rift, Gala and Mako, international title winners in the past, 1xN and Feather, new blood here in the LPL, players who I have a lot of love for. I think 1xN can be truly great one day, and I think that Feather potentially on that track too. We'll see how they develop. TT, they were going up against an IG that has faced recently Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, and BLG. They have had a rough schedule. I don't know whether IG have prepped as hard as they have for the other teams. There is a likelihood, actually, that they haven't. This is something which is known within LPL. It's a long split, a lot of games to get through. TT will want to snipe something here and keep themselves afloat in Group Ascend.
Of course, shout out to Cubby who came and we had that bit of a conversation about where people are at, and it's going to be an interesting one because I think, as you said, Invictus Gaming have had an interesting last few games. There's been some great moments, there's been some very poor ones, often within the same game. Took down Top Esports the other day, though it was an interesting affair, to be sure. Get ready to lock onto the rift. You can guarantee the crowd will be noisy and the gyros will be loud. You know why? Because Invictus Gaming are here, one of the biggest fan bases in the LPL right now in this era. They want to get as many of those seats bought for their fans as possible. It's often the way it is. The Shy in particular draws such a huge crowd just by virtue of his name brand alone.
So those crowds are going to be loud today. They always are, of course they are. IG, they are such an important team here for us in the LPL. Feels like they've revived some hype, some groundswell from some of the older fans which have been checked out of the leagues. The international partners haven't been as easily forthcoming as they were from, you know, 2018, 2019, a few years after that as well. Yeah, maybe he could do something special here, but they've been humbled a little bit by some of our top teams, given some good series, but not taken home many of them, but are the only team to have beaten Top Esports. Thundertalk want to try and punch up a little themselves. Beat BLG last split, have struggled to be Giant Slayers since. See what they have today.
Invictus Gaming fans, it's definitely out in force. A real surprise, it's been that way all year long. There you go, there's our statistical analysis of when the comps feel slightly stronger than the other. Turns out IG, as the game gets a bit later, gonna look a little bit more dangerous, but hey, you've gone for Azir, Azir, Scion. The later you get, the better it is for those champions in a lot of ways. Front to back gets very, very scary, was of course for TT. That Talia, that Kai'Sa spiking in the mid game when the Ambessa, valuable.
Ooh, Hook missing at the level 1. You can know in chat saying that the ban pick can be a bit confusing. Is that this one in particular or in general? I think both of them are actually valid answers. Sometimes you forget, League of Legends, how much information you need to understand the game at points.
It's pretty silly.
No, I was speaking to my granddad months ago, maybe even years ago, this one, a while ago, who loves sports, loves competition, you know, was trying to understand our interests, was asking about bits and pieces of the game. And I realized, holding the wave! Oh, that's nice. It means they can get access to level 2 just a little bit easier. Bring the wave a little closer to them. Can hide behind this wave now, less threat of the hook. But anyway, yeah, trying to describe the game of League of Legends to someone who has no concept of, like, a lot of the concepts in there is not very easy to do. Missing out on an XP of a ranged minion there, but IG looks like they will survive through to the level 2 with a mostly full HP.
Fair enough to me. Some feathers around. There's the hook, though, after the stacking blows onto the minions, killed that one off. Mako still got to level 2 at the same time, so loses some HP, but it's not really a threat.
And I think a lot of this early lane for the Alistar, you just kind of react to what the Nautilus does. You try and hook him out, or you try and pulverize him out of the hook, or in some cases, if he gets too close range to your AD carry, you headbutt him away instead. Hook lands onto this time, and he's quite low HP. The pass is going to come through after Shock saves him.
Ignite down, but Mako forced a long way back. Has got the pot in inventory, but may just feel like I'm going to have to reset here.
Yeah, I think, well, he has the Triumphant Roar. If there's a couple more kills near him, that can help a little bit in terms of the sustain. Maybe Garlic saying, look, you can get through with your passive, that's fine. Did channel that recall, though, so the thought was on the mind.
Thinking about it. For the hook, Feather doesn't quite manage to lollipop that one around the minions, and so down that cooldown briefly. All the while, though, this Kai'Sa and Nautilus having a pretty good early start to the lane here.
We highlighted this earlier in Champs Select as well, but one of the greatest supports of all time on the shortlist, Mako, playing his 1000th LPL game on his most played champion here in the Region 2 of Alistar. He is the most veteran player within the LPL, ahead of even Xiaohu, who is up there too. So many of the... It's incredible to think that every single player on the top 10 list besides Yagao is still playing. Yagao, of course, retired going into this. I wonder whether he might come back, you know. I wonder whether there's an opening for him with some of these. We'll see. We can hope. We can dream. Yagao, a player which feels like we're missing something with his gone. The Yagoat. But Mako up at the top with 1,000 games. First player to crest that here in the LPL.
Feather now in danger, though. There is an incoming Skarner, though, so it's all been a bit of a ruse. The Feather's behind Feather. Should be a little bit scary. Flash away from Gala. Stays alive.
Has to blow both summoners. That got close. Maybe he could have gotten away with just blowing the flash. I think he thought he can get away with just the barrier, but then it has to blow both. So, Gala, one of our other legendary players in this game, surviving down here in that bot side. Worth noting, of course, by the way, in terms of regional players, the amount of games they have in regions. I believe Mako is only the second player ever, anywhere, in any region, to hit 1,000 games in a region. Because the first one was the other day with Faker. Faker, of course, the LCK Cup games don't count, as far as I'm aware, towards Faker's LCK career. But Faker hitting 1,000 games in the LCK proper, I suppose, including the OGN, like the top tier region of the LCK of Korea. And Mako, second player to ever achieve that anywhere. I believe that's true.
That's pretty damn wild, actually, isn't it?
It's insane. Also, by the way, Sayed as well, thank you so much for the subscription. I did see that pop up in notifications as well. Helps to support what we're doing and bring these stories to you. Like, obviously, so many legendary players here. In TT, I'm sure there are a lot less familiar names here for people. However, you know, maybe you tune into a game like this and then months or years later you see 1xN make it to a first international, which I think he has the caliber of. One day he should be able to make it to that if he continues on the trajectory that he's on. Maybe some like Feather as well. TT, as a team, they've got some upstarts here. And watching games like this, maybe you'll remember back to it.
This is kind of wild to see that you basically got probably combined this bot lane for TT probably as a 10th of the games of Gala and Mako.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. Dragon gonna go down. Now you do have a look in here. Mako on one side of the fight, JDG on the other.
A split. JDG got driven into a wall. There was a bit of a shove back, but Vayshwan has to flash away, trying to get in range for the Dragon Smite. Should be able to get that. Does so. Down that summoner as the collapse comes on through. IG look for that shuffle back on, and then Feather left out to dry as well. And TT try to play both sides of the fight, get neither, and IG gets a collapse. Dragon secured, sure, but at what cost?
I think TT were lulled into this state thinking, okay, most people don't genuinely fight for Dragon. IG, they do though, because they do love a good scrap. And now they're able to go towards the top side of the map, and JJ will be able to get one grub, I suppose. He didn't use the smite on the Dragon, he still has that. I don't know whether that means he has a second smite charge available. He'll get one at least, and we'll see whether TT can get back onto the map to contest beyond that. You do see BLG and Feather walking over. They won't get there for all of the objectives.
Fight! I'm just saying, Scorpion's in the game. We can yell "get over here" at very appropriate moments.
Nautilus is actually better in terms of the get over here.
I agree. I just feel like on Impale, it's a good time to yell it.
100%. Also, I think, hang on a second, Rookie doesn't walks into Feather. Nautilus base damages early. do actually have to respect them. He's now under half HP, popping apart. Has the biscuits. He does have Leandro. Oh, that's a good seal away from Beitwan.
Needs to drive onto the wall. Flash forwards for JD to keep Beitwan in the pit.
Oh.
That's mean. Scorpion team. I didn't want to be over here. I wanted to be over there.
Brutality. Shy picks up the kill. 3-0 to IG as they get themselves the feat of strength.
That was certainly something. Actually, very heads up from JJ there. Loses the grub fight, loses the dragon smite, but still manages to kill this scorpion a couple times early on. That flash was very cute.
So we're going back to the dragon fight here. I just don't think TT thought they were going to get fought. They split the fight. The wall stun comes onto JJ. Setup uses his combo. This Talia combo is now not up for the rest of the fight. And Rookie hasn't had any damage to him. Gala hasn't had any damage to him. So you've split your damage too much. Often in early game fights, you need to focus on one target. You don't have a damage surplus. You can't damage everyone enough to kill them. And IG just balance their health bars better. The accounting of team fighting, that is. Hoya pushing this top side will get himself a plate. Of course, TT did walk away with 2 of the grubs. TT are winning on the objective level still. 1,000 gold behind. Giving good gold over to Rookie is going towards the Leandris earlier, so he does have a bit more HP to play around the shuffle, a bit more, you know, melee range Azir. A lot of people have criticized Rookie's Azir over his career, and I think that's fair. He's not the level of Xiaohu, Faker, Shovi. I say, why is Xiaohu in that list? Look, Xiaohu was actually very good at different points. Scout as well, obviously incredible up there. Basically, you make a list of the good Azir players, and Rookie is not on that near the top list. However, his game the other day versus Topius was absolutely insane. He's been on good form with that. Mako does have Flash and Ignite, might have to use them though.
Pulverized Feather at the end of that. Flashing forward for the staggering blows, though. Beitwan coming on down, has the Impale available, looking to drive someone into a wall. Flash away, and an ult from JJ keeps the Skarner providing an angle, but they'll still look for another Dredge Slide. Now JJ's in danger, doesn't have a Crescent Guard, will surely die, trying to hold on to the ultimates and won't burn them. Just get the kill. Nice punish from TT there.
Mako, just way too far from his team. There is no reason to be there. I wonder whether he should have just walked into Dragon Pit and flashed out, actually. It would have been safer than walking towards the rest of the team. Mistake there. One Extended Feather, I guess, could have flashed over the wall, wanted to head towards a teammate. But that's the kind of moment you go back and think, yes, you've actually just baited your team in Neuro Jungler to die. As any good support does.
Well, they do, and now we've got a little bit of work to be done. I don't know why I've decided to go West Country on this one.
Oh.
He's got 77 CS, whereas Shy's got 79.
I'm so sorry for people who are less familiar with English accents. See, people think that there are only, like, 2 English accents.
That's a lie.
You've got your blimey, crikey, governor. You've got your Cockney. Apples and pears means, stuff like that. Or you've got your Queen's English, which is very clip. Those are your British accents. You have those choices. Turns out we have 50 accents. We have the most densely populated amount of accents of anywhere in the world. And the accent for this one is tinged with death. As it, one extent, takes half of HP.
There's a densely populated area of feathers, just in terms of Xayah and Feather being there. Public execution from Hoya doesn't quite work. Wanted to catch JJ on the other side of him, doesn't quite do it. Under the turret, there'll be a 3-talon strike, and he's out of there.
Okay, IG pick up something on the top side. Can't find much on the bottom side. But IG walk away really just out skirmishing. They are out muscling. They are better in their skirmishes as it stands right now. Setup going down towards the bot side. Can't
find the setup.
Can't find the setup. Can't find the setup. That's very good stuff.
Thank you. That was very funny.
That's
a English accent. This was very weird.
Yeah, it can be a bit like, God, this is going to be absolutely unintelligible.
Well, the other thing is, like, Amber's saying all northern. It's like, it's just generic northern. It's not, like, actually considered northern.
Yeah, there are generic northern accents.
Like Lancashire is like this.
Oh, bloody Lancashire.
Whereas Yorkshire's more like this one, isn't it?
I lived there for years.
Our Alex, of course, went up to Doncaster, Donny, to go get
Folks, it's getting a little bit derailed here. However, we've done all the gameplay stuff we want. However, if you want to know one famous phrase in a Yorkshire accent, tin, tin, tin. Now, you might want to think about what that means. What it means is, it isn't in the tin. Tin, tin, tin.
Tin, tin, yeah.
That's all I'm going to say about this, folks. That's our break content. That's our comedy skit done. Now we move on to greater things. Dragon up and available for TT. Would like to stack that up. But again, they are putting themselves in the crosshairs of IG. If they want to fight, I think they'll fight.
To do that. No fighting, they say, in the immortal words of one Mr. Tommy. From Birmingham, there's another accent, isn't it? Rookie. It's a bit of a chunk there on to set up, but Dragon's up and available. It'll be second Dragon for TT. Last one went a bit awry for Thundertalk, who split their focus on 2 sides of it. They're giving up 2 kills as a result. They are in the river first, but there's some decent wards here from IG, and they've managed to find a way into the river through that bot side tri-brush.
Of course, this is, level 6 for the Alistair. Rookie walking into the Talia, of course. A bit dangerous there. Flash for Flash.
Flash went looking for that shuffle. No way to shuffle over the Unraveled Earth freely, so had to burn the Flash, did Rookie. And does earn that Talia's Flash in trade. Feather will blast Cone out to safety after Shockdown. And the Scuttle Crab, the clear biggest prize here, secured by JJ. Rookie throws down some more soldiers, uses them for some vision control in that bush, at least temporarily. JJ just about wide on that Dread.
Oh,
He's going to get so much damage onto the Skarner, who gets knocked up multiple times. The seismic shot comes on through, but it's too little, it's too late. And Patron dies again.
Oh, Gala gets to walk forwards too, gets to leave the tempo. This is one of the most dangerous things with Zyra and players like that. People don't realize, look, Zyra's not good at running at you unless she auto-attacks you with W. She just struggles to get in range for that. Once she gets that W up, she gets the extra movement speed. I think it's like 30% movement speed. It's really, really high. Feather has to swiftly leave the scene. IG are just brutalizing TT right now. Setup does have an ult. I mean, the Shy doesn't have his. Okay, this is a dead Shy.
Ibagum, this Scion's not having a great time. Wants the blood of an Englishman. They'll make sure that there's none to be found, and they'll bring down the giant like the beanstalk.
Shy goes down in the top lane. As Invictus Gaming take themselves some pressure on the bot side.
Oh, give over, says Bechuan. Get off that. Gromp goes riding on forwards. Looks for that depth charge. Finds double knock-up. Keep on going. Looking like a crime scene in Donny, this one. Make it look like Yorkshire. And the War of the Roses continues, looking for the enemies in Lancaster. Get over here, won't find it. And they'll back away.
Public execution, very accurate from Hoya. Sadly, the Impale from Beitran, not quite as much. Did you get some summoners away? Maker uses his flash. Beitran going over the wall. Gull needs to be careful. That's a bad recall.
That'll do pretty well. Up into the air they go. Right back down they go after.
Why did he recall there? You know there's a Skarner. Heads through the wall. Gala punished for a lazy back.
They get that punish. The Shy will throw out a Decimate Smash to Little Avella. TT get a kill back, which is nice. Of course, they did still lose that Dragon, and IG still in the end up with the kills, but that's an unfortunate one to give over.
Oh, TT. They get themselves a decent play there on that boss, and this kind of couldn't have come much later, actually. 1-0-1 on Kaiser. 1xN, we know, can be a carry against all odds for TT. He has been such a big part of their team. What happened here, though? JJ, I mean, just Beitran flashes over him, trying to get a wall stun, I suppose, like that quick wall bop, but JJ dashes onto him, kind of Beitran outplays himself. Such an important player for TT, and this is a lazy back. It's a lazy back that you see the vision plan over the wall. You have to back off from there. JJ's not close enough, and then he flashes into the hook anyway. Feather predicting that. Great flash predict. TT's AD carry picks up that that kill as well. 1xN, 1-0-1. Kraken Slayer picked up. TT, maybe that's something they can play around. That Kaiser can do a lot of work, as we've seen in the last week, from any team here in the LPL. Chinese Kaiser is something else.
Down in the LDL, I'd argue that 1xN's most successful champion down there was the Kaiser. Kind of wasn't really that meta last year when he was really fully becoming a mainstay in the LPL. And now this meta in this era might be able to bring that one back and look to carry around on it. Of course, takes it away from Gala as well, who is probably, I think, the most famous Kaiser in the world. The number of pentakills this man has on that champion is pretty wild.
The problem is there are so many famous Kaisers, it's very hard to pick that. Of course, you have... Hang on a second. Play on top side. Okay, not going to fizzle out much anyway. But I think Viper is up there. I think that... I mean, Uzi for his MSI win. I think Gala's probably overtaken him on that level, but... Ruler as well, also on the list. Jackie getting the world skin on it. But yes, I think for me, Gala is the guy who I have the most highlight memories of. He's so good at judging a fight and being patient with it. Stacking up a lethal tempo on Rage Blade and then going into the backline, cleaning up, not just starting to play with it. 1xN has, you know, got to show off his own stuff for him on the champion. I didn't actually see if he was using the IG skin. Most people do use the Invictus Gaming skin. But, yeah, I personally like the Lagoon Dragon. I think it's a fun one. I like the teal on it. Gala misses, dodges out. Doesn't miss out. Gala wasn't casting this contract. He didn't miss out on that. I'm pretty sure he's not missing out on
it could have been a great journey on a roller coaster.
Harold getting started up. TT looking to contest.
Can't find that one. The dredge line comes on in. Knock into the wall. Mako in danger. Will get brought over there by the Scorpion. Public execution after Mako's ult, not enough to keep him alive any longer. Blast cone to him, JJ's joined, but is now split up from his team. The Shy finds a decimating smash into setup. Flash away from the Shy, who needs to now think about running away. Doesn't have the ult to do so. Flash on forward from Beitran. JJ now trying to dodge away, gets outside of the seismic shot. Finds the Emperor's Divide he needed. Sets up Gala for many, many more. Wonder from the mid lane.
Divide by 0. Infinite value from Rookie in the team fight. Hits 4 with it as Baytron left to try and get to a blast cone. He might survive, but honestly, it feels like it is just a messenger to try and carry the news of their defeat away. Hoya going to the Shy. Maybe things aren't over just yet.
Keep on going. The Shy goes for Decimated Shash, but there's still some repudiation in the Clip Shield. I think that is the Shy just going to die. He overchases and Hoya hadn't reset, but now Gala and Mako coming on over. How much do they want to play for this? Mako looking for a Hepper Pop.
No! He got the slow onto him from the rock thrown backwards. Mako flashes. Oh well, Rookie will close down this mid lane turret. Rookie's mid lane Azir doing a hell of a lot of work in that. Getting himself a great fight, and then that's Tower as well.
TP in. Mako kind of caught under here. Takes
Oh,
turret
God,
aggro. I think
Mako.
Mako might be in danger, but he doesn't have the ult. Hoya doesn't have the ultimate of his own. Dredge line just wipe, but does land that sundering slam. So there's a world where could have kept going forwards perhaps. Can't quite do it. Still mid-tier 1 falls, and that's another win for Invictus Gaming. Gets them feats of strength, by the way, on top of everything else. And they find themselves up a fair amount of gold here, 2,500. Let's have a look at the replay, because it looked okay for TT to begin with, and then Rookie finds an angle.
Yeah, you end up throwing a lot onto Mako, and I wonder, look, that's how many ultimates?
3 in second,
Two, I think, total. Hoya gets the kill onto him, but that's a lot for just analysis. Setup is caught 1v1ing the Shy. You know, and the Shy does his job pretty well here. Flashes out of the hook, so that's an important cooldown down as well as, you know, it's not max rank and there's a cooldown reduction here. This is where I think it's too much. You've used a lot of your ultimates, you used the wall slam, and you've used nothing on the carries. 4-man ultimate from Rookie. That's an insane amount of damage. Of course, has the level 11 for this fight too, so it's the second tier, and he has the Leandries.
Insane, Jeremy.
Yeah, I bet it is. Dragon gonna go to the side of IG and then get up to 2.
That they do, and Rookies is it sometimes a bit of a mixed bag. Today, the bag is full of good ultimates, apparently. Rookie's going to get that tier 1 bot side as well and feel pretty happy about it.
Now, Karovan talking about how dividing by 0 is undefined. Well, the thing is, it is still infinite. It is still infinite. The reason it's undefined is because the calculator doesn't show infinity. One of the reasons it is undefined is that. Now, 0 divided by 0, that is truly undefined because that goes weird, because it can technically be 0, infinite, or 1. It can be any of them, depending on different stuff. But I say this as someone who has a physics degree. I'm actually qualified to talk about this, weirdly.
In what context do you divide by 0?
When you mess up maths. Now, what it ends up becoming to is it becomes like that when you have like logarithmic stuff yeah, when you have logarithms and stuff like that. When you approach the axes, you end up ending divide by 0.
Just stay in 4-4, thank you.
So what it means is it shows you what the limits of an equation are or something like that. If you go towards a 0, it means that it will go to infinite one way or the other way, which kind of goes kind of crazy. It knows where you know where the boundaries of a solution or problem lie.
That was actually very informative.
Yeah.
You ignored my silly rhythm joke in there, by the way.
What?
I said it should stay in 4-4, like all good standard rhythm.
Everything is 4-4 if you try hard enough. Yeah. Oh, some very fun riffs by Meshuggah, who use a 4-4 drum beat with a 7-8 guitar line, which is very, very cool. Afghan started up, and IG wanting to force TT to play to their tempo again. TT, are they going to be here in the right time? We shall see.
Alright, well, Baytron will go sugar, and try to fight his way into that Atakan pick. Can't quite as yet, but the Decimated Master we got forward. Mako is down about half HP. They've claimed the Atakan and the Flares afterwards, looking for the fight. Can't quite do it. Baytron drives through the wall and regrets his choices. That was a closed option. The tunnel was a bad idea. Hoya doing his best to dash around, get some value, but the feathers from Gala will find a few more, as it is a Raptor in the AD carry role, finding some serious damage. Setup rooted up again, and Rookie continues to look for more. Birds in mid and bot fight absolutely everyone, blocking all over Thunder Talk.
Yeah, bird up, IG, fantastic team fight, claim the Atakan, and they completely punish TT as they try and come through the Tri-Brush choke point. This is gonna be, hang on, is this gonna be the double charge thing, by the way? Because it's really close to the tower. Do you get the double charge? No, it doesn't work like that. Maybe they fixed that brush. But that's 2 towers very quickly taken. IG slam home a huge play and just much better team fighting. The Shy, great knock up in that fight. Gala gets to tank the Nautilus ult through the ultimate, get a great feather pullback. That is like a perfect Dire team fight. We'll watch this again in the replay. We'll watch particularly for me the Shy and Gala and how they hold this choke point. This is one of the reasons why fighting Atakan is so important to know which entrance you want to go through. Baytron tries to open up one option by saying, I'm not going to go through the tri-brush, I want to bring up another angle, but then the Shy closes the door shut. Double knocker. Feathers come down into this choke point as well. Mako keeps them in here. This is the worst possible position for TT. Even though they have the minefield of Talir, Gala's the one that's really holding the fort down there, and TT can't ever get through the tri-brush.
It's not a great space, and now suddenly IG find themselves very, very ahead. They've got 2 dragons, they've gotten some grubs, they've gotten that Atakan, they've gotten all these turrets, and we were questioning the first pick Sion, but the Shy's making it work in these team fights. He's being so obnoxious, and the rest of the team is delivering. Oh no, Rookie even immunes the ultimate. The Impale hits nothing. Trying to steal a statue and not a living person.
Rookie, great game on the Azir this time around. And TT, they have been schooled. They have been left looking a little bit dumbfounded, not really having the tools or the execution to deal with Invictus Gaming on a rampage.
Oh, 1xN just about survives, has to burn everything to do it.
Tab's dead. Hoya's pushing on the other side of the map, trying to get an objective bounty, but, well, you've lost 2. You lost all your summoners and already carry, which is, you know, important. IG taking in a tower anyway, so you're still trading even in towers. So it's just the objective bounty you have over that in the structure trade. And then you have Dragon in a minute. IG have been on bot side for the entirety of this time. They've gotten all of the wards. They'll get themselves recalls where they need them. And IG, calm as usual. I don't think they've really been pushed this game.
I mean, there was some closer fights early on, where TT were at least being proactive, burned some summoners bot lane, but that was the first 10 minutes of the game. Basically, ever since Rookies found that insane shuffle, it's just not looked close, unfortunately, for Thunder Talk. A poor Atakan contest afterwards has allowed it to bleed this out even further. At least Hoya looking pretty strong on this and best. Let's have a look at Baytron here, who just gets caught out by Rookie saying, I'll have that. Shuffles Baytron over the wall, he tries to flash on out, and Rookie just presses the Zhonya's button.
I mean, that actually might be a bit too far. Hey, enjoying it to see you. I wonder... Oh, no, he has the full Zhonya, so he cares. And, Feathers died. Not flying away there.
Yeah, but what's a feather to 2 birds? They're like, well, I have quite a lot of those.
It's
add to the collection.
It's called preening, isn't it?
I guess so.
Yeah, it's called preening is what it is. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. IG, quick take of the dragon, onto 3 now. Gives them, of course... The Chemtech dragons are legitimately very strong in this kind of composition, by the way. It gives you 6% tenacity per dragon, and then 6% heal and shield power as well, which also applies to, you know, Sion's shield, which is kind of disgusting there. His shield is going to go absolutely overload. They have 2 of them. It's buffed up by 25% by the Ruinous Atakan, so between 2 of them. Yeah, it's really hard. Look how large this next shield's going to be. Pretty big, that. Shy, pretty tanky.
Tried to go for the Excel impact of their base. Did not get that much value. So Shy just about surviving. Hoya went in and regretted the choice immediately, all the while their base went going to the backside as they try to find value, but 1xN just doesn't have the damage, and the rest of TT don't either. They've got thunder but no lightning, sound but no substance.
Look, the game is ending. However, I just want to say, the Shy does not live here unless he has the 2 Chemtech dragons buffed up for the heal and shield power in his Soul Furnace. That is one of the few times you will see the base stats of the dragon genuinely determine life or death there. IG, out team fight, out muscle, TT, lose the arm wrestle.
Do you even lift, bro? IG come in with game 1 victory. After those mid-game fights, TT just had nothing left to say about it. Invictus Gaming confidently win this game.
It wasn't even close, was it? And I got a feel for TT. Game 1, split 1 rather, had a historic finish for the team, finding themselves into top 6 for the first time in the organization's lineage's history. Of course, TT used to be Sino Dragon and DMO. They had some decent moments between them, between their rosters, but never really anything as much as they got last split, including beating BLG in a best of 5. IG, they have a lot of very, very good baseline players though. When they have to turn them to get the brawl. TT, I'm really worried for this team. They haven't found their same identity that they did in split 1 with the triple dive combos, you know, with the Vi and Bassa Kaiser. I think teams have cottoned onto that now, and I wonder whether they've just been a bit sold. And that's a problem, because it's hard to find a secondary identity beyond that. Hello, Angie. Good morning to you as well, and hi, enjoy, and did say a bit earlier, but good to see all the regulars in chat. And Sam, why didn't you introduce us?
I will do just that. Hello, I'm Initialise. I'll lean forward a bit so the camera focuses on me too. That guy off this direction. Lean, like, towards me just a little bit towards me. A little bit towards me. Hello. There you go, that's him. That's Nymaera. You're on his channel. Ooh.
Hello.
You could also be live on YouTube. In 2 locations. Ooh-ah.
Wow.
I combined the 2 into an incredible exclamation. Those 2 YouTube channels could be Alex's own, or of course over on Anivia's channel as well, which is a pleasure to be there working together on that one. And we are looking at a pretty entertaining series here today, but the both of us are brothers, literal brothers. I am genuinely related to this man. I am his older brother. I've had to deal with him for many, many years now. We're nearly 3 decades, which is kind of wild thinking about it. We've been doing the LPL and the League of Legends casting thing for the last 5 of the years, which has been pretty damn cool. We do it here pretty much every damn day of the week. It's pretty damn awesome. And to help us support doing this really cool project, especially because there is no longer any official broadcast, it'd be great if you could follow, like, comment, subscribe, all those kinds of things on the various channels. If you see cool clips, please consider posting them on socials. If you want to come join us in the Discords, we'll play a load of games together. It'd be a really good time. Please do come and say hey. Obviously, on top of that as well, I want to give a big shout out to Grumpy as well, who just gave a sub, out to Kyrovan as well in chat. Thank you for the gift sub. And again, to those of you who do have an Amazon Prime or a regular sub available to be given on Twitch, or that ability to throw a donation out there, can mean a huge deal to us to keep doing what we're doing. If you have that capacity to help support this whole deal. Last night, I'm in the title at Initialise.
Yes, go follow Sam.
Please come and follow me too, because I do cool content where and when I can on top of all of this as well.
Another thing I got to do as well, because I'm a Twitch partner, I can actually book a front page slot for some point. I need to figure out when I can do that.
Can we get a 3 game day Twitch front?
Or that, or we can do it for like a big playoffs match or something. That could be
big
huge.
call.
We shall see, shall we? Yeah. IG, not really contested that much there. When you're dropping the underscore and going as Nymaera cast, I'm not going to Nymaera cast. I'm going to keep it as Nymaera because I prefer. I don't like the cast at the end of it. But someone has Nymaera and they haven't streamed in ever, so that's really annoying. I wonder if I can actually trademark my name and then get it that way.
Maybe.
But that costs money, so you know.
I've got a funny picture to show you, Alex.
That's quite funny.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? You can't see it, chat. Ha.
Yeah. You can't. Right, do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I'm actually pretty good. Do you need to go for a break?
Favorite caster in the game besides that Chinese cutie with the Aussie accent? Kitty? Kitty's great. We did some co-streams with her. Kitty's great. I like Kitty a lot. Now, funnily enough, Kitty and I used to cast together back in LPL 2023. And yeah, we met up at MSI 23 as well. And then, oh, well, do we meet at Worlds?
I met her because she was here in Berlin.
Yeah, she was in Berlin. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Kitty's great. And occasionally we raid over to her when the stream ends as well.
Yeah, Kitty's wonderful. Shout out to Athena, one of the goats.
Yeah.
She's just a nice human, which is
yeah,
cool.
she's cool. She's cool. Funny as well. We appreciate Kitty over here.
I took her on a tour of hot chocolate places in London.
Really?
Yeah, vaguely.
Cool.
We only did like 2.
Roast for Mecca. You got anything good for Mecca?
I mean, we did the irony of his Mecca fanboy statement the other week.
Yeah, that's true.
I have seen his taste in Atlas women, and it's a bad choice for his Persona style playthroughs.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more to be said.
Oh god.
There's nothing more to be said.
Let me think.
He's a Yakuza enjoyer too, so I can't talk on that one.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Maybe you can use that to make friends rather than trying to buy them with subscriptions.
Hang on, we needed to keep doing that.
No, ignore that. Ooh, wow. Oh god. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly leave scene
Oh,
right.
right, I'm on damage control. Hi, Mecha. Ignore this guy. He's no longer affiliated with the channel. Oh, fabulous. Hey, I've seen your message to you. Oh, Mecha, not like this! That's incredible. 100 gift bomb from Mecha Fanboy. My guy, you are by far the biggest supporter of this channel. It's incredible. There's Rookie with the insane game on the Azir. That's into us. That's a 17% win rate Azir into Talia, by the way, and does that. Massive shout out that one. Her and you guys go on hilarious tangents. Oh, I appreciate it, Zachary. Yeah, we try to have some fun, especially because like it is the two of us. It is our own stream. We can afford to be a little bit looser. Oh, there we go. I can't believe it, Mecha. That's insane, dude. Thank you so much. Genuinely, that's incredible. It is, however, an insane amount of money. It's much love on that front. Wow, wow, wow. Sorry, quickly sorting some plans out in the background. Hello, guys. Full vote for Rookie. Mecha, thank you so much for that. It means a huge, huge deal. Thank you for the support, dude. Again, we are funded by the community, and a large part of that is also very much Mecha Fanboy, who does throwing some incredible support our ways, and we take him not for granted. He's been one of my mods for years at this point. One of the first viewers I ever had. He's come over here and helped out Alex as well, and just looks after us all. Means a huge deal. Welcome, Jackin. How do I pronounce your name as well? You've been roped in by force, virtue of Mecha Fanboy, so you're not allowed to leave now. And a massive oiler. Let's go. He needs a special role. He probably does. We figure it out. Yeah, single-handedly keeping the lights on. Genuinely, it is topping up the wages quite nicely. Not even joking. It's been really wonderful. We do not take it for granted. Yeah, because we never get LDL games anymore. Genuinely true. I need to find space to bloody well do them. Because I know obviously we do get streams. It just runs into stuff.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X118领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
We're gonna go this way. Let's put some ads on as well. For those who got the subs, you will no longer have to deal with the ads. Ain't that wonderful? Who else could expose the frauds on a TS? It's true. Okay, they are international frauds. They're regional kings. It's the problem. 50 seconds. Alrighty then, we're back on stage. We're gonna get a load more of these subby drops coming on through. It's about a bad way of phrasing. Subscription notifications, better way of phrasing that. Ignore me there. That was not a great phrase at all. Oops. Needed to think that one through. That one was. We could have chosen better words. However, it's done. Here we are. I mean, yeah, no, nothing to say about that one. Here we are. Looking to get ready for our second game of IG versus TT. Invictus Gaming, I think at this point you have to feel they are going to sweep this one 2-0. It was pretty rough after the early game from TT, who did not set up a objective well. Ricky got to blow people up. We're going to get a lot of these notifications right now. I think Alex could probably turn them on for that. Honestly, kind of nice to celebrate. It's really cool. Also, Years of Chris. I want to make sure this doesn't get lost in the deluge of notifications. Thank you for your own Prime. It means a huge deal. We're at a level 11 hype train. That's kind of damn cool. Thank you so much for all that support, guys. It does mean a huge deal. All of that's cool. I will try and deal with some of that notification noise in the background at some point. Get hydrated. Yeah, I actually will do just that. I've got a coffee to finish. We're doing that one. Damn, Qatari! We're getting a huge little thing going on. There's another one. Thank you for the additional drop of 5 community subs. Oh my days. So much support. It's kind of nice to be able to do this between the games where we can actually focus on the cool things the community is doing. So genuinely, thank you very much, guys. Welcome on in. Welcome to the community. Please do stick around. We're really wonderful people, I promise. And there's some great people in here. So we are very blessed by a lot of you coming in and spending time with us on multiple different channels. I do apologise for the massive deluge of subscription notifications, but it's kind of cool to celebrate before we get into draft anyway, so I have to put up with it for a couple minutes, I think, Max. Oh, man. That brings us up to an insane number of subs. Oh, fun fact for Monty's. Okay, I've genuinely got quite an entertaining one. There was an article that went out recently that was subsequently proven to be very true. That there was an ass model for Invisible Woman and Psylocke in Marvel Rivals, and it is the same person, and she had to go call up her agent to see whether she was used twice. So Psylocke and Invisible Woman share the same booty, and there was a whole thing about trying to figure out whether it was the same person, and indeed it was, and there was a whole set of articles around it, and the community figured it out. It was a wild time. Very entertaining article from PC Gamer, something like that. So yep, there is legitimately an actual butt model for Invisible Woman and Psylocke. It's the same booty. And the person who did it is like, can I double check? Is that me too? And they went, yes it is. So there you go. So there was some community investigation to figure it out, and there we are. So there you go, there's a fun fact. How cooked are TT? Honestly looking pretty cooked right now. No other way around it. Well, that's a thing. There you go. Why do you all this? I mean, it's true. In fairness, the last 2 facts I've given were pretty wild. Got to keep up a reputation at this point. Don't talk about my bench like that. He's probably trying. He didn't have an easy time on that one. Sam, again, was goal content. It's very true. It's very true.
Would you look at that? It's time for draft.
For the record, Alex, we just had Mecha drop another 100, and then Qatari and Years of Chris also added some subs on top, so we're now doing a lot better. So, you know, once again, the oiler be oiling.
Thank you so much, Mecha. Of course, you know how much it means to us, and reaching newer and newer heights, basically funded by this dude, man. Holy crap. Into the draft, of course. Junglers were kind of, yeah, we had, you know, different set of junglers coming through in the Skarner and the Shinzai last time, which means we have very different ones available. Are we going to get Beichuan Lilia? IG banned that on blue side in game 1.
That'll be a very fair point. Beichuan's Lilia is pretty damn cool. And does Alex know the sussy fact? I don't know. Did you hear me chatting about the sussy fact?
No.
Is that a misban?
It's a misban, which means that we're either going to be remaking Champ Select or that's a mistake. It hasn't been remade yet.
OTT.
Are they just mental booming? They got smashed in game 1. Champion Select, look, if the next ban goes through and TT do look, if TT get their first pick in, I'm going to assume it's a mistake.
Yeah.
They might be communicating with the ref. Hasn't been stopped yet. Ban comes through. I wonder whether IG were like, I don't know what to do here. They ban the Rise. I think TT might be tilted, folks. I think they might be hyper tilted. That was
they don't
not
look happy.
No, they don't. They look. TT schedule's been pretty rough too. They played 3 best of 3s as their 4th. IG's obviously played their 5th one right now. First pick Lilia makes a lot of sense. It is Beichuan's best carry jungler on the patch, but they got to recover. You don't actually have that much time to recover from mistakes in Champion Select. If you fuck up, if you don't do a ban, I'm sorry for this foul language, but it is my own stream. Occasionally I do that. Oopsies. You only get like a minute to recover. If something derails, if you miss a ban, things go wrong quickly.
I mean, if you were going to drop an F-bomb, that's the time. That's a really, really rough way to start out a game 2. Don't want to read too much into it. The game, I've seen people drop bans and still win games on a pretty regular basis. There it is. The Gwen gets on through as a result of this. Rumble's also up worth noting. We've seen a few teams try to be really cheeky and draft both the Gwen and the Rumble and put the Gwen in the jungle. If you really want to be funny about it, especially considering you are looking for those AP junglers that can match some of the farming, and Gwen certainly capable of doing that. Debating a Corki here.
I think one of the reasons they want to go for the Corki is because it beats Yone in early lane, and Yone is one of the champions which setup is comfortable with and works well with the Lilia. I reckon they lock it in anyway, the TT. But Corki can be put into that mid lane and will win the early lane.
Rumble, now an option for Hoya, is a big player of that character. Often uses it to play quite aggressively early. Will teleport out of lane, that's Hoya in general, to try and wield that kind of level 6 power spike pretty aggressively. They'll lock in the Yone as well, so big AoE level 6 spike. See whether they can look to use it.
Question in chat, is there ever a strategic reason to miss a ban? Yes, in some patches there have been. Sometimes you leave, on red side particularly, more OP champions open, so the first pick doesn't matter as much. When, you know, come around to your last ban, you're like, well, actually, there are 2 OPs open. Well, but then most of the time you end up banning something else.
You gotta go for a niche pick then.
There are sometimes points where you're like, look, I don't want to ban the OP stuff, and I can't think of another thing that's useful banning. Most of the time, missing a ban is pretty much always a mistake. There's always something you could ban because you never intend to play it.
Like, that could have been a Varus ban, for example.
Exactly. It could have been a Varus ban or something like that. That's a very good point. And, you know, if you're trying to leave all of the OPs open, then like, well, you know, this one's like an okay pick, but it doesn't fit our, you know, fit whatever. That can be an important moment. I think in second round bans, that's where it's more likely to be the case because you've whittled things down to the last couple of roles, and then it's like, well, I can't ban out non-bot lane champions. I actually want all of these AD carries and all of these supports, so I don't want to chance it, you know. But it goes into the bit of the weeds there. You are unlikely to see a useful no-ban scenario in pro play ever.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's a rough space to be in. This ain't solo queue where people like Faker often just leave picks open, don't ban anything because they want to play against the hardest things out there and get good practice.
Oh, that's true. Sometimes, and could you imagine banning nothing? Could you imagine?
Man.
Could you imagine banning absolutely nothing and still winning a game? Imagine the mental advantage you get at that point.
That would be something.
The thing is, I know there are some like effectively fair play rules where you must always intend to win and play to the best of your ability. However, if you consider the mental
damage you would do there, I think that would classify as still trying to win a series. Because that actually, that would be so intense, actually. Could you imagine the amount of ego you'd have to ban nothing and win a game? Jeez. 80 carry bans in the second round, of course, leave open leave open the Kalista. One of our few lane dominant picks left. I think Ashe is very good for 1xN here. I think Ashe Braum looks good here. I think Ashe Braum looks very, very good here, actually. You might be a bit afraid of the Nico coming through last. I think you need the extra engage, folks. I think you need the extra engage. They go for the Ezreal instead.
It was 1xN's most played champion, puts a lot of time into it. Can then leave Feather up for something like a Pantheon or a Nico or something with a bit more presence.
I think the more presence would be Karma. Karma is the one which actually wins you the lane. The question is now, do you want to play towards teamfight, or do you want to play towards lane? You know you're against the Kalista, it can be with the Nico, it can be with the Renata. You're likely having a hard time in lane unless you lock the Karma. Karma can win lane. They go for the Leona and say, we want to play for the teamfight later. The Equalizer Solar Flare combo, absolutely disgusting. But then the Renata comes through, and Renata Kalista is a bad thing for the Leona in lane.
I'm a bit worried about this mid-bot side early shove because you've got the Corki into the Yone, should get shove into that, tends to at least early on. Kalista Renata pushing in, Ezreal Leona, when you could then end up with a lot of damage coming on down, and that's giving JJ a lot of license to just set up a load of saplings, prevent any real ingress from Bejuan down there until he's got a few levels for Dave, say a level 6 or something even, and by that point I wonder whether the damage might be done. I think this early mid-bot side pressure could be really difficult for Thundertalk to manage.
So, IG stomped Thundertalk in the first game. TT, great split one, taking down BLG in a best of 5, which was a historic performance for them, and let them reach a record high. However, this split, they haven't found their identity. They haven't found a composition where they're all on the same page, playing well both individually and as a team, and it's been showing. They've been picked apart individually by many teams, and while they made it to Group Ascend, it felt like it wasn't in a nearly as confident a way as they did in that split one. Now they're here against IG, and we'll have to rack their brains a little bit for a way through this one. So we hit the Rift. I say that a lot. But anyway, we're going on to that place where we play League of Legends. Now who knows what it's called, for a second time here in this series.
On to the Rift, we find ourselves. TT trying to match the weight of the IG crowd in here. Easy task. See when TT are supposed to be spiking, statistically at the very least. But in that mid-game spike, which makes some sense what they've gotten later on. Interestingly, IG getting a bit more faith, but hey, they've got a Corki, Maokai, and Gwen, which might help the bridge option of that Kalista and Renata, which normally are a bit more of that early mid-spike, to still get over the line.
I'm trying to think where I think the scaling goes. I mean, early game you have winning mid, winning bot. Corki wins mid lane pretty handily versus Yone for the first few levels of the game. Takes a while for Yone to get online there. Bot lane, Kalista Renata, kind of explains itself. Yes, you can lose the push in the first wave, but you are always at a threat of dying. That guy gets the Ren set, kills a minion, but also gets the Spear out of Feather. That's kind of important. A little bit of HP off that means there's much less likely to be able to fight off a little later. Yeah, I think when it comes into mid game, if TT aren't too far behind, fantastic 1-2 item spikes. They have very good ability to force fights from anywhere. The Rumble Equalizer can follow up from a long distance. Leona sets up Lilia very well. And on the other side, your cooldowns are much longer if you want to force fights. Rookie, not actually killing the wave too quickly. He's trying to do the bounce back. Because he's taken really good trades versus Satab, so he knows that Satab wants to be under tower. But if the wave pushes out from it, like this, he will be dropping minions like that. So he has wave control. Rookie, one of our mid laners in the LPL, which understands wave management the best. And of course, he's been doing that for a great many years now. Over 11 years of his career. And look at this, Satav not able to keep that wave under turret. There's no point Rookie forcing the wave under turret, allowing him to pick up this farm for free. He will just keeping it frozen a little bit away from him. He's a melee champion. You can't farm that for free. Taking hard trades when he can. And making him punish him with HP trades when he tries to get farm.
Got that level advantage now set up nearly at level 3, so we'll at least now be able to unbind the soul a bit more freely and look for something with that full combo that Yone often needs to threaten into some of those ranged champions early on. Otherwise, you can just sit there and suffer, really.
Yeah. Is the way I think sometimes. I think that, yeah, I think it's going to be quite hard for TT to out. Hang on a second, that's a bit of a problem. And also, even if he did go forward, there's a chance he gets, even if he... Well, I was worried about the Valkyrie backwards as well. It's really good damage, even at that first level. In fact, the first Valkyrie of the game is really nice because you don't level it that early, right? It's later into the game where you end up leveling it, so... The first Valkyrie does the same damage early as it would do, you know, much later into the game in terms of the base damages anyway, which is where a lot of Corky's damage comes from. JDG, level 4, heading towards bot side. Ooh, they might be going for a bit of an old, the Rend plus bailout dive hit.
Hear ye, shove in mid and bot allows IG to look for plays like this. It's another aphorism of League of Legends. No pressure in lanes leads to early tower dive. Flash out from JJ, was looking to see where the feather could also be an option. The tower heated up enough that needed to run away, and they get that kill. And now Feather's in danger. Look for the kill. Flash to get that tower shot. Gets the kill anyway, and he'll stay alive.
Yeah, no, that was always the plan. When you see Gala tank that first aggro with the bailout, you're like, okay, they didn't use that cooldown in the first dive. They allow Gala to die because you have to get the kill after you've hit 0 HP. Very calmly played. It looks like it's a bit frantic. That was all planned. Great tower dive. 2 kills over to the Callista. And this is what we were saying. Sometimes you can lose wave control as the Callista Renata. This time they get it though, and you are always at threat of being killed by this duo. IG playing this bot lane to the book.
Beitron will come along and nab a Raptor camp, but that's it. That's the trade. A single camp for that dive. As the Maokai, you take that every damn day of the week. To maybe lose his Krugs as well, so he'll lose the quadrant. That gives Beitron individually a little bit of something to roll with, but maybe a dive here on the Shy might now be on the docket. Feather here as well. Hoya, level 5, not level 6. The Shy's going to try and clear out this wave, but overcomes the rest of TD. Try and plays one out. There goes the Ghost, trying to buy some time as he runs away from his own turret. Continuing to snip and skip as best he can. So he's going to try to execute to this turret.
He won't execute because he was hit by an electric harpoon. He just wanted to waste time. And it also means that no one is killing the wave there. Solo kill, technically, for Hoya. Wasted time, sadly, at Beitron and Feather. And he'll be able to teleport towards that top side while it's happening. IG go towards the dragon. The Shy, no stranger to dying on one side of the map while his team achieves something elsewhere.
Have a look at this bot side play again, because it was so calmly executed.
This is the first dive, and they have the Maokai to reset aggro. So you see that's going to trade it about there. Mako ends up taking it. Walks out of turret safely. JJ, because of the red buff, does take aggro again. I don't think he expected that, so he has to blow the flash. And they thought, well, still have the bailout. And you make sure the Callista hits 0 first, so he can kill with the Rend. Gets himself the reset. Uses the W on the Maokai as well to make sure that the last tower shot doesn't connect either. IG, very good dive.
2 kills then on the Callista as well. Gala now in a fantastic spot this game, this Callista, with that early set of Berserk Greaves alongside an extra dagger and those longswords. That mobility, that chase down, so extended in these lanes as well. Very scary for Thundertalk to manage to at least come over and grab some of these grubs, and that's good news for them to trade out for that dragon. But we saw this kind of happen last game as well. TT fumbling a little early gave IG the edges in they needed to really take over in the mid game.
So, grubs over to page 1. I'm not sure they're going to be able to use grubs. Normally, I consider, you know, champions like Yone to be some of the best grub users in the game, but I look at Yone into the Corki, which is a good matchup into him, especially now he's got that early lane advantage, and the master of the map being so far ahead means I don't think TT with 3 grubs, even if they get 6 grub, I just don't think they get to use them.
See whether they can, but I hear the warning, and it worries me too. Big CS lead to mid and bot. Going to stick around, unfortunately for now. We said the pressure could hurt. Rookie though gets run up by Hoya, but then he turns it around. The equalizer comes on down, but Beitron's kind of caught out in effectively a 2v1. In comes Yone, unbinding the soul. Glilting Lullaby comes on down to prevent Beitron from falling, but they haven't killed the Shy. Fate Seal goes into nowhere, flashes over the wall, but to what end? You're in the enemy jungle.
He's gonna die one way or another. He has no teleport, and TT, like the last game, really just have been outplayed by IG. They've been out-muscled, out-brawned. JJ will throw a sapling over the wall, maybe trying to find out if he's recalling. Tries to find it. Is it in range to aggro? No, not quite.
No way does he get to reset off that.
He will live. Uses his ult, uses his flash. Sadly for him, will be delayed in getting back to the lane though, which means that Corki will still deny him a wave in mid lane. So IG, much like the last game, out-muscling, and TT, they're kind of punching bags in this series.
They are a bit. I mean, great escape from setup, that's good news. But it starts with Beitran heading into the river, having been spotted out by a sapling that steals the Raptor. Oh, that's kind of sad.
God, the things that we laugh at here. The Shy, of course, walking into play effectively. Beitran does make it out alive. That's an important thing. So it is only the one kill?
Does Hoya die? I didn't actually see. Yeah, they do kill off Hoya.
Oh, they kill. Yes, they kill Hoya. So it's the one kill. Yeah, it's the one kill because Beitran makes it out alive. So, I mean, the biggest thing is TT losing cooldowns there, actually. And IG, obviously, they lose nothing, really. The Shy, he would have liked to kill X. He is behind in the individual match, but Gwen is, of course, a very gold-hungry character. Needs a couple of items under her belt, really. The Rift Maker and Nash's Tooth, Cosmic Drive, stuff like that. Very, very core to her, regardless of which one of the Nashes and the Cosmic Drive she wants to pick up in any given game. While all this is happening, of course, that play didn't involve the Callisto Renato, which continuing to eke out more and more leads. See that 1xM starting to lose a lot here. And this was my worry when they saw the Callista, lock the Ezreal, and not the Karma. If you lock in Ezreal Leona, I trust some bot lanes to survive with it. I don't trust many to thrive with it. And I think when you already had that losing mid lane matchup with the Yone versus the Corki, I think they had to go for the Karma. Despite it not fitting with the team fight, you must survive the early game well enough to actually combat here, and I don't think they have now.
Shy. Still doing just fine up here. Down a little bit of gold, but the rest of his map's just happy. He's been weak side this game, and that's kind of okay in some ways. Has died that one time, but picked up enough of the farm to be in a good position, and it's given Rookie, it's given Gala so much space to get online in a very scary way. This lead bot side not getting any smaller anytime soon. Gala going to try and claim the plate here into Hoya, who doesn't have the Equalize to clear that one up. The setup, unbinds this, or rebinds the souls. He's going to have to ult away, but not to much avail. The needles keep flying. The setup loses half of the HP and will have to leave. Does have teleports, so could rejoin the lane.
Yeah, I think if he got out with that ult free, I don't think he has to recall immediately. He can just collect things under turret. As for that, though, yeah, it probably will cost him either a few minions or a teleport. He will commit that teleport. It means that no one's coming towards bot side to help, which is important. GT need all the help they can get right now. Hoya's going to have to... Well, he doesn't have the Equalizer, so he can't Equalize the wave. Tries to walk up and... He doesn't know where IG are. He was maybe thinking about heading up under tower there, thinking he can pick up a bit of XP, but even that's not being allowed to him.
I think he got spooked as well by seeing that wall get dropped over the wall and stuff as well. It's like, okay, they know everything in this lane. I've got to be so careful walking up. I can't see anything. And it's not the wrong choice from Hoya, considering what he knows. It's just rough because he's having to drop another wave. Beitran at least will get the other set of grubs over here, which is nominally good for things like this Yone. If you can find some time on turrets, it's just as we said, going to be an interesting question about whether you can use grubs or not. We saw some of those stats coming out from the likes of TPM Law. I know the LCK cast was chatting about it a little bit earlier on as well, but grubs can often be a little bit of a bait if teams in particular are happy to trade it out for things like dragons. Diving potentially the Shy as they will teleport in for this. The Gwen doing their best to trade out a fair amount of work, but the Lulting Lullaby comes on down and the Gwen is dead meat. 1xN though hit with a Fate's Call and Gala picks up a third.
But again, the Shy is dying a lot on side lanes. This is something that we know that can happen to him. But I think this is still an over-investment from TT. They call 4 people up towards top side. Corki's still farming bot side too. He can teleport up to the play if he wants to. And there were a lot of ultimates. Well, there was particularly the Leona ultimate used.
Got worried there for a second. Was a Lulting Lullaby available? Will not be needed there, and they will claim first turret at least.
They will, but they still lose farm in mid lane. They're going to lose farm in bot lane as well, so that's good towards the feats of strength. That can help. Of course, IG close towards getting another objective and sealing out for themselves. TT the same, so the next objective will give us the feats of strength. I still wonder whether that was an overcommittal from TT, though. That being said, there wasn't actually tower taken in bot side, and mid lane, maybe they lost more than that, so maybe I retract quite how much it means to them. But, well, all this happens, of course, 1xN still dies, so he goes down. This Ezreal going to struggle to be relevant. 1.5k down. Yeah, he's already struggling to do anything here. Why didn't they pick the Ezreal Karma? Been struggling so far from behind this game.
Or at least the lane with a bit of pressure mid. It's been really problematic, and Beitran not able to defend. That early tower dive has really messed up this bot lane. It's not even necessarily an individual play thing. It's a team setup thing.
Imagine if they banned the Callista on that third ban in the draft. They missed that ban. Maybe some tilt coming through, maybe some miscommunication, but either way, it's not working out for TT. I know they're only 1,000 gold down, but it's still 12.5 minutes in, and we said that, you know, IG have some really powerful lane leads to work around. Hoya has to use that equalizer. Clears out the wave. The Shy is stacking up his Q4 again. Won't look for the kill immediately.
Doesn't have a ghost on either side, so Hoya is able to clear out the wave and look to reset. That'll be the end of that little play. We've got ourselves Dragon in 3 minutes, and Herald also in about 3 minutes as well, if I have read my timers correctly. Always a challenge for the mathematically challenged. Rookie eats Spirit Cleat, and that's about it.
Oh, Rookie tried to guess where the Q3 was going. It's hit. He'll be safe for now. Losing out that little mind game doesn't matter that much. JDG on bot side with Markel. They want to go towards this turret, which is very low HP right now. They could just, you know, throw the ultimate at the tower and then see what happens, but they don't have any grubs, and TT potentially could have fired back with the Solar Flare and the Lilting Lullaby.
Looks like over we now look. A lot, really. I was about to say something and then went.
It's like over we now look.
I know. I was like, what's on screen? And the answer was not a lot. It was,
like,
it was really
just, you know,
I got baited. The Shy is actually in danger here, trying to run away.
He has W.
You can try and use the W, just dead into solo kill over to Hoya, and the TP'd in for that as well.
They teleported in. The Shy had W and just doesn't do anything. You know, at some point during this cast time, I'm just going to say, perchance. That's going to be it.
Okay.
At some point. Well, you'll just have to wait for it.
Cast a chance to dream.
No, it'll just be perchance.
Perchance.
Yeah.
What am I going to yell? I need words.
You don't actually, Sam. You've already done your random mic drop for no observable reason.
Aphorism!
Oh, God. Well, TT at least getting something back now. The top lane match with 1,000 gold ahead. And I don't really get what the Shy was doing in that last play. Had the W up. I mean, we could see it on his hotbar, on his cooldowns.
Looking TP'd as well. So clearly they were wanting to play that as a Solar Flare was used.
Well, I mean, Sam, Feather's on your screen, and it's clearly not in the same place where the replay was, so it was used.
But I just watched it in the replay, that's why.
I thought it was like, it was used past tense? I thought you were questioning the past tense of it. Mako's flash was blown. It's the big thing. Yeah.
I was wondering why the Solar Flare was used. I thought he'd used it after.
Because he used to try and catch a Mako flash.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Very nice, that one. Shy now up against Setup. I mean, Setup's kind of scary with the blade, and there's no first item for the Shy yet. Really needs that Rift Maker. Handshake away. TT, I mean, they will just keep going back towards the Shy, it would seem, who
has been punished pretty
significantly
now. What felt like an okay trade of pressure is now becoming slightly problematic. This Lilia in a decent spot. This Rumble in a decent spot. Yes, your Yone and your Ezreal not having as much fun. But the Ezreal's now at least at one item. Has got the tier stacking. You know, you can be okay with that point. There's the Zenith Blade on him, but a Bramble Smash away. Hostile Takeover goes nowhere, but the Fate Seal's pretty good. Mako in danger. Will bail themselves out, but to no avail. They'll die. Nice pickup for Baitron. He's got some stacks running to potentially keep chasing.
And so while Seaton misses, Baitron could flash for a Q. And the biggest thing there as far as it goes between the 7-10 split of JJ and Gala, there was no cholesterol. No cholesterol to save the carry, and it feels like IG, they're getting lazy now. They're getting very lazy, and this is a problem. You can't afford to let TT get too much stuff for free. This is their power spike, the one item. The two item is where it really lasts to as well. IG, they're not at their strongest just yet. They might look for a fight anyway, but JJ's way too far from his team.
He's split off, and the rest of the team's not going to defend him with flash away, but it's onto the equalizer! Nice read from Hoya, and the True Shot Barrage catch that Rookie and Gala too. They will now claim themselves a dragon, and TT are right back in this game properly now.
Awesome. TT get themselves a fight on their power spike, and you're absolutely right. Great read by that equalizer. Would have caught, you know, tagged the two members anyway if IG stood in the river, and then JJ, who wanted to flash towards his teammates, find himself on a red carpet. Hoya behind them now, can go in towards an Egos overheat.
Gala's in so much danger. There's a bailout, but I don't think he'll get anywhere near enough spears, and that's a shutdown onto this Rumble. They got a lilting lullaby, and Hoya is on fire.
I think you'll find us Invictus Gamer on fire. Burn to a crisp. Baitron steals some Raptors away. He's over 1,000 gold ahead in the jungle matchup. And his top laner is almost 2,000. They have feats of strength. They are playing in their power spike. IG, this is the point of the game where you did need to show respect, and they have showed pitifully little of it. IG, despite out-muscling TT in the first game, have fallen asleep here in game 2.
Throw a swell seed at the Herald, pick this one up and move on over to continue snowballing away. IG snowball melted. TT right back at it with an avalanche of their own. This top side now looking very scary indeed. No equalizer quite up yet for Hoya, but he has now got an NLR in inventory alongside that Leandris. He hurts.
That is such a strong rumble. See Mako. Seta not actually sure he wants to be that, but he'll be safe for now.
Has to ult, stays alive, swell seed over, will tag on to Mako, who will burn away, but the Herald is taken, and so Setab's job of body blocking, successful.
Yeah, and now say Herald with 6 grubs, and that makes it even more powerful. It's one thing saying, oh, you can't hit turrets. Herald means you can hit a turret, folks, and when you get to use those 6 grubs, even better for the Grubageddon power spike. So IG, now they need to be reactive on the map to where Herald can get drops. You know, earlier in the game you had said, Corki, Kalista, they can push enough lanes to not care about it. I don't know whether that's the case now. Boy, he has had some bad Rumble games in memory, but he's had, you know, this has been one of his more comfortable champions. It's important that Hoya's showing up. I think that when TT are at their worst, it's when Hoya is a black hole of pressure. The fact that he's actually getting involved in kills, getting double kill here, gets to play from ahead, that's huge for TT. Having a player which is normally on a bit of a budget ahead.
Lillian now got a Dark Seal with a few stacks, is in a pretty good spot, can start building towards something pretty spicy, I'm sure. Next, we nearly got a Shadow Flame for Hoya on this Rumble. There's not a lot of people building MR right now, and this Maokai, especially having gone towards the Leandri, is not a tank yet either, so we'll be doing a lot of damage to these people.
Atacon up in a minute will be the Ruinous variety. TT obviously looking towards that now with 6 grubs and a dragon to their name. They will absolutely love that one. IG on the other side. I mean, what's the play? About to hit 2 item completion from Corki in terms of the transformation of the Muramana. Kalista has that already. I mean, they're strong. I just don't take them in a 5v5 right now. The Gwen is not providing frontline assistance. Typically, the way that Gwen impacts teamfights is being so scary that you have to pay attention. Not necessarily going to be the case in this game, sadly, from Invictus Gaming. IG need to be, maybe bide their time a little bit. Not something that they've always been that successful at doing.
No. Arm guard completed for Beichuan. Alongside that Fiendish Condex means he can look for some very aggressive plays. There's the lilting lullaby, forced to cleanse on Gala, but now he's still in danger. Fate's call will keep the one member alive, but it will not keep Gala up, who gets popped. Beichuan goes golden, immune to the Maokai ultimate. Now Rookie in danger on side. One side is the equalizer, splits the team apart. Mako down. They get the kill on the Corki as well. The Shy finally turns up, but can't even kill Hoya as he's stunned up too. Thunder Talk. All right, into this series, and are pushing IG to the brink.
I think TT have paid back their loans to the Bank of the Shy, who has given all the gold needed for TT to take fights like this in the mid game. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal for Beichuan. He is snowballed. This is his best jungler by far. And this is after an early game, which IG should have rolled over to a win. I think too many deaths went onto the Shy. At first I thought, okay, well they can trade across the map, but it's been way too much of a good deal for TT at this point. Inner turret taken with the Herald. 6 grubs will take them. The top turret, inner turret as well. That is a huge amount of gold. Now over 5,000 gold ahead. In fact, they're just under 6.
They're going to reset again. Setup gets another wave shoved. But that Soul and Bound is safe. But look at this replay, because it starts with a fantastic play from Beichuan.
It does. He's been taking a camp, so he has the move speed from his Q. He doesn't even need to fish for a swell, so he goes up for the Q. And then this is the nasty stuff, right? Because you have the Leona passive onto him as well. So 1xN gets a huge amount of damage from the ultimate coming through. Rookie tries to get a turnaround play, you know, fight while the cooldowns are down, but he uses his Valkyrie to go into Beichuan, who has that stasis. And a great combo from Setab, finishes him off. Doesn't have the Valkyrie to outplay. Really just feels like TT have way too much damage from all across the map now. They have 4 carries who are online.
Mortal Steel, Flash, Fate Sealed is absolutely unplayable against at that point for Rookie, who finds himself looking at a team with mild despair. 3k lead for Beichuan in the jungle now. The Zhonya's is complete as that stasis right back up and available. Hoya looking for an angle. The equalizer on 3 again. The Shy's in the pit. That's a pullback on Feather. Dragon secured at the very least, but they lose the Corki at trade. Looking to turn this one around. The Shy just about alive. Got a bail on top of him. Looks to try and survive at least a little bit, but the Zhonya's means there's nothing to be done. JJ going to try and get some damage on the Feather as they keep on playing. 1xN just about alive, playing with range. As Beichuan looking to kill off Mako, who has nothing like the Final Fantasy VII supreme source of magic left in him. They'll head right back on to that Atacon, and the lifeblood of the planet is all over the floor.
Oh man, Invictus Genova, I guess, getting ripped out here. Ground, root, and stem. Atacon by TT. And yes, Mako, 1,000 games in the LPL. This one is his 1,001st. Not quite as pretty as the last one, sadly. Thunder Talk have really snowballed well off of good map play, good playmaking now in their power spike. So many teams do not realize it is time to fight at the right point in the game. Gala getting that swell seed onto him and having to play the fight out so defensively is a big problem. Hoya, great angle into this fight. Judges things well and says, all right, I can get a good play to kind of deny Gala good value. Does get taken down. Maybe he overstays a little too much, but his job's already kind of done by zoning off Gala from damaging the important members at the start of the fight. IG, you get some damage down, yes, but it's only, you know, 1 kill back. It's 5 for 2 all in all.
Rough place to be at. And just saw that statistical jump of about 20% on the win rate. Went up to 85% momentarily there.
Yeah, this is the problem. Is that now you've hyper farmed, you know, a Lily. We saw this from Shadow early. We've hyper farmed a Lily to the point where you have a 4th carry on the map. Yone going to be quickly going towards his 3rd item because he's got so much gold in pocket as well. The Ezreal is in their 2-item spike. You know, so they're all online. That's as powerful as they need to be now. IG, they don't have a front line. The Gwen is not a champion. You are playing in a 4v5 as IG. Gwen needs way too much time to come online.
And JJ's going for a Rift Maker second as well. That is a non-tank Maokai build, and that's all well and good, but you are 3 levels behind on the other side of this. You've got the QSS now done on the Yone. You've got 2 items done on the Rumble. It's not getting any easier.
Yeah, I think the thing about JJ's decision-making is, look, no amount of tank is going to be enough. Setup doesn't have flash. He's going to ult out, though.
Twisted Advance will still follow, so Setup likely dies. Gets a bit of a shield, but it's still not enough. Nice little pick from IG, who managed to get behind the lines of TT somehow, some way, and pick off the mid laner.
Yeah, that
Does
is
it turn
nice.
into anything?
Shy in mid lane, not able to set up a play there. Good start. So that's some gold away from the Yone. Nice stuff. JJ. The logic to going towards that AP build, the high, you know, the double mask stacking, I think, is effectively no amount of tank is going to save you against such fed carries. You go towards the Leandris first anyway, that's fine. I think after that point, you think there's actually just no point me going towards Hollow Radiance, Unending Despair, something like that, because I will never get tanky enough this game. However, big enough sapling, an ultimate in the right point. In this case, it's the Bloodletters, which is completely fine, because also that does build out the thing as well. You can set up a little bit in terms of that magic resist shred onto one target that you're picking for the Gwen. Maybe that does help out. And maybe you can get those miracle picks. The way you get into this is by TT making mistakes and picking off people before they bring everyone to the play. There's no one that tanky on TT. You can kill them even from behind the game.
You can be the attempt they need to go for. Need to find a few more of those. You did have a strong Callista, not so much anymore. Corki's at least at 2 items. Now Gwen's at 2 items for all that they are 1 and 5. And it was the Bloodletter's Curse second for JJ to give some magic pen. Try and manage some of the MR and QSS and stuff coming on in, but an interesting build choice nonetheless. Swellsea comes across. Solar Flare a little bit wide, but the Equalizer's going to be on. They're going to keep playing for this. IG in danger. JJ just gets melted. That tree is burnt and turned into charcoal. Back to his base go setup. Did get taken low, but Shy can't finish up, and 1xN now gets to Unleash. Looking for more. Lilting Lullaby is still available. Balo on Rookie means nothing. 1xN continue to hunt for more. Mako in a 1v1 with the Ezreal. And Ezreal can't land the Mystic shots required to keep that one rolling, but all the while they'll just head on to the inhibitor turrets and look to break the game wide open. I think they can just end right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's the brain being broken wide open. I think it's the door being completely shut. IG, they have messed around, and I think they've found out. A bit of silly gaming here. Ult forwards from Southab forces the flash out of Mako. He is the only member left alive. JJ, I don't think he has the ability to wave clear. 6 scrubs marching to the Nexus. TT have done it.
TT come back after a rough early game. IG, disrespectful, lazy were terms we used, and I have to echo them. And Thunder Talk was sharp enough to punish and do so aptly. You can't sleep on this team.
So Thunder Talk and FPX earlier starting to cause a bit of a sweat. TT make the series 1-1 in Invictus Gaming. He just came off a victory against Top Esports in dramatic fashion, a team which no one had beaten yet so far. Come against TT and maybe lacking a little bit of prep time.
Hello, folks. We've still got a lot of subs to go through in the background as you've got a lot of gold content happening, Al.
Yeah, we'll leave that for a little bit, but then you do your spiel and then...
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, here is the true gold content. Hell, it's challenger content, folks. And that is that I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera. You are on Nymaera's channel on Twitch, on YouTube, or on Anivia's channel on YouTube. We're live in 3 places at once, covering the LPL every day of the week. Here, live, the two of us in some capacity. One may leave, but there will always be another. Much like Kindred or the Sith Lords of Legend, you can't really get rid of us. And if you want to help us in any way, shape or form, because it is kind of cool as we do a lot of this casting basically off our own backs, please do consider throwing some follows, throwing some likes, some comments. If you see cool clips, please clip them, please share them on socials, join us in the Discord, throw some stuff up on Reddit, all that kind of thing to help support the community. And if you can, join in the massive subs that we got today, which has been wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. Do consider throwing a Twitch Prime or a subscription into the Twitch channel. Well, it does really help support us. There is also, I believe, a bits jar and all the rest of it as well, if you want to find a way to throw us some tips for coffee money.
Yeah, and yes, thank you for that, CEO of Pilk. Enjoy your Pilk in chat. Question in chat: do you know if Leandri stacks up Bloodlighters? Now the problem is, I played with it so much on Arena, and it works differently there. On Arena, it's per ability. I'm actually not sure how it works in Summoner's Rift because I don't play champions who build it anymore. But it did for a while on Arena stack up magic resist debuff per tick of magic damage. So yes, it did do that. Nowadays, actually not sure, because sometimes it will be sometimes it's per magic damage dealt, sometimes it's per ability. So I'm actually not sure about that. Right, I'm not actually sure I can stick around for the next game.
That's fine, I've got it.
Did I watch HLE T1 today? Sadly not. I was casting him. I watched I saw the post-match threads and I saw that T1 got blasted. But I'll have to catch up on that at some point. And yeah, so folks, I'm not going to be able to cast the rest of the games today because I'm casting G2 versus Rogue.
Ooh, that's going to be fun.
Well, I mean, for G2 probably. We'll see what happens with Rogue. I mean, hey, they're more fun than they used to be, and they have occasionally been a bogey team for G2.
I want to see whether we get Adam Lock in something like a Darius, and we see.
Well, I was wondering whether these two top laners, Broken Blade and Adam, whether they'd be the Yorick pickers.
Oh, very true.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to be casting that later today, the Rogue G2 match. So tune in and watch.
Moon Knight by night. What a great time. How often do you yell that the moon haunts you on a regular basis?
Is that a line which he says?
It's the alt line he says was, "The moon haunts you," and then you kind of die. It's a bit of a bad time.
Where's my Dracula? Where's my king money? I know you're here, you big nerd. I love how that comic panel, completely non-canon. It's a fan edit, but now I think they've actually made it canon now because there's a voice like, Dracula, he still owes me. Pretty sure that's in Marvel Rivals.
There is a Dracula map, that's why.
Random bullshit, go! I like that. I think Moon Knight is what people... he's like a good kind of variation of the Deadpool kind of what the hell is he doing aesthetic.
I wonder whether we'll get a Deadpool in Marvel Rivals at some point. Maybe. That could be a good option.
I wonder if his ultimate is breaking the fourth wall and speaks to the screen. That'll be funny.
The thing is, he could either be a duelist. I could also see him being a Vanguard. Because obviously he just doesn't die. And so you kind of have like a regen mechanism. But there we go.
Yeah. So in Arena, Bloodletter's Curse does not stack up per tick of damage. In Summoner's Rift it does.
Ooh.
That's why it goes a little bit weird for me. So it's effectively, but the thing on Arena is that it applies to every champion that you hit, because there's only 2 of them. In Summoner's Rift, it's only the first target hit. So, and it kind of randomly chooses if you hit them at the same time, which is not great for stuff like that. But it is basically an AP
1v1 item for Leandris.
Yeah, and so it does apply to your teammates. So it's effectively an AP Black Cleaver for the first target hit.
Which is probably more balanced than it might otherwise be. Do you imagine Rumble with an AoE shred?
Yeah, well, that's basically what I did with Zyra. Because effectively with Zyra, I'd hit them once with a plan, and they go down to 30% magic resist, which is kind of insane. Of course, you can't build it at the same time as Void Staff, which is kind of insane. Bro won their first match after putting Ham back in. They lost the first match with Elim, in coincidence? I think not. I mean, such is the magic of the Bro Leavers.
Do you Bro Leave, Moon Knight?
Do you Bro Leave? The question, though, which everyone must ask themselves at one point in their career.
Have you listened to the Thunder Talk, though, guys?
Oh, is it in here? Is it in there? No, maybe not.
Let me find Wash. I don't know where that one is. He was an LCK jungler, Alex. Really good lead.
Very good.
I'm going to run to the toilet briefly before you have to leave. Is that okay?
Cool, that's fine. Yeah, and then I'll head off after that.
That's fine. Leaving me, Jack.
Stuck. Can't leave.
Can't leave.
You could probably take your chair away too, actually, at that point, because you can just use my chair and get this out early, but instead of leaving it in here, which happens, you know, at a amount of time. Where's my watch? I have a Darth Vader watch, which is very cool. Can you ever put it in my bag? Not sure. Okay, well, it's not in here. Good to know. Alrighty. Okay, so I can wait a little bit until we put some adverts on. Hey, Yanni, how's it going? Is that what I'm Thunder talking about? I mean, Invictus Gaming completely losing the plot. Hey, it was going to happen at some point today, right? I thought it would happen in Game 1, not in Game 2, though. That's the thing. I mean, I think it is going to be the case in Group SN, where if you're against, you know, Thunder Talk, FPX, WE, I would imagine... No, well, the thing is, the series earlier today is confusing in the fact that Weibo didn't wake up and turn things around. That was what was strange. Beijuan not getting the MVP? Oh, look, okay, no, in fairness, Hoya was really good. No, Hoya deserves this. He does deserve it. But yeah, no, I think that, yeah, I think a lot of our teams towards the upper end of the table are disrespecting lower table opponents because they don't have the time to prep for everyone, right? Especially when IG are playing their 5th series, folks. Their 5th. NIP have played 1, you know? But the schedule makes it very hard to prep for everything. Very, very hard to prep for everything. And I get why the schedule's a little bit weird, because, you know, you have 4 different teams with 4 different venues. You know, you have Team WE, NIP, LNG, and JDG. Of course, LNG don't factor into that as much, right, because they're in Group Nirvana. But I think when you have 3 teams with arenas in the Ascend group, and you have to travel to them, you'd have to play 1 series there and then one series in another location if you weren't playing against those teams, right? So it means you have to travel with that, and also they want the most hype matchups on the weekends. So that skews towards some teams. So yeah, it's been quite hard to logistically see how the plan's going to work out a little bit anyway. Right, I'm gonna have to leave, folks. Go do my LEC shift. A couple of votes jungle. Yeah, okay. At least there are a couple towards jungle as well. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I didn't show you this, by the way. I didn't show you this completely early. But, yeah, so Onivia sent us these. We'll do a giveaway of sometimes in playoffs sometime for these, but we have some coasters and stuff to give away. Like some, like the wood laser engraved ones, which are kind of cool. Hey, you have good ones, Yanni. So, yeah, we'll figure out how to do that. We have some, like, Evelyn and Ari ones, because that's Sam and my main champions. We've got some ones with the rolls, and we've got a Z one as well. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. I also need to book a Twitch front page slot at some point to get the stream into more eyes and stuff, because I am Twitch partner for that. Because, yeah, I feel like we're still a little bit under the radar when it comes to LPL broadcasts. I will do Mecha as well. Will do. Thank you. Obviously, all you regulars, you're in the cool place, folks. This is the cool place. Of course, we don't have the search engine bonus of having, you know, LEC, no, not LEC, LPL English or whatever, which is very good search engine optimization and stuff. But hey, it's a cool place to be. We enjoy doing it. And we'll see how much we can roll with it. Right, I'm going to leave you. Sam did take a break. I need to put some adverts on so you guys don't have that for the next game. And yeah. I will see you folks when I see ya. I'm going to go some lunch. Maybe I go now and I get some lunch now. Yeah.
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前。
让每个精彩不再等待。
I was gonna shave anyway a little bit. Yeah. Then I kind of like roughly shaved, but okay, I'm gonna get a taxi. I'm gonna head over to Adlershof. See you in a bit, folks. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh, thanks for the follows, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the community. Go for a TT! I believe it off the grid. Incook Gaming, bit of that. What's up, Pokemon? Hey, Lion Man, good to see you. I'm never escaping this meme, am I? It's hilarious. I don't even like Pepsi. That's the really bad thing. I'm not even a massive. I don't like Coke very much either. See you, Al. Say goodbye to Alex, chat. He's off to the LEC. Okay, I will return in short order, but I must go to the bathroom now that Alex has left before the game fully commits, so I will return in shortly. What rank is IG in top LPL? Like, top 5 allegedly, but they're very up and down. But yes, I would say top 5. Oh, no, but again, they are such an inconsistent team, who knows? I return. I have drinks. I have a dream. I have a draft to look at. Game 3 of Mixed Gaming versus Top Esports. Welcome back. Glad to be back. Glad to be back. I need to think about moving this chair around actually while we're here. Let's move that away, shall we? Let's move this one over a little bit. We will continue. Salam, tell us who will win. Oh my god, the Shy's gone for his Nidalee top again. 100% win rate so far, by the way. 100% win rate. Before T1 played, now IG, what a good day. Yeah, it's been alright, hasn't it? It's been alright. Here we go, folks. TT struck back in game 2 against Invictus Gaming. IG now load onto the Rift, looking at right the wrongs with a much more interesting draft. Let's let the crowd yell for a second or two, shall we? 100% win rate. What sample size? Like 2. This is like his 3rd game. So, you know, very notable sample size. So, Hoya locks in the Yorick. Setab's gone for the Victor. Gone for Grasp as well, interestingly, into the Silas. It used to be a thing we saw on stuff like the Ari a little bit briefly. See exactly what he decides to build. Is it going to be that rower build again? It's very safe. Lacks a little bit of the damage. There we go. A little bit of nice versus 1 game. No, he's played it a couple times this split even. This is his 3rd game this split on the Nidalee. So it's been a known counter pick for him. It's into the Yorick. Theoretically, you can pounce out of the Dark Procession. See where that turns into anything. As at least early on, Shy bullying. Tends to go for an AD variant on the Nidalee as well. So expect Trinity Force and the likes. Love you, keep it up, thank you. Rookie on this side as well, alongside the Jarvan. We saw game of Jarvan early today from Owner as well. A rough series in general from T1, so I'll be worth a watch for that one later, folks. As Rookie eats a death ray. Did not enjoy it. Well, Hextech ray now, isn't it? Wrap around this bot side though, means 1xN and Feather really shoved up. Burn the cleanse already. 1xN holding onto the 4 shot, but Feather has got flashed, now uses it, and just out of range. Flash on forward, the Martial Cadence helps secure the kill. As Mako gets another Shattering Strike. Summon is blown, but kill secured. Alas, poor Yorick, he knows top lane well. Having a bit of a rough time in the early stages, though. Melee versus ranged. I have to confess, I have no idea what this matchup is supposed to look like in terms of having never really seen it before between the Nidalee and the Yorick. That said, I can see how the Nidalee, with the range, with the ability to hop out of that cage, could have some frustration points for the Yorick. Of course, the Yorick as well, with the ghouls being sent at opposition. Some of those last rites and morning mist combos can be a bit annoying for the Nidalee, who will have little minions running at her and no real AoE to manage them. plate secured by the Shy nice and early. There go the ghouls. Brought to life. Not really doing all that much yet. Need a little bit of AD behind them before they really start threatening. Actually, I'm not sure what's going on. Lands the Morning Mist. Dark Procession comes on down. But again, Nidalee has Pounce. And so can jump over that wall relatively freely. Please, I'm trying to forget that second game. It was pretty rough, wasn't it? Crash down in mid lane, though. I mean, Setup's in danger. Has got flash, yet to have to pop it. So everything is fine, at least for now. Hoya smacks a few of those minions. He's down a bit of CS, but hey, he's managed to get a reset in at least. Not the best ever, unfortunately. Just a Ruby Crystal versus the Sheen. Yeesh. Not a fantastic first back, has to be said. Wants to build towards a Sheen himself, I suspect, and has only got the Fairy Charm. JDG can't quite find the knock up. And Setup will siphon the power. I got power! That's what Victor, I assume, says on a regular basis. How are we feeling, Victor Nation? Picking up a few more of those turret plate moments. Grub, single one taken, but they don't want to give up the dragon on the other side, so they will take a grub. And they'll look to roam to the other side. Rookie hijacks the glacial prison. Dark Possession comes on down. The Maiden is summoned. Lots of those grubs come on forward, but the Shy thinks he wants to take this trade, but he's having to run away as that damage coming on forward from the Maiden. Really frustration. The ghouls keep chasing at him. We'll be able to Primal Surge his way back to something resembling HP, but suddenly the trade's looking a lot better for the Yorick with that Maiden available. Early leads, just about in for IG. Picked up that dragon, that first grub. Reset coming forwards for Hoya. It's on a ward. Does the Shy want to interrupt this? It doesn't. Wants to clear out the wave instead, which is fair enough. Finally resets. Picks up a longsword and some boots. You can stroll towards bot side instead, getting a bit of a lane swap in. Be looking at play for some of those grubs as JJ is here. Picking up that scuttle crab. Hits level 6. Right. I'll take a sip of my coffee. Get ready for some violence on the rift. About 1,000 gold or IG out of these lanes. I'd look at bot lane really, outside of that early gank. Varus, fine enough down here. Go for the poke variant. Rookie laning well into this Victor early on. And the Shy being obnoxious, as you would expect with this kind of matchup. Tanking up some of that main, just throwing some autos out at it. Coffee today instead of had tea. How adventurous of you. I know. I tend to switch between. I start with coffee and move to tea generally. But before this, I've been doing long Americanos. And now I've got a proper latte. Shy Has a load of ghouls pop at him. Doesn't really have all that much ability to deal with them right now. Instead of taking a load of turret damage from them. Or like basic damage, but drags them towards the turret and they all time out. The Maiden. Gonna start regenning at least a little bit. Shy trying to bring it down. As top side, clearly was a bit of a play. Chains of Corruption landed. Deadly Flourish also went wide, so didn't really turn into all that much. Mid lane, JJ caught under a Arcane Storm. Has to flash on out as the Glacial Prison came on through. 1xN is low up here. Probably as a result of that Chains of Corruption we just saw in the picture-in-picture. What's the reason Yorick got started getting picked so much recently? He had a slight rework. Freak did a whole video on it. But they tried to make him a lot better to do things like team fighting with. JJ gets the Cataclysm down but doesn't get the kill. The heal came on through from Feather, looking to find a play here. As they start throwing some shots back, but the wave now crashing. Do they want to kind of look at this? The Hail of Arrows landing. Into that comp, they can't quite secure the kill and they'd rather turn for grubs. Arrow. Arrow. Can't find it. Deadly Flourish used. 1xN gets to back away, alive and well. But yeah, basically Yorick got a slight rework. He is slightly better at team fighting now, slightly less good at split pushing, but still solid. The list of changes were relatively extensive, but they wanted to give him a little bit better team fighting, so he felt a little bit less one-dimensional and miserable at certain healers. But it's been enough of a change to make him feel pretty potent right now. So he gets a little less armor. The ghoul scale off your bonus AD rather than your total. Which makes it a buff before level 9 and a nerf after. Basically because it used to be basically accounting for the loss of Yorick's own base stat contributions. He gets a little bit more potency out of the ghouls early. Gets less HP. Gets a little less attack speed, so the 1v1s are a little less potent. This is the ghouls. And the ghouls are a little bit tankier, so they stick around a bit longer. They do a little less damage, but they stick around a bit longer, which makes them quite annoying. H1 hanging around mid lane is Gala's gone really deep looking for that poke. Here comes Mako to try and keep him alive. Flash away, Shattering Strike. Does 1xN want to open up the curtains? Will do. Mako needs to keep body blocking this, but it means he's in danger from this fourth shot. Oh my days. Gala and Mako just about survive, but that is anything but close. Well, well, well. What an interesting position we find ourselves in. Was there any recent game where he really popped off? We saw Yorick get 5k ahead the other day and not be able to finish it off, which was really rough. Did we see one in the LEC? Can't remember. I think it's been a mixed bag is the honest answer. Check GOL. He's only 1 and 5, so not done very well. Whippo got a win on it. There you go. LTA win. Look at this play here, because basically Mako tanks 2 shots, has to flash the 4th, and Gala just out of range. So he doesn't get tagged either. That's basically all the summoners blame bot lane. So I only commentate LPL. I also commentate NLC. I've done some Supervive. We'll be doing some more of that for the Abyssal Cup coming up later this month. I do some Honor of Kings. I've also been known to do some Marvel Rivals here and there. Or trying to do a bit more of that if I can. I also do some LEC on occasion. I've been doing some EMEA Masters as well. So quite a lot, really, is the answer. So not just LPL. Alex, my brother, is currently on the LEC right now. In fact, that's why he's left. It's just me casting today. But there you go. TT down about 1,500 gold as the Shy continues to just be really, really annoying in the side lane. Got that Trinity Force completed. Means the spears don't hurt that much, but the basic autos are very obnoxious. I think Bwipo's Yorick's seen the most success recently. Yes, it has. Where's the fighting? Not my LPL? A little bit. It's been the quietest game we've had so far, by far. Well, in fairness, we see some fights, just not that many kills. As Flandre is 0-2 on the Yorick. He's tried a couple times and failed to make it work. Shortly after a podcast where he and Bwipo talked together, courtesy of Iris and Trouble Inc. Well, caught in the Dark Procession, Rookie did not enjoy it. Being eaten alive by the Maiden, stolen the Maiden. What does that make it? The Mother? Maiden on maiden violence. Where doth thy maiden lie? In a shallow grave, apparently, as Rookie helps claim that tier 1. Shy survives on the other side, and that's going to be a big old maiden shove. Gala in danger, gets rooted by the tether. Focus Resolve doing his work. Gala just about survives the 4th shot, even with the Collector. Deadly Flourish just wide, and enough Honey Fruit to keep people up and running. Rookie's work here is done, though, with that Maiden Steal. Gets to leave it chunking out a tier 3. Hoya's going, hang on. Why is my Maiden not doing this? Hello? Chat? Setup will claim a turret on the other side at least, but IG's work here is somewhat done. Get first turret of the game. JJ onto the Herald. Well, this would be the objective marker for feat of strength and the overall feat of strength as a result. Scuttle Crab, BJJs. So, Dragon's up. 1x10 in danger. Gets jumped at. Deadly Flourish lands. JJ now actually in danger. Has a Permafrost stacking on him. He's got to be a bit wary here, but body blocked by Mako. Prevents any true follow-up. Rookie. Focused Resolve puts him in danger. Deadly Flourish flashed away from. Couple big flashes there. Well, Rookie's flash. That's a big one. And over towards the dragon go Thundertalk. Do IG want to contest this? They've got a stolen Glacial Prison and a Dream. Over we go into the pits. There goes the Mist Glacial Prison set up side sets with the Cataclysm. Otherwise, it's brutal. Flag and drag onto one extent. Feather means they are likely going to die. And Ignite back means it's still going to be a trade, but it's on to just the Rel. Rookie healing up Bestie Cup, but there's ghouls everywhere. It's a zombie survival movie. Hoya knocked up, knocked down. The Maiden there will finally burn out. The Shy hunting for some more, wants to land a Javelin toss. Ends up being a 2 for 2. But with everyone else having to run away, should be Invictus claiming that dragon. Reminder, Rookie's AP will work on the Maiden because whatever the ult's scaling values are, they're converted to AP for Sylas. So the reason things like set ult is so silly on Sylas. There goes the Cataclysm, Magnet Storm, Flag and Drag combo. Monix Head and Feather have a bad time. There's Atacon spawning with a big old yell. Let's get him. So let's have a look. Let's look what. I'm actually curious what the Maiden scaling numbers are. I've not looked in a while. So magic damage plus 50% AD. So we feel plus 50% AP. And as you can see, Sylas has quite a lot of AP right now, relatively speaking, with a nearly fully stacked rower and mask as well. The HP is based on Sylas's max HP, and he's building Haunty Guys and a rower. So he's got a fair amount of HP. So yeah, I guess at the minute, doing okay scalings. There's a Bobcat on my screen, just run around, demolish all the structures. Yeah, this Nidalee has been quite annoying. Looking mid lane, Gala, flag drag to try and defend. Buys some space, well defended by Mako and JDG. BH1 now in danger, gets crashed down on. And the Sejuani, desperately trying to run away, cannot do so. Heart still not, the Shy is in danger as Hoya keeps running at him with the Dark Procession and the Maiden of the Mist. Gonna pick up some Honey Fruit, lands another Javelin Toss, really wants to keep chasing this. Needs to dodge that Morning Mist, does so. Javelin Toss just wide. Here comes Mako, trying to make sure that the Hoya can't run away. Dark Procession will be crashed down over. Shattering Strike now comes on Ignite on top of Hoya, trying to find range to get in range for those autos and those last rights. Summon some more ghouls, but a hop on forward to pound to take down, and Hoya dies again. 1 and 3 on the Yorick, not enjoying the experience of Nidalee in this lane. Remember Yorick Mori. Sylas does it better. Nice chunk. A nice dive. Feather didn't really have anywhere to go there. While the Shy and Mako were dealing with Hoya. TT now in desperate straits. Down, what are they? 6,000 gold? Something like that. 2 dragons and 4 grubs as well. Oof. Challenging stuff. Gala now 1.1k ahead as one extent, despite playing an okay game, has been forced to run away a fair amount. Those kills and plates and turrets are all adding up. Sylas now at 2 items as well. Sure, you've hit 2 items onto this Victor, and that's great news. Problem is, you're looking at this Jarvan who's really scary with the Black Cleaver. This Nidalee has got a Sundered Sky as well, and they're going to be really, really annoying in extended team fights. Just very mobile, very hard to kill off. And Atacon now on the table. Mako going to try and body block BH1 out. He does have a flash and an Arctic Assault to try and go down on here. Going to try and turn instead onto the Sejuani. Deadly Flourish goes wide. Still trying to play this one out, and they will surely secure this BH1. Going to try and get in range. Can't quite do so. There are the withdrawals available now as it was a voracious Atacon. Mako throws down the locket. Setup eats an empowered Q from the Varus. The piercing arrow does its work. Feather falls afterwards. flash for the Cataclysm. And 1xN survives the end of days, but I don't know for how long. It is a disaster indeed. And Thunder Talk are eating a disaster. It looks like Pompeii out here. The withdrawals will allow 1 or 2 members of IG to come back to life afterwards, but all the while, everyone else is dying. Beichuan, it's Poro Bacon on the menu. And 4 members die, everyone but this Yorick. Flee! Flee for your lives, Thunder Talk. This one's looking like an IG win, folks. They just ran, they got the Atacant and they just run at people. JJ goes, cool, flag drag flash. And 1xN just can't get far enough away. This Jarvan and this Nidalee with these kind of builds are so sticky. Fight keeps going. Hoya dies again. And they just keep running. Rookie. Stolen Karma Alt W. Oh, that's nasty. Just to secure the route. Renewal. Exactly that for that Silas. Clever, clever stuff from Rookie there. Very heads up hijack. Head over to the Baron. And that is likely all she wrote for this game. Invictus Gaming came out of that second game angry. The Nidalee comes out. The Shy ain't messing around. Neither is JJ. What an insane Jarvan performance. Beichuan has been humbled. 3 levels down. Much like that Maokai was the last game. Bit of vengeance for the jungler of Invictus Gaming. Mako, caught the Dark Possession, but just doesn't care. They're desperate for a fight, any fight, and JJ's just not having it. Flag drag one way. Cataclysm on the other and Feather goes down in short order. Stolen Karma ult. And the renewal ensures a route. And no way out for the on against that Victor. Giga Shy online. Rookie having a good time. Gala as well. 7-0-4. He's having a spot-on performance on the Varus despite multiple attempts from TT to catch him out mid lane. I thought Gala would have died at least 3 times this game. How many times do we have 4th shot not quite execute or someone body block? TT gonna be kicking themselves for failing on those executions. Little too late now. With the Baron on top of everything else, Thunder Talk seem to have run out of spark. Shy on the other side of the Dark Possession throws a spear at 1xN. Doesn't mean all that much right now, considering it's the AD variant, but it's just the consistent poke. Auto. Spear into Sheen proc. Very annoying. Onto the Nexus turrets themselves. The curtains are called. Perhaps an apt ability to be using what seems to be the end of the game. A stolen Glacial Prison. Chunks feathered to half HP. Rookie will go golden briefly. Gets off that captive audience, but not before actually taking a fair amount of damage. Gets a decent Kingslayer heal, so should be alright. Needs to think about backing away, though, as a flash for the 4th shot. Brings down that rabble rouser in Silas. They can't quite end the game. Deadly first sidestep by Mako. The Shy also begins to leave. They can't end the game. They overpush just a touch, and 1xN punishes. So, base defended from Thundertalk. Briefly. They're still down 13,000 gold. They've got one Nexus turret remaining and one inhibitor turret remaining. And so WBG clearly take that as an offense. Want to keep going on forwards here. Third item just done for 1xN. Gone towards the Mortal Reminder to deal with some of the healing between Sundered Skies and Nidalee and Silas. Get it. It's just... does the items even mean anything at this point? It's a desperate defense. The curtain's called again. We got an additional act just about the last time. I'm not sure whether the Encore will be favouring Thundertalk here. Swan Song. Get a deadly flourish. The Shy takes a lot of damage but flashes out, stays alive. The Ghouls keep flying though. Forces down to 10% HP. Has got a teleport to come rejoin and a primal surge where he has to flash away. The Dark Perception gets thrown on down. Inhibitor turret. Sorry, Nexus turret about to fall. Does so. Cataclysm in the backside means the Feather falls again. This Karma has apparently knocked up a lot of the bad variety. Racking up a bad juju will surely lead to a lot of stuff back though. Wait. Hoya with a double kill. JJ into the backside trying to get onto the Nexus. What about to end Invictus Gaming? What is going on? The Nexus is bare. Just end the game. They just lost 3 members and TT are holding. Oh my days. Again too far. Again they don't end. Oops. Well, Nexus turret back up. Every inhibitor down. Chemsoul on the table. Hoya with a critical double there. They get another chance to bow on stage. I thought the curtains are called again. Another Encore, another chance. Another run. Last Nexus turret gets sieged. Last inhibitor falls and you're thinking it is over. Hoya jumped on. Doesn't die. The flash out important. The Ghouls keep running at JJ. Rookie also then looks for an angle, goes on forwards. The Cataclysm comes on down. They blow up. Feather is looking good. The knockup's there. But then, look at this damage back with the last rights and the turret dive. The fountain dive goes wrong. Ghouls keep chasing. JJ and Rookie trying to buy space and time for the team to finish it. Don't quite do it. And Hoya gets to run people away. And Daney's like, what are you doing, boys? And I don't blame him. He's understandably a bit annoyed about that one. IG would have won by now if the Shy had more deaths. Yeah, he is unkilled in this game. Off towards Baron we go. They've got Chemsoul. They surely get Baron here. Surely. And they can run at the Nexus one more time. Daney like, just like, what was that fraud doing? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. An oopsie was had. Nexus turret, inhibitor turrets all fall. The Shy chunked. Victor throws down that Chaos Storm. Doesn't get that much value. Into the backline we go again. They've killed Hoya this time. 1xN flash away. Glacier Prism just goes wide. JJ getting turned around as 1xN tries to get something here, but he's jumped off by Rookie, who will surely get another kill. Gala gets a triple. And Invictus Gaming on the 3rd attempt to finalize the game. Do so. It was the charm. And game 3 win. IG come out on top. Not the clean end to an otherwise clean game. TT hang on by their fingernails, refusing to say die. Appropriate with the Yorick in the game. But it is still, in the end, a pretty confident victory from Invictus Gaming. How's the LPL Yorick win rate? 0% currently. Whippo's the only win internationally I've seen so far. That's not to say Yorick is necessarily bad, but it's not been great so far. Hello guys, I am Initialise. You may know me from such things as NLC, Mere Masters, LEC occasionally as a substitute, and here obviously doing the LPL. Always good to have you in here. Thank you all for coming and supporting, folks. How's the mid top and win rate? It's currently 100% for the Shy. But yes, as I said, I am Initialise. Nymaera is currently the LEC, so I am holding down the fort while he is out there. I'll also be on G2 Hell tonight. So if you want to watch some additional G2 gameplay, come catch us in some Hextech series stuff. I believe it's the Hextech series. Later this evening. Good to see you, Entwu. If you can, guys, please do make sure to like, to follow, to comment, if you can, over on the YouTubes. If you can, do something like find cool clips, share them on socials, your Twitters, your Reddits, the Discords. Always good to see the cool clips in the Discords. And if you have got that ability to drop Prime sub, a regular sub, some bits, that kind of thing, over on the Twitch channel means a huge, huge deal. We are doing this off our own back every day of the week. It is a full-time job, effectively. And there is no official broadcast. It's just us and the likes of LPL, English, and Dominate and Cadril when they get the chance of doing it. So please do consider throwing some subs. Consider throwing one to me as well. I'm an Initialise Casts. See me in the chat. Come say hello. Thank you very much, Bradley. Appreciate you throwing some support out. The Shy Niddly GG, my brother. He kicked my brother in the ass a little bit. Matt could be like, you need some subs? Yeah, he's been doing a lot of that. Our great Oiler. Thank you, Mecca, again. Whew. Well, we got another series to go. It's JDG versus BLG. Oh my days, this game's going to be huge. I'm a bit worried on timings now, folks. I'm not going to lie. I was hoping it was going to be a 2-game series for this one. Because I've got G2 Hell to cast at 5 PM this evening. That's only 3 hours away. There's call time to have before that. Well, there's your damage, folks. The Shy kept doing the pokey thing, so did Gala. Setup did some work there, but in the end, it's proved too much. And 1xN on this Jhin never really got a chance to do that much. Very annoying. Tried to pick off Gala so many times, it didn't quite work. PPG Supremacy! Bit Pokey Gaming. So LPL Corki is like, or LPL Yorick is like LCK Corki. A little bit. I also feel like we've not really seen a lot of Yorick set up for success yet. Flandre's been trying it on JDG, and I'm hoping he gives it another go. I'm not completely unsold on Yorick yet. There's a dive that comes on forwards. And they manage to get a lot of the value out of the outer calm. You get a sub, you get a sub. Yeah, all of that. Thank you again for all the follows and stuff, folks. Does mean a lot. And of course, all those subs as well. Keeping us in business here, folks. Bejuan falls. 1xN goes down as well. Nicely done. There's our player of the game, JJ. Pretty solid on that Jarvan, all things said and done. Lot of good engages. I think that's a fair shout. Who else could it have been? The Shy was really obnoxious. But I think he wasn't necessarily the win condition, if you know what I mean. He played his lane out well and did what he was supposed to. But I think in terms of who was winning the game for you, it probably was JJ. Good earlier ganks. Good cataclysms. Next one coming up. Yeah, 95% kill participation. Yeah, very good. Very good indeed, isn't it? Help with that shove topside. Missed up. Here's our interview. Looks like it'll be... Is that Mako? Looks like it'll be Mako. On his 1,000 games, of course, makes sense we're talking to him. Give some celebration.
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 辅助 Mako。
I'll get the volume so you can all can hear it.
那也是拿到了2连胜嘛，先后战胜了滔博和 TT。你觉得这个2连胜是不是也意味着 IG 逐渐在找到组内赛的一个状态？
就是感觉状态比之前恢复的好吧，然后就是团队的协作也上来了。
今天这个第一局 Mako 是选择了牛头这个英雄，牛头也是 Mako 职业生涯玩的最多的一个英雄，所以这个英雄在你心里会不会跟其他的英雄相比，会有一些独特的感受啊或者感情？
没有吧，就是可能这个英雄赛场上面比较适合，所以说就玩的会比较多。
那今天这个第一局在赢下了比赛之后，来到第2局，感觉中期啊好像这个节奏稍微出了点问题。你自己会觉得第2局的问题主要出在了哪里呢？
可能是我们在对上单的保护上面有点不好吧，就让他被越了2波，导致其实格温的发育不是特别好，然后我们团战就没有那么好打。
但是这个调整的还是很快的。来到了最后一局的决胜局，对面有点这个出其不意的选择了约里克这个英雄啊，这个赛季登场率并不高。你们当时看到之后，队内的沟通是怎么去说的？
因为这个版本约里克这个英雄加强了嘛，然后现在开始慢慢的会变多，然后数值也还不错，所以说其实是 有考虑到对面可能玩这种英雄，但是因为德赛豹女熟练度比较高，所以说他应对什么英雄都应该无所谓。
的确应对的真的很好。那其实今年 Mako 加入到 IG 之后，比赛打到现在，我相信 Mako 心中一定会有一个感受，就是有很多的观众真的在关注和期待着 IG 的比赛。当然，我想这份关注和期待，可能他从另外一个角度来说也会有压力。所以你会怎么看待大家这么多人对于 IG 在今年比赛的这种期待和关注呢？
是能。
Anything interesting from Mako here on his thousands game?
哪个队都就受到的关注会更多吧，所以说可能。
Alistair is the most played champ for you. Do you like the champ a lot? Is there a reason why you like picking it?
还是怎么样？就是我们每个选手的操作都比较重要吧，所以说我觉得就是更重要的是。注重于自己吧，然后调整好自己的。
Go for the shy, ran it down. Mako, we forgot to protect the top in game 2.
成熟的心态，成熟的 Mako。我想跟 Mako 说的是，不管是高光还是低谷，
No, he just fits to comps.
坚定的支持 IG， 支持 Mako。那今天对于 Mako 来说也非常。
So the translations out to our other chats. Thank you, Thousand Guides and Dark World. Appreciate your help.
历史第1出场的一个成就，今天是第1000次出场，这1000场。日复一日，面对着高强度的比赛，面对着压力，支撑你内心当中这10年、这1000场从未放弃的动力或者来源是什么？
从2015年登场到现在嘛，然后其实也没想过自己能打1000场吧。其实这个数字，不仅仅是数字的累积，其实也是像你刚刚说的，我们在这10年以来。日以夜继的就是训练啊，然后包括输比赛或者赢比赛，其实我觉得能支持我到现在的话，其实更多的是，我自己对游戏的热爱，然后其次就是粉丝们对我们一直的支持，不管是踢谷啊还是夺冠，我觉得都是挺重要的。
哇，掌声可以送给 Mako， 其实真的很感慨啊！我在这个舞台上也采访过非常非常多的选手，这10年在 LPL 的舞台上，多少人来来去去，唯有 Mako 的坚持闪闪发光。我们再次把掌声送给 Mako 好吗？感谢他这10年真的很难得的一份坚持，重复的在做的一件事情。我今天其实也有在网上看到有一段话，我说特别好，他说今天这1000场出场的成就。
Tien's really named Tien, but he's also Mako's also Tien, just like the Siwoo's and the LCK. Ah, nice. 10 years of Mako. All the way back in 2015 on EDG alongside Porn and Death.
你自己的期望是什么？
希望自己能打得越来越久吧。然后其实也看到了像 Faker 这样的选手一直坚持在赛场上面，其实自己也是，就是像他那样子一直努力，一直进步。
再次感谢 Mako 为 LPL 的付出，辛苦了，10年真的很不容易。那今天 IG 也为 Mako 准备了一份特别的惊喜，接下来让我们掌声有请这份惊喜出场吧。Mako 不知道啊，很突然，我们队长 Rookie 带上了我们 IG 所有的队员，包括教练。给 Mako 在今天准备的1000次出场的一个蛋糕。好，我们可以一起来站在 Mako 身边。
Well, this is special, guys, isn't it?
还有花要送给 Mako。好，那我想让 Rookie 作为 IG 的队长，也是代表，今天因为对 Mako 来说意义非凡，你有什么话想对他说的吗？
说明他已经挺老了。然后就打到1000场还不容易嘛，那听说我也快了，也希望我们俩今年拿出我们想要的成绩吧，然后希望一起加油。
这就是好兄弟才会说出来的话。我想我们今年真的看到了一个有爱的 IG， 团结的 IG， 有无限可能的 IG， 也希望他们在今年后面的比赛能够继续创造出无限的可能。接下来我喊 Mako 出场100场。各位喊快乐，好吧？1000场，sorry，1000场。好，我已经看向了下一个100场了，在期待着下一个100场了。来 ，Mako 出场1000场。谢谢各位，也希望 IG 包括 Mako 能够在接下来的比赛继续。
Call them old, hilarious.
支持。那接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
恭喜等待，恭喜等待。
Well, that's really sweet.
Congratulations to Maker. Oh, they've got a little highlight reel.
别急，蝎子没大，我没什么状态。我开了。
I'll drop the volume a bit now as we're getting towards some breaks. And I'll need to put some ads on as well, so we get ready for our next series.
感觉不好，拿出来吗？可以看看贝塔。开从一级这边，能，都没血，能，杀快点，我开。蝎子，能不能救一下我？蝎子没闪，哎呦。 没闪，我退出。没闪的，马上了吧。飞机没 W。我先挨一下吧。慢慢破个。看一下。我这个。可以加一招。我也踢了。可以了。打前面。飞机没 W。打前面 AD 死了。看一下。飞机没闪，没 W。打前面的随便一个。能。好一下。飞机没闪。开到了。哦 ，nice。 我中了看先锋嘛，鬼，这个阿鬼打了，看着，打去杀这个，杀了，被开头，救一下，我死不了，杀这个 ，OK， 我杀这个，慢点，不用慢 ，OK， 杀，不用慢，追，反肉的要死，打了死不，OK， 没事，哎呦，哎，包点，我死了，最后。 送一进。
All right, 50 seconds until we've got our next series. Oh my days, we're running quite late today. That's what we can. Welcome back, folks. Getting ready to go into our third series of the day. Also good to see you, Mabby. Mabby, is that you, Mabinoki? I'm assuming it might be. Hey, Jelly, good to see you. But yeah, 5-10 minutes. We'll get a 1v1 first. This will be an interesting series, I think, folks. BLG in a weird old spot. They've not looked like the mighty conquering titans they've been the last couple years. They've looked fallible indeed. Not without their strengths. That loss to AL stung. The victory against IG much better. The victory against TT much better. 2-1 is not necessarily what they were hoping for. Today against JDG, it'll be another relatively stern test. A lot of Scion right now from the side of Bilibili Gaming, but that Ambessa not been great for Bin. Been dropping some games they shouldn't have been. This matchup as well. Shun on BLG, of course, versus Shun on JDG. It's his old team. Oh, man. Revenge is a dish best served cold. And ever so sweet if Shun were able to claim it here. Oh, man, this one gets spicy, doesn't it? Elk versus Pays. Another interesting one, of course, Pays replacing Ruler, who's replaced himself on Gen G as well. Bit of a switch of AD carries there. Elk. Oh, man. Average goal difference at end. You can see it there. Damage per minute. Not bad either from Elk. He's been a bit of a weird game. There's those twos head-to-head. Gen G got the better of BLG the first 2 times out. In 2024 in particular. 2023. A little ways back was when BLG had a better showing against Gen G. Recent history. More towards that Pays end of the scale. Who's our 1v1 for today? 3-0 for JDG? Well, it's 2-A in best 3, unless you think it's going to be one of those ones where they throw a second game. The fake 3-0s.
好的，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 BLG 星际魅族的上单选手冰，欢迎冰来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上单冰。
欢迎冰。那今天第一个问题，组内赛打到现在，冰哥，你觉得 BLG 的水平和实力发挥了多少？
我觉得我们到现在目前为止状态没有特别好吧，就是可能就是没有达到一个及格的水平吧，可能只发挥了50%到60%吧。然后我们之后就是要尽量让我们的发挥和状态做得更好。
那今天面对上 JDG， 因为他们在目前的组内赛还未
Been on the interview.
要想战胜他们的话，今天
What's he saying this time, guys?
我觉得想战胜他们，我们得调整好我们自己的状态，然后我们的配合和就是视野可能要做得更好一些吧，因为我们之前还是有一些很多失误在比赛里面，这次我们要减少我们自己的失误，然后拿出更好的状态，我们就能赢下比赛。
也期待今天 BLG 更好的状态，更好的表现。 好的，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 JDG 的辅助选手 Missing， 欢迎 Missing 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 辅助 Missing。
欢迎 Missing。那对于今天对上 BLG 的这场压轴大战 ，Missing 的信心是怎样的？
今天对阵 BLG 的话，我们全队都是特别想拿下来吧，然后给我们增加信心。
而且现在也是未尝一败嘛，在组内赛。今天你们的对手 BLG， 你们互相之间应该都非常了解了，因为也是老对手了嘛，而且也有你的老队友 Net 在。今天在赛前有什么话想对 Net 说的？
想对 Net 说的话就是希望大家能发挥得很好，然后打出一场高质量的比赛。
那就让我们一起来期待这场亚洲大战。
He said Scout is better than Knight, and that will be a problem. Oh my days. That's a lie. That's a lie, JDG. Scout is best. I see your name. He said he's shivering in fear from the absolute demolition BLG will face it at the hands of Scout and Pace. I feel like my chat is biased. Here we go. Crowd comes on out.
首先欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming Dream Smart， 上单斌，打野 V， 中单 Knight， 下路 L， 辅助2。
There come Billy Billy Gaming.
JDG Esports， 上单阿乐，打野勋，中单 Scout， 下路 Haze， 辅助 Missing。
JDG here as well. Oh man, this matchup should be fun. Lock in, folks.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛，第2周第6日的第3场比赛 ，BLG 星际魅族对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL
Brace for action. Some fabulous Pokey Gaming emotes I see in the Twitch chat. If JG wins, then I know I'm awake. If BLG wins, then I hope I wake up soon from this nightmare I'm having. Nowhere. Big JDG fan, clearly. Into the 1v1. It's Bin versus Arla. That was a Gwenin. The audience there as well. Wonder whether that champion will get picked, but it's been banned away. Top laners. Oh, yes. Of course, Arla is a bit of an Akali player. Olaf ban. You're going to see here as the last one. Rob. Corky's gone already. Team's having some fun there. Look at that little grin from Arla. Camille was always a Bin specialty. Bit of a weird place right now, but could be an entertaining option. The Rumble makes some sense. What is our 1v1 of choice here then? Jace is gone. A lot of the strong ones. Varus might be an option. Renekton. Have they agreed to a duel? Oh, is it Renekton v Renekton? Bin's not locked in. Bin's not locked in. Bin? Bin? Okay, few. It is Renekton v Renekton. Excellent. Let's go. Rock out with your croc out, folks. Get ready for it. Where has Bin? Mr. Bin? He's on the left. Bro, I opened Doggo's stream and the first thing I hear is a very loud, what the F? You see what's in the game. That's hilarious. That's very Doggo, isn't it? Sorry, I think that might get me in trouble if I do that. That's that. Especially in Florida. Very true. It was the old Papa Smithy phrase for the record. He used to say that every time we saw the Renekton on the Rift. On to the Rift we go. Well, the bridge. I keep saying the Rift. It's the wrong choice. Wrong lever, Kronk. Ooh. Bit of a slice of dice on both sides. Bin coming outside your head there. He's gone for the double Dorans. Longsword, both sides of that. Same set of spells though, inverted. Ignite for what? Ignite on top for one side, barrier on top on the other. Arla's eating a bit of a nasty chunk there. You should be able to heal off the wave at least somewhat. There's a bit of rage to work with. Caught by that Q from Bin though. Culling of the Meek. Doing some fair work here as Arla just has to back away and try and farm this turret up, farm this wave up. Under turret rather. Arla does a decent job of getting some of those minions at least. Bin slides away. Gonna look for an empowered ability here. Bin doesn't have that much rage. Q sends very little. There's the healing shrine as well, and Bin's in a very good spot here right now. Q's the wave. Build up some more rage. Or is it Fury? I feel like it might be Fury. Arla gets 6 first, though. There's Bin in trade. Gets his own Dominus. Stunned in place. Big barrier. And Ignite to work with. Dominus will be procced on both sides. Well, Dominus will time out earlier for Arla, but Bin in a rough spot there because he did lose some XP despite having the better HP start. And that could well have cost him. Hey, Lewis. Good to see you in here. You're a god battle, just need breathing 369 in here for Krokoff. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Alex, good to see you. He's in the YouTube chat. drops a bit of a wave. Early steel caps picked up for the side of Arla. It's the Caulfield's Warhammer on the other side for Bin. Bin. Do what he can here. Gets the wave shoved in. Arla, though, gets a nice chunk there as Arla had that empowered damage from the healing shrine. Bin should be able to heal up some of it off this wave. Depending on how much Arla wants to trade out on this. We've got Toy Necton on both sides. Different chromas then. Of course. Level 8 now for Bin. That level discrepancy has been really problematic. Hang on, slice, dice, and that puts the side of Arla on top of Bin with a lot more rage to work with. Where's the W? There it is into the Ignite. Barrier is still there. Can look to play this round. Still got the Ignite himself. Turret shot! Makes this tricky. Healing trying to work with. Has his own barrier. Stops some of that Ignite damage, but Bin will get a heal. He's got his own empowered auto. So give the slice dice. Slice away from Arla. Damn, it's close. Dominus. Dominus. W back first for Bin, looking to go forwards now is Arla. Gonna need to get into that Dominus range to get to the W. Q comes on through. When's the W cooldown? Finds it. Looking for the Q. Conqueror stack. Slice dice! And Bin wins it! It's only the first kill though. Needs another. But a big win for Bin. Reminder how this works for those of you who don't know the 1v1 system. It's 2 kills prior to the Ring of Fire. 1 kill after the Ring of Fire. All the turret take. But either way, kill allows for the empowered recall. Goes back for the Eclipse. Gets a Bramble Vest as well. That's unfortunate. It was close. It was really close. But Bin wins out in the end. He often does. Eclipse does some work. Healing try and take him. Arla's not in a great spot here. And an Execution is calling. And Steel Caps versus Eclipse Bramble Vest. He doesn't even have as much armor anymore. Well, big stun. Bin's got a, say, 2-level advantage. Arla gets 1 back. 17 seconds on the Ring of Fire. And Arla's not being able to reset. Oh boy. This one's looking challenging for Arla at this point. Bin had the early lead, then Arla managed to get to that level 6 first and made it look a lot closer. Stun with the turret. Doesn't take much in the way of turret shots though. Arla is in so much danger. He's got a wave and a dream. Try and buy as much time as he can. Will Bin try and shove the wave? Trying to build up some rage slowly but surely. Bin, it's time to recall. No, he's not going to pull a shit. There's the healing shrine. Buy a bit of time, but Bin's going to also get it as well. But no real health to get higher there. So, generally, only a boon for Arla. Still at half HP. May need to Q that wave, but the problem is... There's a Dominus early. Gets some more stacks. Begins to stack up an additional set of that rage, but Bin's got 2 empowered abilities to work with. Arla so low. The barrier comes on through. There's a barrier still for Arla that means nothing at all. Bin handily wins the all-important final 1v1. Side select for BLG. Okay. Some quick adverts. I'm going to run and get some water. I'm going to run to the toilet. We'll be here for draft in a second or two. As we get ready for first match between JDG and BLG. But is that going to be drafted? I'm hoping not. I'd like to see draft, please. Well, there is draft. And we got ourselves some bans. And the first few picks. Barra's first pick for BLG, alongside that Shinsao and Azir. Talia has been banned, which is good news if you're trying to play the Azir. Knight's Azir is sometimes a little hit and miss, a bit like rookies. But it certainly had its moments. The response was a very early misfortune for pace alongside the Vi. So you've got lockdown to keep someone in the bullet time. What else do you want to pair along with it? The Ahri is not banned. Take away from Knight. So the standard mid lane pairings of that Ahri and Talia off the table. And Alistair is at least someone else who could dive on forwards. But you are going to need something like Besser or what else? Maybe a way to follow up from range. You want something to go with this Vi in terms of that combo for lethal threat with Renata here. Especially as they are looking for the dive comp, makes some sense. And whether something like that. So what else is a good anti-dive option? The bot side Braum might be a good ban here as well. There's that Ambessa we alluded to. As I need to drop the volume a little here as well. Forgot about that one. Sorry, folks. As cool as the music is. Nymaera, legendary skin voice lines. Hell yeah. Let me turn off that social slideshow for now as well. Whew. Nico. Another one of those very lane dominant sports. Could be quite good anti-dive in its own way. Press Pop Blossom as people come on in and they go, oops, that wasn't great fun. Arla debating a Scion. Been a lot of that today. Scion. Not Scion. Silas. There we go. A potential for... Oh my god, that's Xerath! Well, one way to follow up on the Vi is with the OG artillery mage himself. Wherever Vi goes, the right of the arcane will follow. Okay. That looks like it might have been a bug in draft. There was some confusion on JDG's side there. Okay. Huh. Refs are going to have to investigate because that was actively locked in. So we'll see whether there was a mistake. Is this the first BLG game? Yes, it is. Just into draft for it now. Hopefully in short order anyway. What rhymes with Xerath in Mandarin, don't they? JDG were the ones who locked in the Xerath there. Let's see how this one works. What happened? There was something happened in Champ Select is the honest answer. We don't know whether it's a mistake, whether they're getting a remake of draft, or whether they're going to be forced to play the Xerath that they locked in. Still figure out exactly what's happening here. Still waiting. Still waiting. This is taking a while, guys. Okay, we're back in. Remake a draft. Should be going through relatively fast here, guys. Might as well redo the Gamba. Yeah, I suspect so, Amber. Thank you for that. Farah's still in. I suspect the first 3 picks at the very least will be the same. Right. All the bans remain the same. All the picks so far remain the same. This was the Xerath pick. I am assuming that was incorrect, and it should have been something like the Silas. It is locked. Another dive pairing with the Vi. It's pretty good if you got a good ultimate still. Chains of Corruption, not bad. Crescent Guard. Emperor's Divide. Pretty good ultimates too. Magnet Storm would be fantastic. It is locked in. Sal has so many good options for the ults. Yeah, he kind of does now. Dominus is a good one. Magnet Storm is fantastic. Crescent Garb's not bad at all. No, Rumble would have been good ones. Yeah, they're locking the Ornn as well. Okay, so Ornn, additionally, quite good follow-up on the Vi. Wherever she goes, you can follow up with the Crescent, with the Call of the Forge Guard. You've got the Misfortune Bullet Time. Your damage, though, is very reliant on Pays being strong, on Scout being strong. If one or the other gets taken out before they get a big combo off, their damage gets a little bit lower. Lots of CC, lots of follow-up. The damage, quite conditional in terms of depending on which champions are strong. BLG, good front to back, good range with the Nazir and the Varus. Renekton should have a strong lane into the Ornn early on as well. The Varus can manage the Misfortune pretty well. That's a lot of lane priority for the Jin's out. Can BLG play off it? It's one of their bread and butter options from last year. We get ready for our jump onto the Rift for game 1. Make sure you got your parachutes, guys. It's quite a long way up. Here come the lights and cameras. Action, we're hoping, in relatively short order. JDG versus BLG. It's been a marquee matchup for a very, very long time here in the LPL. These two teams have been the last two greats in the region. JDG in 22 and 23, when BLG began to take over in 23 and 24. This year, we'll see who it'll be. The Gyos begin. Arla. Bit of a chunk there with Bin, just looking at each other. The Vi, going to start topside, gets the Ornn to come cover just in case someone comes and mess with them. We saw one or two Vi's in recent weeks have a bad time when people come to attack them in the enemy jungle. Poke Varus for Elk, I don't think should be a surprise this game. Wanted to keep that range up as far as you can. Not fantastic necessarily into the Ornn later. But in terms of trying to deal with the Silas and the MF, can be pretty good. You've already got enough damage elsewhere. You aren't absolutely relying on Varus to be your tank killer. Flash on forwards for the headbutt. Force a flashback out from On. So someone has traded there for the supports. Importantly though, On keeps his Ignite. Missing does not. Some of that poke coming on forwards. Elk a little bit lower, but it's got a lot more pots in inventory to match up with Pays. Level 2 hit now for both sides, but it is about half level advantage over towards Elk as it stands with the early wave shove. But it'll be an early reset here on this timer. Can Missing come and interrupt? Oh, they've cancelled the back. Okay, do they feel like they have to stick around now? They might, you know. Missing reset at least. Ward over by the Raptors. Have an idea that Vi's around. That's probably partly why they're backing. Don't want to be at risk of a Vi gank. Especially with Shinzao pathing in the other direction. Tier bot, control ward bot. Should get back in time with a little assistance from On, probably, to hold on to this wave. Let's see whether the MF looks to back as well. Maybe pick up something like a Carl. Whether she wants to hold on for that BF sword or Vamp Scepter first back that also feels really good on the MF, and especially when you're into the Poke Varus. The Vamp Scepter in particular, really valuable for managing this lane. Headbutt Pulverize prevents On from looking for the combo he's necessarily hoping for. Takes a fair amount of damage there. And MF throws out an impure shot with those. That's actually no longer called that. It's just love taps. Used to be the W passive before it was just Strut. Oh, wait. You need to be very wary here. JDG want to play for this one. Everyone's roaming over with that shove from bot side. Raptors fought over. Pays left in the 1v1. Trying to use that Make It Rain to clear out the minion wave. Has to drop one there as On crashes down on a single minion to bring it low enough to use those World Atlas stacks. Those who played this game more than 10 years remember no time zone camps? Oh yeah, I remember timing enemy jungle camps. It was a whole thing. I remember when you could buy wards and everyone just had wards everywhere. Ward stone in the jungle. Core item on at least Rek'Sai and Lee Sin, the holy trinity of jungle for a long time. Counter jungling used to be so punishing. Yes, it did. Mount up onto Arla. Puts this Alistair in a difficult position. Sorry, the Ornn in a difficult position. I apologize. Caught out thinking the wave was free. It was not. Saved the ignite from earlier and gets some value. Good work from BLG. Means they haven't rotated up to match this Misfortune Alistair, but that is way too far on the Ornn. Burn to flash, still dies. We'll have to TP back in now and claim this wave. It means they cannot really look to move out of this lane anytime soon. And so BLG will claim the dragon on this side of the map, having done the due diligence in bot side. Done a bit more than that, really. They've done overtime. Picked up that kill on the Ornn, who's gone for a very early Bramble Vest into a pretty heavy ADT. And they get the knockback. Arla goes a little deep there. Flash from Elk to get in range. Can't quite get the last auto. On's the one who nabs it. But hey, job done. Kill secured. Did burn the flash on Elk though. Obviously as a Varus, you can be a little vulnerable to not having that summoner spell up. But with this kind of build, you tend to stay miles away anyway, using your skill shots to control and corral the wave. Grubs were taken by JDG, worth noting that. The gold lead, not that nominal yet. Well, not that explosive yet. Shun. Looking for an angle in. Flash. Seasoned assist. Crash down. And the headbutt pulverized. Kind of being timed out at the same time. But Elk with no flash means he is dead to rights. Nice combo from Shun. Getting some vengeance against his former bottom lane. Of course, Shun in general, right? Replaced by BLG. It was Wei who took over. Being subbed out at Worlds as well. Kind of finally got back to the starting place, but let go by the squad. Would love to say, you chose the wrong jungler, huh? Scout on the roam. Looking to see whether he can catch someone up top side. Bin will be in danger now. Dominus at threat of being stolen. Flash away means the call of the Forge God doesn't land. Gonna pop the Dominus, try to buy some time. Don't want to go any further. Decide they've got enough here. Dominus and Flash can trade for just a brief roam. Pretty okay. Arla, I suspect, will be asked to go towards the other side. Scout trades out well with Bin. And the misfortune Alistair. Clean that wave up. The wave bot side going to be dropped. But hey, so be it. Well, it is a fair away behind in this 1v1. That's a big wave to lose. The observer's showing it. Silas not asked to be the one dropping waves. Now bot lane's move mid. Slide on forward from Bin. Not too much more though. It's been a relatively slow early game here. Gold next to even. Killer piece has kept that one that way. Slight lead to the MF who got the kill. Or as vice versa, this Renekton in the 1v1 having a pretty good time early into the Ornn. Often is. The Scout and Knight relatively even here, about a 10 CS odd advantage over the Knight on the Azir, but there's a bit of a wave there, so it'll be something like 3 or 4. So nothing super crazy, considering the fact it's range versus melee. And Silas versus Azir is a matchup mid laners have played a fair amount over the years. But Pole on, crashes down, bullet time on the slow because he's waddling around unmounted. Down to about a third. It's a fair chunk to take on that support. Might make this grub fight a bit harder. Azir ult for Azir ult. It's the Macedonian phalanx and Knight's now in danger. Maybe asked to flash. Keep jumping forwards. On reminder has no HP. And the chains of corruptions don't land. And so it's a quick pick onto On. Question, which team comp is better later? That's a hard one to answer. Bit of a nuanced one this game around. Because Azir, Varus with decent front line. Pretty good in terms of your front to back in terms of the range. JDG's damage is a little more conditional, with the Sylas and the MF requiring big ults in a lot of ways. You've still got Ornn items and an Alistair, who do scale exceptionally well, and Knight, having burned his flash and teleport, is just dead to rights here. JDG get grubs. We'll get one extra grub, get an extra kill, can head back to the grubs. Just picked up the feat of warfare there. Nice sequence there from JDG. Get the grubs on top of it, all the while bot side. Arla had to flash. As a result of that Dominus play, but that's about it. Stays alive. May need to leave shortly because there is a... Sylas, a Shin'Tao behind him. As there's the replay of what happened. Forced to flash from the chain lash. Chose the right direction. Arla, Searing Charge away, has the Bellows Breath, but a nice knockback with the Crescent Guard after the flash. Puts Arla in a dangerous position. The stun comes on through. Flash for the headbutt pulse. Knocks way into the wall. Call of the Forge God coming on forwards. Will knock him up. Surely does so. Damage back is good. Can't quite get the kill though. But it denies the kill onto Arla, with Bin and Wei now forced to retreat in turn. And Arla able to stick around with his Alistair. Ornn items versus Azir. Only 2 real damage threats versus maybe 3.5. The Vi's in a weird position. She might count as half. Hard question in terms of the scaling. I think it's pretty even, all things said and done. Front to back for BLG. Fantastic later on. The all-in engage with the ornaments. With the Ornn, Vi, Alistair, Sylas. All layered over by a big old bullet time. Pretty deadly as well. BLG can't hold the line. Challenging. The more I think about it, the more I'd argue maybe JDG as the game gets super, super late. But I don't think it's a surefire thing. See whether my thoughts evolve as we go on. Good play for missing there on the Alistair, by the way, just in general. Missing the Savior. Yeah, I agree with that one. Played well. Important. Missing. Ults for ult. Chains of Corruption for the Unbreakable Will. There are no chains on me. Will headbutt Pulverize with the last ends of his ultimate. Still gets jumped on though, as that's a bit far. Missing, I just praised you. And Wei comes in and unpunishes in real short order. Shun and Arla were, Shun and Scout were around, so they thought they could do it. Flash on forward from Bin, looking for an angle onto Arla, who's now in danger himself. Has Call of the Forge God in a moment or two, but not quite up yet. So that means Bin can keep on running. Searing Charge away keeps Arla alive. All the while on, very low. Wei now in danger, does not have those Crescent Guards to wait with on, just out of range of the bullet time. But they get punishment for missing dying. Burned a fair amount to kill him off. JDG was still in the area. Bin, though, should claim this first turret, I would imagine. Well, actually, with Arla turning back up again. Still on no HP. Shun forced off the Gromp. Overcomes missing. Bin really wants this turret. Call of the Forge God. Bin now in danger. Does have a Dominus. Headbutt, Pulverize. Where's the rest of the team? They're TPing in for this. Arla knock up onto that Renekton. Now Bin, about to get flanked on a Scout, finally arrives. Needs to find an angle on in here. Still got the Abscond, the Abduct, Headbutt, Pulverize, Chain Lash. And an abduction indeed occurs of Bin's health bar. He disappears there. And they get the kill. Scout TPing to side lanes. Name a more appropriate joke. This is the punish after missing died. Trying to jump onto On. On has to back away because he's got no HP. And Wei with no ultimate. No way out. Pays just about, gets enough mana back. I think he got a... might have been a biscuit, but I was thinking probably the presence of mind, I suspect, actually, with this build. To get some sustain back, some mana back after getting that kill involvement. Raptor steal. JDG up about 2,000 gold. Got 6 scrubs versus the 2 dragons. 45 seconds on next dragon spawning. And BLG would love to claim soul point. Cloud Soul this game on Rel, on a Renekton. On the Shin'Tao feels really good. Not bad on people like Sylas, Vi, and Alistair for that matter. JDG though, saying, look, we've got time. Head over towards that Herald. And with 6 scrubs, a 6 scrub Herald is very potent indeed. Being killed in pretty short order here. So no contest from BLG. JDG have already claimed the feats of strength, worth noting. Got the objectives and the martial mastery, even if the first turret went the way of BLG in the side lanes. BLG do have 2 turrets versus just the 1, despite being down the 6 grubs, so good on them for that one. Dragon started by Bin and Wei. Do JDG want to come and contest? I think they're just giving this up. It's sole point for BLG, kind of for free. Looking potentially mid as Shun is there. Scout, Scond of Duck, steals the Chains of Corruption. Arla also here, puts a ward down. You see the Dragon down to 2000 HP. They want to try and steal this. Call the Forge God into the back of the pit. Miss Arla just called the Forge God and hung up on him. Huh. Not Arla's greatest moment there. Trying to find a good angle on the ult. Doesn't quite get it. The kind way of putting it. Oops. Yeah, there's some question marks in chats. Yeah, no, I agree, BA. I agree, Broder and Amber. That was a bit of a weird one. Not the best moment. Has to be said there for JDG. Well, Soul and Arla trips over his own feet. Forgets his own number. Embarrassing, that one. Lost the 1v1. Clearly tilted. That's what it is. Emperor's Divide doesn't work on Scout. Can look to steal his own division of the Emperor. The Emperor's Multiplication, perhaps? Silas clears out the wave. What happened, chat? Arla fumbled the reactivation on Call of the Forge God and just sort of missed hitting a load of people with his ult. As a result, it was slightly embarrassing. We might get a replay, because the observers do occasionally like to troll our players. Here we go. So this is what happened topside. Scout buffers through the Emperor's Divide with a really good abduct after that abscond. We won't get that fumble in the jungle, apparently. That dither in the river. Two and a half minutes on the Dragon. No one really in full command of this game. BLG, win condition of the soul. Matters, I think. Second item's largely getting done for JDG. Got a bit of a gold lead, of course, with the 6 grubs. Any free time on towers, especially having chunked out that mid lane with the Herald. Deadly. All the while, Shun is 1v1ing Atakan here with the blast shield. Surprisingly healthy doing this. No one knows it. It's also secret. Arla's headed on over. This is going to be slow, but it will be done. Everyone else thinking they want to play for lanes. Way now a known quantity. As Arla goes to clear out this wave. What HP is this Atakan at? They don't know. They have to pull off. Back in. Starting up again. 8,000 HP. The half HP done on my days. It's a sneak. Quiet, chat. Don't give it away. They have no idea. Finally pull off. No, go back again. Still not reset entirely. Ah. Takes too long. And the attempted secret agent Shun moment doesn't play out for them in the end. Scout, though, given free time as a result. Picks up that turret. It's got a teleport, so can afford to reset a little later and turn up to the play. Shouldn't wasted so much time for that. Kind of did, didn't he? It was a nice idea, and it was doable. It was. It ended up being too risky. Let's have a look what happened in mid lane. Chains of Corruption, just wide. That means Varus no ult as yet. Should probably be back up in time. They're back on it again. They're going again. Shun The dragon spawning in 45 seconds. They will be coming over here. Oh my days. Here we go again. Force a fight before they're ready. Before the setup's there. JDG have got the better vision. Arlo with TP. Good wards to come to. They've got to warn that bush. They have to have an idea it's happening. Missing. Body blocking 3. Zir, not here. Headbutt, pulverized, but he's got to work the option for those unbreakable will moments. Scout looking for an angle. Steals a big ult. It's a Shin's out option. Bullet time in the choke point is good. Knock up across multiple members down to 2000 HP. They get massive knockouts, but they've still not taken the Atacon. It's beginning to reset. Bit of the backside. On goes Scout. Still got the Crescent Guard. Buys time. Goes gone. Atacon secured. They've got withdrawals to work with. It's worked out in the long run. Scout's going on forwards. Will finally be forced to withdraw. Shun on top of Knight. Emperor's Divide gets another withdrawal. They lose 2. Only get a couple back on and Way dead. But with the ability to respawn and come back out, Missing will lose his. This gets interesting. Dragons just spawn. It would be sold for BLG, but they don't have a smite, and Pays is so damn scary. Flashing on forwards. Bing gets in. Pays cleansing. Trying to get one more. Can't do it. All of these withdrawals mean so little. Scout at least returns back towards the scene of the crime. Knight doesn't know he's here. That control ward is blocking off the vision. And oh, Knight, you've got no ult. That means it's surely a dead Emperor. Scout in revolutionary scenarios on the Silas. Arla goes to mid lane. And the secret agent plan, it does just about work out. It wasn't all that clean, but hey, what plan does survive contact with the enemy? Dragon up. Ways back up. Got a few more turrets to be sold for BLG. You don't want to give that one up if you can. JDG with the kill lead, with the gold lead, but not with the dragon lead. They've got any withdrawals left? None. They've used them all. Huh. Wind becomes lightning, does land the marks available for the audacious charge. Way looking for that angle on in, down to 2000 HP. They need to keep Way out of the pit. Trying to finish it off, is taken. Kill onto the Shins out as well. Bin in danger, but the knock up onto Scout as Arlo goes looking for a call before he's got to find that much as Knight knocked up, trying to find the Emperor to fight. Why not do it? Knocked up himself as the searing charge to the wall brings him low. Bin now in danger, slowed by the Make It Rain. And when it rains, you know what they say, it pours. Flash on forwards. Flash again from Missing to try and get an angle. Bin does kill off the Misfortune, but dies for the price of it. And the rest of JDG will punish the death of their AD carry with an ace of the squad. JDG, Jing Dong Gaming. We asked what strength they'd come in on, 2-0. Where would BLG be at? Potentially 2-2, depending on how this game goes, how this series goes. Scout is now 5-0-5, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And BLG panic, play the Atacon fight. And it is scrappy. They want this soul. It's the win condition available to them. But Way enters the bounce house of doom. Up he goes. And straight back down to hell. Chains of Corruption, traded for Chains of Corruption. But it doesn't do enough onto Scout. It gets pulled back, but the Call of the Forge Gods knocks Elka. He has to back away, and Knight goes looking for a big Emperor's Divide, but is absconded and abducted. And then bounced around by that searing charge. Bin, slowed by the Make It Rain, and Pace says, cool, I just need to hold you here. The rest of my team will be around. Flash on forward from Bin. Will allow the kill onto Pace, and that's great news. Bullet, no time. But Shun still has a cease and desist. And the rest of the play gets bounced around. There is no damage available. Azir did no damage in that team fight. Way did no damage in that team fight. That's not a good start. Still, 5,000 gold the lead for JDG. Engage comes on forward. Call of the Forge Guard. Bounce around. Knock up onto Knight. They've killed off the Rel. LA still looking forward. Flash and the abduct. The double Emperor's Divide. Knight's brought right back with them. No kicking the peasantry down today, is it? They'll drag you into the mess. Viva la Revolution. Back to Baron we go. Jungle, mid, support down. And JDG, all of their members still strong and healthy. An upgraded Riftmaker. The ornaments coming on in. And BLG can't play the front to backs they're equipped for. Knight is 0-4 on the Azir. Really struggled to find footing in this mid game. Far cry from what we saw from Rookie earlier. How did this happen? Missing. Hex flash over the wall. JDG were waiting. The call of the Forge God comes on through. Flash from Scout, having absconded beforehand to point blank abduct. Turns out Emperor's come for a pretty hefty ransom. This time in the form of a Baron. The book is bought. Scout. Wonder what kind of book Silas writes. Something about seizing the means of Baron production. Knight-0, it's gotten a lot better over the years, but still not necessarily one of the champions he's known for entirely. And when it goes wrong for this man, it doesn't tend to go wrong quietly. He was a little elo held. Some of those prior series. Today, having a bad time. The teleports are flying on every hand. Pays around, slow on to bid, throws down the dominance, but Arla is here. Call of Force God's beginning to come on through, is missing, finds the double pulverize, and the bullet time is timed indeed for Bin, who's put in timeout. And that Sin Bin, rugby style, might well lead to the end of the game. Trying to defend the try line with 2 men is just not doable. The full force of what feels like 15, and a New Zealand pack here to kick the asses of BLG, Knight and Elk. The carries nominally have to do the impossible, and I don't think it is possible. Jing Dong Gaming come into this series, lose the 1v1, absolutely crush the mid-game fights. They are victorious here. Set ourselves up for a very tasty game too. BLG, their struggles, the fractures in the strong front continue to show. Shun gets juicy vengeance against his team of last year, the team where he was the jungler. Only worked with winning lanes, only good on carries. JDG didn't have the cleanest winter. 2-0 here in Ascension though, and doing it like this against BLG, a feel-good moment. Sheesh, brother, a New Zealand pack. Well, look, I always go for the rugby reference. Gotta go somewhere. Look, I'm a Welsh boy when it comes to the rugby. I've suffered versus the New Zealanders often enough. Giga game by Scout. Yeah, it's a Scout win. Where is JDG Scout his best? Is he safe? Is he alright? How ecstatic is he? Shun had some good times. I think our fan vote is partly because, of course, he's against BLG. Storyline one. He had a good game on the VI, don't get me wrong, but I think it's a Scout win, surely. Surely. Get hydrated to solo puppy, probably wise. I should go do that. Alright, folks, let's see who the MVP is. It's got to be Scout, right? Whew. Shun, solid game on that. Scout, that damage doesn't look that high, but the damage he did was so damn nasty. Wasn't that high a damage game, all things said and done. Fun fact, do you know you need to take a yearly exam to be certified to be a sportscaster host? Really now? Huh, I did not know that. Got to stay up to date? They look like newscasters. Yeah, probably. Yeah, in China. Huh. Interesting. Turn this off briefly. See who the highlights are for. Oh, I forgot to put the social slideshow back on. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. I did that in Champ Select. I forgot to turn it off. We'll turn it back on. I also need to turn the volume down a little, don't I? That'll do. That one at least Arla hits. Fumbled an ult in very similar location before that. Oops. They all did decent jobs, to be honest. Arla surviving and turning it around on sidelines. Yeah, I agree. Missing also actually had a pretty clean game on the Alistair. On the whole, had that one overstep looking for Rel, but it was quickly punished by Shun dying by his own blue buff, so... And back we come. Hello, folks. See who the MVP is, and I can run some ads. Also, hi, I do the spiel, don't I? My name's Initialise. I cast here with Nymaera, who is not here. He's at the LEC today. He'll be casting G2 versus Rogue, so go give him some love at some point this evening as well. I am his brother, Initialise. We cast together, have been doing so for the last 5 years. And you might have seen us on the likes of LEC, on Emir Masters. It is Shun, who gets MVP on the Vi. Interesting choice. He played well. I don't know whether I would have given him MVP. I think Scout had a really good game. But he did get some cool moments, and it is against BLG, so the narrative of the Schadenfreude does feel pretty good. And last bit of spiel before we continue. Please do consider following, liking, subscribing, if you can. If you've got a Twitch Prime, consider dropping it here. If you've got a regular sub you fancy drop it over on the Twitch channel. Can be a huge, huge deal in terms of supporting us. There is an option to donate via bits and stuff as well, which does make a huge, huge deal. And of course, we are live over on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course over on Anivia's YouTube as well. It is a 3-channel broadcast today, helping keep the LPL alive, one game and one day at a time. Much love, guys. Right, let me run some ads, pop to the toilet, and get ready to go for our next game. Where do these votes go? I feel like it must be vaguely split, no? Ooh, 3 for mid, 5 for jungle. Fair enough.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。奥风 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥风 G7。今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
We're back. Hello, folks. Game number 2 versus JDG versus BLG coming right up. There's Mako getting celebrated for his 1000th game. The crowd's all there. That's cool. This will be an interesting game. Do BLG bounce back? Are they tilted? They get to go on blue side again because they lost the first game. I don't think this one was lost in draft. BLG had all the tools, they just fumbled it. Got to soul point, messed up, giving over some kills. And the problem is, when two teams relatively evenly matched, in terms of how they want to play the game and scaling, the team that gets ahead tends to stay ahead, which is a little problematic, and did prove to be just that. Hello guys, I'm back. I'm still here. I'm actually hydrated. Ready for additional action. There's always additional action in the LPL. Oh. No, probably not on Azir. I mean, he's gotten a lot better at Azir, in fairness. I don't think he's a liable... Nominally, not a liability on Azir anymore, but we'll see. That one wasn't great, was it? They even banned the Talia to enable it. Not the best. Posture check. Yes, boss. My back is erect. Chair swing sideways. Think about this way. Whee. Something about the way I sit that has the chair spinning this way. I'm not doing this. I have to pull myself back around again. Like, watch. Stop. Just slowly spinning around and around. It's actually slightly disconcerting, that. Starts with success, and success is all about growing. Success is all about overcoming your demons. Success is about getting knocked down time after time and getting back up. No one embodies that more than Chezzy Bin. That's the one. Nice attempt at the Shocks monologue. I see you, duo. I also like to sit straight when watching Scout. Not a bill. Moving on from that comment. And over instead to draft for game 2. Oops. Wrong one. That's the one. We need to see exactly how this one plays out, don't we? What's Grumpy said that I've missed? Bruh? This guy's the problems, I swear, probably. Knight looks happy. I mean, he had a bad game. Grumpy wants a roast? Oh, he does, doesn't he? What are we gonna say? What are we gonna say, Grumpy Zareth? What's our roast for Grumpy Zareth? Tell you what, I'll think about it after draft. You're gonna have to wait, Grumpy. I'm sorry. Not really. Not worthy of that much attention. Clearly. Part 1 of the roast. Being mean. Lilia, first pick. JDG defending a Neferi, though, for Shun. We saw the Lilia B1 earlier today go work wonders for Shadow. Earn them the win. 2-0, may I add, against Weibo Gaming. Kallista's up. Is it just a Kallista angle? It is a Kallista angle. Renata now, Nico now, okay. One of the most oppressive lanes you can get in League of Legends, Kalista Nico. There's the Corky, but a bit of a bogey pick for a number of these eastern regions. Alright, well there's your front line and damage at least. Neferi now a guarantee. It's okay into the Lilia, but Lilia with that AoE, be a bit miserable. Are we just GPing into Sion? Oh, Arla, go on. That's a Neferi hover. It's locked. All right, the dogs have been let out. Hoot, 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 hoot. Streaming some of you guys have is on another level. Thank you. Yeah, no problems, Kim. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. If it goes to 3 games, I'm not going to be able to do the 3rd game, which is really frustrating because I've got another 5 games to cast this evening. Probably. Depending how things go. Something like that. Not quite sure how many games. It's G2 hell. It's a gauntlet. Crowd is excited for Neferi. Yeah, they're excited for Shun to play it as well. Hate the Corky pick, Liam. Yeah, we've seen some not mediocre Corkies. Kalista Nico is toxic. It's certainly a rough lane to experience. Banning away some lane presence options. The Karma for On would have been that with an Ezreal. Denies a really easy Ezreal angle now. Ahri away from Scout. Comparing with the Neferi. You are a little shy on engage. Kalista ult plus Nico ult. It's a pretty good combo. But you could probably use like 1 extra tool in there. They're going to get rid of Knight's Yone. So good pairing with the Lilia. And can threaten things like that Kalista and Nico pretty consistently. Good bans by JDG. I think they've been quite sensible. Oh, baby. The Yorik's locked in. It's found 1 win internationally. Allows you to split the map pressure a bit as well. Fine, you're focusing towards this Kalista Nico. Then what about the Yorick on the other side? Better team fighter than it was as well. Those changes to Yorick certainly led to him turning up in pro. Not to a great deal of success, but turning up. Oh my god. Kalista Elise. Not Kalista. Caitlyn Elise. From Elkinon. They did run this duo before. How are we going to match a Kalista lane? Well, lock in Caitlyn and try us. That's the plan. It's aggressive. I'll say that. It's very aggressive. That bot lane is going to be interesting, isn't it, folks? Yorick into the Sion. Should be a good matchup for the Yorick. Free farm becomes a threat later on. You've got the Hui for Scout. Decent follow-up on the Neferi. Wherever the Neferi goes, Hui can try and fake Vi combo that. Not as much lockdown, obviously, but can be nice follow-up to help set up a reset. This bot side is going to be so, so important. BLG to front to back with pressure bot. We've seen Caitlyn beat up Kalista a few games now. A couple in the LCK. One yesterday, one early today in the T1 series, where unfortunately Smash and Carrier got a little bit leveled. Just a little bit. But JDG will be with some onus to get things rolling in the early and mid game with that Kalista Nico Neferi. Billy. They've got the Caitlyn Elise to try and manage that Kalista. If it goes wrong, could be a problem. You've still got good scaling. A Lilia, a Scion, a Corki. 2-3 items on those guys. Could be nasty. Kalista and Nico, not a great fan of those champions. See how it plays out. We are going to get at least one more game here. Can JDG finish things off? Will BLG bring us to a third? The volume gets pumped. We prepare to go into game. Billy game versus JDG onto the Rift. Both teams already facing off bot side. Crowd, take it away. Okay. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Junglers starting topside. I think that makes some sense. Getting as much value here as they can to get down towards the spot side. The early cocoon lands onto Pays, fighting for that level 2 really hard here. It's big on both sides. Blooming Burst from missing. It's a bit more AoE on the wave though, so I think it should be just about JDG's, but it's bloody close. Level 2 pretty much matched. Missing has to flash back on out as the cocoon combo lands. Has gone towards the shape change a second as a result. Missing down that summoner and both down the heal. Win for BLG in the long run. Good combo there from Mob. Away they go. Damage onto missing again. On goes up into the air. Now Elk's in danger. Should flash over the trap. Trying to get in range. Misses the Darkin Daggers. We still do a lot of damage. Flash away from On. Everyone's summoner's getting popped down here. Page holds on to his, but that's about it. Waze now here. Oh my god, he can look for the invade. Probably. Oh, missing just had his back interrupted. Oh no. That could just be a very dead Nico. Elk slow. Page needs to be wary. They know the Lily is around. Shun finishes up his Gromp. Back towards that red buff. Slow on tonight. Gets hit by that Grim Visage into Devastating Fire combo. Was it the Severing Bolt? Didn't see which one it was. I'm assuming Severing Bolt, actually. Top side. On with the roam. It's post the lane swap metrics. Arla, fine, throws out the Morning Mist, but there's still the trap on the ground that forces Arla to flash. He's going to have to reset down that summoner. Missing is here. Interrupt on Arla. so. JDG now looking topside. Severing Bolt interrupts the Elise back. No one's died yet, though a lot of summoners, as we've seen, have been blown. Over comes Shun, has eviscerated forwards, lands the Dark and Daggers onto both there. Nice combo, gets a lot of dogs up as a result. Can look to head over towards the Grubs, and Callista given some time. This Yorick dropped a wave or so, partly because of that delayed reset topside and the early switch from BLG. But JDG now topside can look for these Grubs, and again, you've got a Yorick. Grubs for Yorick will always feel fantastic. For all the changes that made him slightly less good for split pushing, he's still very good at it. BLG just outscales, they do topside for sure. Though Neferi will always be a threat to a lot of these champions. The Lily, I think, probably one of the few that can manage a Neferi. A lot of your damage is AoE and can't be blocked. The Lilting Lullaby, not something I believe you can immune. Or can you? That's a question. Just call the pack if you send out the particle. Is that immunable? Uh-oh. Arlet in danger. Jumped on by On. Has got the Maiden of the Mist here, trying to buy him some time. Can put a Dark Procession up around himself, trying to buy some space. Doesn't have the flash, but a lot of damage onto Waves, taking a lot of damage. Damage back from the Swell Seed. Should surely fall if the Rocket claims his life. BLG on the board. Nice play bot side. Should now here. It's a 1v3. Wins the smite fight. Poor Yorick been under threat quite a lot this game by various members. Does give a lot of time elsewhere though. Scat will get a plate here. Bot lane down towards there to get a push on out. There we go, plate back. Callista mildly ahead, Sion mildly ahead. No one really actually ahead. A Dragon for Grubs as well makes that an even enough trade. About 3 minutes on both objectives. Spawning next, so the Dragon slightly longer than that. So a world where if someone's really fast on Grubs, they could run over to the Dragon and contest both. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well. I've avoided the Hamlet references too much so far. To back or not to back, that is the question. To be an R, perchance TP. Knight now in danger, hit with those Tangle Barbs. Forced to flash on out. Missing, looking for an angle. Looking to be really obnoxious. Throws over a Blooming Burst. We've got Blooming Blows and Blooming Burst in the same game. I apologise if I confuse the two of them. Can only block the Lily or if you go untargeted when little stuff is flying towards you. So you can go untargeted with the particle. Same with Vlad W, otherwise you sleep. Really hard to react to. So okay, so it is. Because I knew obviously you can do it with the Yasuo Windwall and with the Braum W. So there is that angle there on the Neferi. Keep our eyes on that one. Thank you for the heads up correctly. It's Chiliard. I'm not actually sure what the pronunciation is on that one. Czech or Polish, something like that would be my guess. And I do not know the pronunciation. I swear I've seen this before. Deja vu. You've been in this game before? Higher on the stream. And I know it's your time to shine. Did you get your roast? No, he didn't. I gave him a partial roast, and then we had the game thing happening. Grumpy. You are, you know, you're a gift subber, right? But you're kind of just sort of like a wannabe Mecha fanboy. And Mecha's in chat, and it's just sort of like, have your own personality, dudes. We love Grumpy. He's been a wonderful part of the community. Been a wonderful part of mine and Alex's Discords and just the community in general. Long-time chatter and a great supporter of the channel. But he asked for a roast, so we get to roast. Some people are just masochists, what can I say? Hungarian but good guests, there you go. Where about in Hungary? Got a couple friends from around Budapest way, but that's a lot of people in Hungary. find themselves around Budapest at one time or another. Missing. Hit with the ace in the hole. Not too much more to be found. Actually, feel free not to dox yourself online. I just realised that's where you live, and that's probably a mistake. So feel free not to answer that question. Over towards Grubs, BLG go. We'll make sure that that is a traded objective in the grand scheme of things. Oof, says Grumpy. Charge, says Scion. Scout has to flash, can't get far enough away around that corner. Throws out the Spiraling Despair. Gets a bit of a chunk onto Bin. Not too much more. Give some time down towards this bot side. No interrupt on the TP, but Arla will whack it down and get a demolished proc. Extra plate claims. On. Interrupted. Bin, caught briefly in the Dark Procession, is not enjoying the continual damage from the Maiden. Yorick not bad into tank matchups. He's gone towards the early Sunfire to try and deal with a little bit of the AoE and help try and clear the ways in the face of the Yorick, who will otherwise be a split push menace. Not quite at that first item for Yorick. Will likely be the Trinity Force, often is. I thought the roast was for BBQ for a minute there. Now, that would be lovely. I've actually ordered some food just as a background thought. Thanks, Sam. Changing my username to Budget Mecha now. A Budget Mecha anime? So you're talking, well, I suppose it'd have to be Code Geass, wasn't it? Because there's not really all that much mecha action in there. It's about politics. The mechas are budget. Sorry, what? Just continue on that line of discussion. Oh, Scout jumped on with the cocoon into the swirl seed. Scout does turn that around. Tower shot comes on through. We'll have to go back on down. And with the pool, that tranquil pool, the Elise the Spider finds herself drowning. Venomous bite, nowhere near enough. That's a bit of clean water, enough to clean out those wounds. Sam, what is it? What is BLG doing? Trying to dive with Elise. Was there no swirl seed in the wild? Hang on. Did the Lilting Lullaby just not turn into anything? I guess not. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Get the kill back. Scout picks it up. Tranquil Pool doing so much healing. That was a huge deal. Already throwing? Kind of. We'll see. Elise is a little bit Nico-like. Swirl seed is wide. Knight's still here. Dark Procession prevents Wave from getting on over too easily. And Arla goes, yep, I'm out of here. Whack that ward, I suspect. Boop. Let's have a look at this again. So on. Sea Scout has Knight waiting. It's going to tank the aggro. And Wave's here as well. Flash. Into the full combo. Swell Seed's in. And the Lilting Lullaby comes across. But I think it must have been interrupted partway through. Either way, it goes very wrong. They don't secure the kill. Knight has to leave. And despite the turret juggling, Elise can't go 1-for-1. Also just had no wave, which made things quite tricky. Twicky. Leave Arla and his maiden alone. Look, they're on their honeymoon in top lane. Going to see the sights. Pick up some plates for their new flat. Might be stealing them from somebody else's house, but you know, that's not the point. So, another 3 minutes until the next dragon, 1.5 until Herald. Our objectives have been traded very evenly so far. We've gotten, what, a kill each so far this game, so nowhere's near that mark of mastery. 2 more kills required on either side, or first turret. Scout side laning, he often does. Got a Yorick on the other side, and if there was going to be a team that was able, in some way or capacity, to find a way to get value out of a split push Yorick, a Scout team would be one of them, for my money. Flandre's not been able to do it particularly cleanly over on Anyone's Legend. But he's been trying. Arla's on an E-date now. Now, the more that I think about it, yeah, basically. Double grab secured. Knight. Oh, Knight. You can't walk through there! Valkyrie's away. Darkin Daggers land. Will we see any follow-up? No, we will not. I would have hounds pursued that, but then again, there's a flash on Knight. Loses half his HP bar, though. And so will not be able to come and contest his Herald. Mid lane, though. Looking for some damage onto these bot lanes. Neither of these bot lanes have really popped off. Worth noting, by the way, Pei's gone towards the Ghost Blade. This is going to be the lethality Callista that Pei sometimes goes for. A lot more damage on the initial hit into Pierce combo. Get to play from a little longer range as well. Can be helpful into things like the Callista. Less consistent damage, less hopping at people and then pressing E. Missing. Gonna heal. Was worried there about a big headshot combo. But those kind of poke moments from Pei's can be really, really nasty. Allows you to go towards things like Edge of Night as well, which is good. So, appreciate the adaptation, considering the matchup. Halo Blade still gives you some attack speed for a few initial hops. Picks up the Berserker Greaves, so has the attack speed now as well. Doesn't mean it'll kind of suck into the sun, but everyone else will have a bad time. Herald will be likely secured here by BLG, no real contest, so that will be the objective mark of mastery for BLG. Bim. Whacks down on the wave. Ka-chunk. Sound down, up about 20 CS, that's partly because Ala dropped a couple waves earlier on, but Pei's now given some time to whack onto this. Well, Seed hits onto the minions, but doesn't splash onto Pei's. Otherwise, you can guarantee that would have been a lilting lullaby into a cleanse. Over goes this Neferi into the jungle. Shun nabs that one. Knight. Look at this turret. There's no response. I actually think that's going to be feats of strength now to BLG. On in danger. Oh my days, that burst. Forced to heal. Needs to back away. His way comes steaming over with the passive. Turret secured, feats of strength secured for BLG. Over towards the dragon will now JDG look. There's a Herald available. Do they want to do something mid? That was Nico changing form, not just a random white box on the minimap. I guess the Andres way probably has to be no. Otherwise, who's going to deal with the Scion? Yeah, it's a mask. So yeah, it'll be the Seros into Liandry's build. Blackfire afterwards a possibility. Didn't go for the Blackfire Liandry's build. Wanted a bit more survivability with that Seraphs. Understandable enough. Scout now down here, looking to claim this turret. We'll do so. And bring JDG to a slightly more meaningful gold lead. It's only 600 or so 100 gold, but it's there. Got a second dragon as well. So objectives looking good for JDG, but the feats of strength secured by BLG. I just feel like JDG lacks consistent damage. They'll go stream rolled at 3 items unless Shun does magic. Yeah, that's kind of my word. Yes, you've gone for the Caitlyn Elise, and both of them are very pickable. Very pickable. And there will always, always, always be threat of a spiraling despair into massive lethality burst from Pei's onto squishy members who will just die and you play at the 4v5. However, you are right. Lilia, Corki, even Caitlyn, plus a Scion frontline will just be better at 3 items. And JDG haven't really started anything off here. Pick up that mid lane turret. Herald survives. The Yorick win condition as a split push, also something they can look at. Callista going towards this lethality build as well, however, actually means she's a little bit more of a poke bot than you'd think, because she can basically stack spears and look to pierce combo like that, which is really annoying. The quick pierce rend. Good chunks on people. Grim Visage Fear 2.5 minutes till Dragon. Would be soul point for JDG. And an important win condition to potentially secure. The Edge of Night now done full pays. He's going to be a lot harder to pick on this Kalista now. But I do need to see JDG finding some inroads here. Otherwise, I do get worried for BLG scaling. Not quite the Muramana transformation. Bin drops out of the bush. On, in danger. Rocket Belt away from the Tangle Barbs. Nice little steps there. Other side, Arla in a 1v2. Can dart Procession, flash on forwards. Lilting Lullaby means the watch out Eep will allow Knight to secure that kill. Flash burned, but the damage is done and Arla dies for a second time this game. Is it just another loss for the Yorick? Over we go, on to the Atacon. Gonna try and rush that down. He goes to have a Kalista. JG gonna try and pick that one up. Teleport towards the other side. 3-manning this. There is no jungler. So that would just be Atacon. It's only the withdrawal option. But when it comes up, we'll give them that opportunity to have the withdrawals coming in to that dragon fight. 2.5 minutes with it. And that'll be well in time for the soul point fight. So good timing for them. Price for Arla. Muramana transformation for Corki. No one really pulled the trigger too much this game, have they? "30 seconds on Infernal Dragon. Might we finally see some actions, folks? Lily, no flash plus Atacon. You should just give Drake and play for soul. I think I agree. The BLG, with their 2 items, might just say we can do this anyway. But I think the withdrawals make this very tricky. And On, already being attacked. Let's throw down that Gaze of the Abyss to give some vision in that. Missing was chunked there. The ace in the hole comes on through. Lilting Lullaby. Not going to be pulled, but missing is going to be made to go relatively low here. Don't see any honey fruit. So we'll need to reset, but can get back in relatively swift order. 4v5 for a moment, though, for BLG, having done the damage onto the Nico. Yorick, top side, shoving, has TP of his own, yet to burn it. They've got Kalista stacks in this, makes it a very hard smite fight. Need to try and play it out. Dragon secured, well timed, missing, in danger. Fate's call there as Shun will eviscerate over the wall. Way taken low on the other side. And now they can potentially look for something more. Yorick onto a tier 2 on the other side, delaying anybody who's going to be able to reset and come along. Been in danger. Big damage onto him. Spiraling despair along with the dogs, putting a lot of bleed onto him. Keeps getting chunked out as the burn on him will drag him down to about half HP. All the while, Yorick whacking away on that tier 2. Should be able to secure it, but no one really in time to come and defend. And Yorick meanders his way back up that top lane, away from BLG, who are rotating over. Yorick gets a lot of value there. Get the soul point, and the tier 2, and BLG TP in there. Not bad. Again, the gold lead is nothing. There is still going to be a 3-item problem. However, you are now at soul point, and that allows you to do things like send Yorick away from the dragon, and say, well, if you want to come and threaten this soul, this Baron that'll be spawning now, there will be a Yorick on the other side of the map with TP as Knight is in danger. Arla's TP behind. Knight has unfortunately met his match. The Hounds are let slip. And even the most valiant in Knight must eventually face the Reaper. Arla, with that TP, gets behind, gets the kill. And that's a big part of the damage for BLG, just not available. Arla gets flash ulted onto, tries to flash in turn himself. Now in danger. Gets Lilting Lullaby, overcomes missing. Looking for an angle. Knock up not onto Way, but only onto Bin, but Shun is still here. Gets the knock up onto no one, and they keep Arla alive. Elk chunked out heavily by Pays all the while. Failed pick onto Arla, but some summoners blown by JDG. We're only 4 kills. It's 26 minutes in. There are multiple ways to support the Yorick. That's what I'll say, Liam. Because one of the ways you can support the Yorick is by saying, draw the Eye of Sauron. Go to the Black Gate. Drag his armies elsewhere. Give Frodo that opportunity to slip in up the Black Stair. That's what's supposed to be happening with the Yorick. Ooh, can't interrupt that, but the blast going away means he didn't get to do that one. And as a result, Yorick is left alone. That matters. Time alone to attack turrets, to push waves, is a big, big deal for this champion. Now at 2 items, up 1,000 gold, the Shojin's in, the cooldowns are in. It's one of the reasons you sometimes hear people like Jack Spectre talking about, look, you want carries somewhere else on the map when you lock in Draven. So you can draw pressure away. So it's not all about the Draven. Because otherwise games get very, very volatile. It's been mixed success for JDG on that front. The Kalista Nico hasn't really gotten that much done, all things said and done. But hey, still at 2.5 items. Scout's still scary, Shun's still scary. And they are at Soul Point. So at least on the objective front, not bad for JDG. They'd love to get this mid-tier 1. The Herald loss hurt them there. So it meant they didn't manage to get the tier 1. It's on about 10% HP, 2 autos, 3 would do it. But you are not wrong. You do need to support the Yorick. It's just, it's not always by having people in the lane. It's by making sure people aren't in the lane sometimes. Excuse me 1 second while I go pick up my food. Hopefully just in time before this dragon spawns. 1 second. Considering I'm going on the broadcast immediately after this, I can't afford. Stick on too much is Shun. This well seed. Don't think I saw any lilting lullabies, but everyone's alive. Bit of a late reset from JDG. Did he just pick up a hull breaker on this Yorick? Hang on, missing. It's his play. It's not his play, it's him. He's dead. That's unfortunate. Hang on, turn around. Just about surviving. Can Wei pick him up? Does so. Oh no, JDG. That's problematic. That's just going to be Dragon, no? Surely you don't fight this. You'll have to look for tier 1 instead, or maybe the Baron. Pulling away onto the other side of the map. The guy turning up with the pizza boxes, madness is happening. What has happened in the house? Is it on fire? Arla, onto the tier 3. Dragon's still up. A Baron contest was had. No one is dead. Arla's onto the inhibitor. Yorick is Yoricking. Back towards the Baron we go. Draw the Eye of Sauron. They know the Baron's happening. The inhibitor is down. Dragon is secured on the other side, but JDG are playing the map wide. And they are playing it relatively well right now. The Liandry's burn is doing well to make sure that this Baron goes down relatively fast. Over comes BLG, looking to play this, missing back up in an A action. Needs to be a little bit wary, hit with the blooming blows. Elk also here, resets coming on through. Scuttle Crab secured, Scion goes charging on forwards. TP back, available for Arla. Shun in some danger, but will have the call of the pack. And gets out to safety. Dragon for inhibitor. Drag BLG with teleport from Knight over towards that pit. Now Arla back in the mid lane, level 16, 3 items. Can look to try and get onto this tier 1. Can't quite do it. The wave cleared up fast enough by the double AD carries. Hey, Mabby. Split push, a viable win condition, say it and so. Arla's burn his TP, but he's still in mid lane. We're back onto the Baron. Kalista is not on it. Trying to scout out. She's going to be poke. Or is it Nico in the form of Kalista? Yes, it is. Down to 3,000 HP. They could just smite it away. It's gone. Taken. Wait. Can look for a lilting lullaby. Fate's called out off the Scion ult. Flash on forward for the decimating smash. Scout just out of range. The interrupt comes on through. Missing might die for this, but will not. On the other side, there's a bit of damage going on as Arla gets that mid tier 1. He's split pushing. It's happening. BLG can look to threaten. Arla has got the Dark Procession and some scary, scary things to work with. I want to see a Yorick River Shen combo one day. Oh, my days. Don't bring that Juju into my life. JDG playing not for the fights, but for the objectives. The inhibitor down. The Yorick win condition online. 3,000 gold lead. Dragon in 3 minutes. 2 minutes for now on the Baron, which means they can shove out, secure the base push, and then reset in time to play for Soul after. 3 items, though, for the 80 carries for BLG. 2.5 for Lilia, who's been able to sit on this Seekers with how slow the game's been and build towards a death cap instead. Not forced to convert into the full Zonyas. Oh, there's so much gold now. This Yorick is a menace. 2.7k ahead of the Scion. Missy. Run at. There is a Fate's Call. Not needed to be pulled. Was waiting on a lilting lullaby before they did that. And JDG continue to play this very defensive. You don't want to give too much up here. 30 minutes deep. Oh my days. JDG can win out the series here. Oh, how to switch from audio version to video version? If you check the settings in the bottom corner, there's a little cogwheel next to the chat button. That will often give you some ones in there. If you've got audio only on, that might be the tag you need to, that toggle you need to toggle out. So it might be that. Baron, not really led to all that much here for JDG. Some wave shove, if that. Tier 2s in mid, in bot, to potentially shove for. 35 seconds only. Not the best moment ever for them. I wonder how they ended up getting so dragged around here. Some waves come on in, and there's still a lot of wave clear to work with. I'm going to get a fork for my food. Do I even have time? No, I don't. I want to be here for this dragon. Hayes loses his spell shield courtesy of On. Rocket belting. Hayes eats a bit of damage, but he's on top of a tranquil pool. And so doesn't eat as much damage as he might otherwise have done. This late in the game, actually a fair amount of healing and shielding from that. Keep your eyes on it. 3.5 items for Scout. Don't underestimate what this Wei could do. Missing is still very squishy on this Nico, though. Those incidental poke is scary. Arla finds Wei. The Maiden also around. Baron leads to very little indeed. BLG do a decent job of preventing anything happening. The inhibitor down for 30 more seconds, but that's about it. Another wave of super minions coming on in. BLG now in position. Want to try and get this shove through mid. And look to ensure they can play around this. Grim Visage into a big old chunk from that Severing Bolt. Puts On down to half. 20 seconds before the Dragon. Oh no. Not a great start. These supports at this point. So damn squishy. Shouldn't have eviscerated over the wall. Looking for an angle. Severing Bolt lands onto Elk. Looking for an angle. Tangle Barb's just shy. But that's Elka half HP and he doesn't have sustain. Arlet split pushing. He's on the tier 2. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It would only be soul point for BLG. It would be soul for JDG. Onto the dragon they go. BLG need to come back. But the dragon has started and they've got Callista Spears being stacked, stacked, stacked. The Rend could be problematic. Wayne needs to come and find the spine. He steals it. It's mistimed. Shun now in danger, caught on the wrong side of the pit. He can go up over, but Knight is waiting. Gets away with the flash. What about the fight afterwards? How did that happen? You had the Callista. All the while though, Arla on the turret. Claims that one. TP in trade. Knight needs to leave. He's caught the Dark Procession. Has to flash on out. BLG retreating as the reset stopped. Arla killed off Knight. Scout now looking away. Needs to be careful of something like a lilting lullaby. It was already burned. Scout away. Arla will try and pick off that extra additional inhibitor. Can't quite do it. 2 inhibitor turrets down. The inhibitors themselves just about stand. What HP is that on? That was a crazy state of affairs. Knight being dead for 30 more seconds. That was scary. Swell Seed interrupts Scout, but he managed to back. It was in the last 0.5 seconds. Very different game to game 1, huh? Still been interesting. All about the push and pull, the map moves. This Yorick win con. Fumbling that soul sucks. But another inhibitor exposed, and if Yorick ever gets free time, it's problematic. 30 seconds until Baron again. Let's have a look. So, is it an early rend? Is it an early spike? The rend leaves the dragon at 1400 HP. They thought they had more damage. They needed 2 more autos. 3. Before going for the combo. And as a result, they get to come on and do this. The teleport comes through, trying to defend the turret. The problem is, Knight did not want to be here. The turret falls. You don't win the 1v1 with the Yorick right now. Ghoul sent forwards. Corki has no Valkyrie, no flash, and no life. Last rites for Knight. Oh my days! Elise eviscerated. Quite literally with the help of the Fury there. Knight not coming on over. He doesn't have a flash. He needs to be a bit wary here. Missing. Sion's going to charge him up. But hits the clone. As a result, gets no value out of the ult. All the while, though, mid lane. Hang on. Shun's in danger. Got eviscerated himself. Now Wade's going to get the turnaround. Goes golden. Can he find value? Pace going to look for an angle. Missing into the backside. And they blow up the Lilia. Bin in danger. Tries to find an angle. The barrier keeps that the Kalista alive. Oh, I'm talking about it's a Caitlyn. I'm getting confused by all the champions going down. They're going to get the kill onto Bin, who's now in talk at that dark procession. Will not be able to get on out of here. They get that 1-2 last rites for Bin. Knight alone survives. And JDG can look to march through mid lane. They've got 2 exposed inhibitors. How far can they go? They might be stay out of the game. Is this it? JDG 2-0, 1 fight. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Oh, Yorick Mori. The Yorick win con. It's here. Do they care about the other inhibitors? Knight's back up and alive. Another inhibitor down. They can't quite end it. But it's sure as hell nearly done. Teleport and bin in 30 seconds. They need to retreat. Knight might want to try and hold them here. Can't. Some panic casting going on there. Finally got the Caitlyn name out of my mouth. Baron under threat. Dark and Daggers come on through. Way is nowhere near. On to desperation attempt or nothing. Baron secured. 2 inhibitors down. 3rd one exposed. Soul in a minute. Do they look for Soul? Do they look to end? How did this start? It starts with On dying. Oh boy. Hit with the Grim Visage. Into the death. And then Shun must have been caught out by Way somehow. Blast cones. It's a Swirl Seed and a headshot auto. Oh my days. Caitlyn and Lilia certainly have damage, don't they? Finish that one up, but the problem is then Way is very, very deep. Goes golden. This left everyone else out to try and missing. Flash, Rocket Belt onto Knight. Pulled out to safety with the Fate's Call. The Kalista goes down but had a G8. The Blooming Burst is enough on top of Scout's range damage to pick him off. That Tranquil Pool healing gives about 1000 HP to Paze and Arla. Unreal. Mercurial Scimitar done for Arla now. 20 seconds on Dragon. We sold for either team. Oh, win con, surely. If it wasn't already. Double TPs for Scout and Arla means they can look for the TP and end if they can get some waves somewhere. There's enough wave clear right now between the Lilia, between the Sion Q and the double AD carries to force even against the Baron. Damage from Hui, though, is beginning to get problematic. No one really tanky enough anymore. As Arla just says, yeah, come on then. 2 people needed to deal with me. Missing's here as a minion. Ow. Arla shoves that wave. It's going to be heading to the base. Remember the double TPs. Looking for a flank angle. Shun onto the Dragon. Will use the call of the pack to get on top as Knight is in danger. Trying to fight out the 1v1. Will win it versus Shun! They've killed off the Caitlyn on the other side. Though Bin is in danger. What about the rest of the fight? They're going to look for the Dragon. Way low as Pace keeps hopping. Gets that one. Bin's in danger too. 5 HP if that. The spiraling despair! Brings Corki out of the air. Bin and Arla trading on out, but you don't win versus Corki. Death is inevitable. A slow, creeping maiden of death. On can't get the Dragon. TP's in. And JDG in 40 minutes make it a 2-0. Wow. Are you not entertained? 2-0 for JDG. Hello, folks. Initialise here. That was good fun, wasn't it? Enjoyed that a lot. Enjoyed that one a lot. Yorick gets a win. Arla pulls it off masterfully. He's got to be your MVP candidate here, surely. I'm Initialized. I'm not Nymaera. I am filling in while he's at LEC. We're casting G2 Rogue today. Should be a good time. Is it with Hysterics or Medic? I think it's with Medic. Shout out to Hysterics. Well, happy birthday to him. My go. Whew. If you can, guys, consider throwing a sub or a follow over on twitch.tv/Nymaera, over on the YouTube as well. Nivi's YouTube, and of course Alex's YouTube, live with this as well. If you can't follow me, I'm at Initialise Cast in the title. It means a huge deal. If you can, bring some of those follows. Allows us to a lot of value out of doing this. Helps us keep the community alive. Especially when we've got games like this, which is just kind of fun. Means I can actually stick around and finish the show out as well. We'll see who the MVP is. I'm going to turn the camera off and go get myself locked in because I've got a G2 cast coming on out. And I'll probably raid you on over to the G2 draft. Once we'll say wait for that MVP before I end the stream. But it doesn't mean I will disappear for a second or two while I go set myself up in another room. Casting Rogue in a good time feels like an oxymoron. Maybe. We'll see. Could be an entertaining top lane match at the very least. Alright, folks. Gonna wait a second or two here. And I'll be sending you all over to the G2 channel for those on Twitch. I'm assuming we've not got MVP quite yet. We'll need to wait on that one. Most of that was bin. That's scout damage, yep. Yeah, I mean, he was at Leandre, he's on to bin. Yep. New JDG, we're gonna win. Yeah, sometimes feels that way. Ooh, devastating fire. Was that Grim Visage with a little scary face on? I think it was a Grim Visage. This Tranquil Pool was insane. Scout, take your hat off. He probably is the MVP here, actually, isn't he? Maybe that one. No, actually, you know what? It's Arla. That Yorick was such a win con in and of himself. It's Arla or Scout. One of the two. That flank to break the Caitlyn into the Dark Procession. Nowhere to go. Gets a run at the Elise. Missing survives for a moment or two longer, but Knight just can't do enough. Oh, spiraling despair. Burns there enough with that Morning Mist. See who the MVP is. Arlapog, probably. I would imagine so. That'd be my read. Let me just drop that volume down a touch. Great stream, tap. Thank you very much. I've got more to do yet. Who be the MVP? Here we go. Drum roll. There we go. Plus 8k at the end. Damn. 7.7 and 2. From 0 and 2. Not a bad recovery, eh? Nice work. Damn. A lot of work. Gets this tier 2. The split push win con was there. This was just him taking turrets, weren't it? Alright, guys. I'm going to call the stream here. I'm going to send you over to the G2 Esports channel where I'm going to be casting here. So you can come say hey to me. And then after that, I'll leave you guys out. So, to Anivia's YouTube. Goodbye.